The entirety of the Southeastern Esports League's 5th season has led right here to Huntsville, as some of the best in Rocket League and Valorant in the Southeast have gathered here in the CTC of the UAH campus. Only 2 teams, one in either esport, will hoist that first place trophy at the end of this LAN. Welcome, everybody, to the SEL's 5th season LAN. This is the main stage right here. If you missed our high school event yesterday, it's looking pretty good. And we are set for our first Valorant match of the day. But first, I want to show off what everyone is fighting for. Down here at the base of the stage, we have our trophies lined up on this SEL banner. And I'll grab one of our first place trophies right here. Once we know the winners of these trophies, they'll be engraved with their names and their placement and sent back to the schools that earned them. But of course, before we do any battling for these trophies, big shout out to MSI, sponsor of the SEL this season. Please support the sponsors that help collegiate esports, as they're few and far between from time to time. So shout out to MSI. We've got equipment over here for you to sit down and play on. So if anyone during a break in the action up on stage needs some entertainment, we've got some MSI hardware for you to enjoy. But now for what we have all come to Huntsville for, it's time to kick off the SEL's Collegiate LAN. The first 2 teams up on stage facing off in round 1 of Valorant play feature our top seed in our brackets, Charlotte Esports. Come on down, guys. Take your positions up on stage as the crowd supports their warriors. I will need a captain to stick with me here in the middle for map picks and bans coming up here in a second. You guys sit down. Feel free to get ready. And their challengers, the hometown heroes of UAH, coming in as a 4th seed, but this is a confident bunch. Come on up, guys. And I will need a captain up here as well. All right, right here in the middle. Let's move up a little bit so we're out of the projector view. But, okay, so Charlotte, we've got Pichu, UAH, we've got Gray. First of all, fist bump, get ready. So we had to start with Charlotte, since you guys are the higher seed here. Do you want to remain as Team A here?
Yeah, we'll pick Team A.
All right, so Charlotte's Team A, UAH is Team B. So, Charlotte, you guys get the first ban.
Ban Pearl.
All right, Pearl is taken off the board. UAH, what do you ban?
Ban Icebox.
They ban Icebox. So that means, Charlotte, it's your turn to pick.
Pick Lotus.
It's Lotus, and we're going to go to the other pick sides afterwards. So UAH, what's your pick?
Pick Haven.
Haven. Okay, so start on Lotus, then go to Haven. Now we get another ban.
Ban Split.
Ban Split. Your ban UAH?
Ban Sunset.
Banning Sunset. Okay, so that leaves Ascent. This is why I've got the players up here to keep track for me. So Ascent will be our decider. UH, since you're Team B, you get to pick your side on the first map.
Pick Attack.
They will start on Attack. Charlotte, you pick your side on the second map.
Pick Attack.
They pick Attack, and then you can take your side on the decider.
Pick Defense.
Pick Defense. Okay, there you go. Once again, gentlemen, fist bump, take your seats. UAH versus Charlotte Esports up on the SEL main stage, looking to kick off their runs towards a trophy here at the end of Sunday off with a bang. But we have 2 Valorant big brains over in the caster booth prepared to get everything set for all the Valorant action we have today. Infernosis and Mick are over in the corner of the CTC exhibit hall. Guys, take it away.
Dallas, it feels like they can only really throw us so far out of the way. We're all the way in the back corner, but we're still ready to bring the action. Didn't get to do as much yesterday for us for the high school side of things. When Season 6 rolls around, though, we'll have more Valorant action for that side of things. But we're finally in for the real esport action. Valorant on stage, on deck, and we're ready to get this one underway. I'm really excited for this.
Most definitely are. I mean, considering what we're already working with, I mean, seeing obviously getting the bands up on stage, that was outstanding to be looking at, seeing players do it, even then understanding. I mean, when you're in the lobby, let's be real, over the course of the season, the players weren't exactly punctual when it comes around to the map bands. So having to do it live, having to get those raw reactions instead of saying, hey, we get 15 minutes to kind of collaborate and then get around to it, it's nice to know that we get a little bit more genuine picks coming through here, as you can already tell here on stream of what we're dealing with for the day.
I mean, Gray earlier for UAH, who was the one doing the bands for them, right? It was like 9:20. He goes, "What? We can't talk our way through the bands as a team as it's going down." I said, you've got an hour till we're probably going to get started. Yap now. We'll be doing the yapping later.
Right.
Get it out of the way and start breaking things down. Eventually they do, and I think the band phase went about as we expected. Sunset did get a little bit further than I expected. I did actually hope that would be the decider, but it's standard. Lotus, Haven, Ascent. It's still in the pool. It's just going to be the tried and true. That's why we're going to do show matches off of the stage and off of stream, and I'm not going to let them play any of these maps.
No, I mean, even then, we're going to be going, I mean, consider what we do have available. But, I mean, knowing that Lotus and Haven being those two selections, I do like to at least see teams every now and again throwing those kind of wrenches, go ahead and get that Ascent out early. Yeah. Even though I do feel like we are going to have the potential for Sunset riding out that long, I feel like there's potential for it to actually be picked through. But that's going to be something I think we probably see towards that BO5 because, I mean, the map pool is going to have to open up a little bit more. And if we do see more than likely, probably I would say the Icebox maybe come out if we're going to be looking for something a little more standard. But that's for tomorrow. Today is only going to be BO3, so you're probably going to see a repeat of this once more.
And just 2 BO3s, right? We start off the day here with Valorant, then we're going to do 3 best of 5s for Rocket League, and then we follow suit with more Valorant. So we're kind of sandwiching the day in terms of superior esport action. So we'll hopefully start off strong, end off strong, and then we'll turn into tomorrow with one more match of a BO3, and then we'll have that grand finale shortly afterwards. So plenty of Valorant action to be had, even though there's only 3 teams here for it. We're doing the best that we possibly can with them, and I know everyone is pumped to still continue to play. We're going to make sure that they still have fun off stage with their show matches as well. We'll get you guys updates about how those go in that final match for the day, because we did a mock draft. Tune into the State of the SCL broadcast. We did one just at the end of last night after the high school showcase, and they'll be all next split as well for the entire year with Blake and I doing so. And I think last night was a pretty fun one, having everyone from it was scuffed, but I mean, that's what State of the SCL is not a little bit scuffed, right? Especially the ones right before a LAN for the little podcast moment. But having all the players behind us, that was really awesome to feel like.
Live studio audience is what we were dealing with, and we have one of those today as well. But the issue is the reactions aren't queued. They're not signed. They're going to be just genuine reactions to what's going on. So we did have a sign earlier, you know, to stay hydrated. So, I mean, it's good to see that we have at least that. It's some good encouragement for the week. But seeing what's going on here today, knowing that I'm being on stage, I don't think we're going to see too much bickering and bantering between these two teams. I mean, I feel like the Charlotte and the Niners thing, that's going to be its own kind of separate league of what we're dealing with, because I feel like they're going to be a little comfortable. But that'll be fun to watch in its own right. Obviously, the little kind of exhibition match we're going to have off as well. But, I mean, here for stage, I mean, there's not going to be much, and that's kind of the biggest thing. It's going to make every single map count.
Yeah, I think in terms, I know Gray's made the joke they wanted to be the villain. They're the host team right here on UAH's campus. They want to be the villain. You got to be the villain not by being a mean person or like trash talking occasionally. You got to be the villain by upsetting against this team, right? Just win, and that will alone make you enough of a villain. And I think that's going to be kind of the priority focus right now overall for UAH to try to lock in here on Lotus. We know that the type of concept that they like to play and for their overall lineups for it, and then the change up on top for maybe how Charlotte are going to look to kind of break this down. CLT's pretty darn good when it comes to Lotus. I don't think there's going to be any and if or buts about it. They picked it first. This was theirs, and that's probably left it for UH going, ooh, this is one of our favorite maps. How do we follow that? And they went with Haven.
Yeah, and I mean, even then, looking at the Lotus, I mean, we've seen this team over the course of time. I mean, just go ahead and look to really kind of put themselves on the map when it comes around to Lotus. I mean, over and over again, it's been something that we just haven't really seen. Even more so, we talk about especially UAH and what they do on this map better yet. And you can already see a hunch of that, at least with the double Sentinel. We don't see 3 of them. We don't even see a duelist, though. We see a double Initiator, double Sentinel, and a controller, which I do love to see because, I mean, knowing that this map is so clustered, it's so small, and and the only entryway that you actually need a duelist from is going into that A lane. Everything else, I mean, basically you just spit, and your spit will land on site. That's how close it is from that spawn. So you don't really need all that entry. So long as you just have utility and you have enough to at least flood that site, is going to be there. But the Sova is the one that intrigues me, because typically you'd see like a Gecko, you'd look for something that kind of can actually get that nitty-gritty, make things a little more complicated. But I think it's a big adjustment for teams, because one thing we haven't mentioned today, which, I mean, we did during the state of the SEL, is the adjustments from teams, because, well, Tejo is now dead. So that's going to be one thing in its own right that we're going to see adjustments for today. I would like to still see him and see somebody still be like, he's useful, he's there, but I just think it's too big of a difference, too drastic of a change right now for teams to really even want to do that.
Yeah, I think Teo's in this really weird spot where they have to hit him really hard and make it feel impactful, but at the same time, you hit him too hard too quickly, and then it's going to make events like this where it's like right at the end, you know, LAN, sign of state, and it's going to kind of throw them into the ringer for things. And for how much value you typically had for Teo for this map, holding off towards C, sitting back a mound, staying safe already, and being able to play long range for default plans on corner for Valk. You could do even default F in corner for just standard play in Cubby, and your Teo could sit back and just wait to salvo that out. That's not really as much of an applicable option anymore, especially with it not being able to recharge. Only a single one goes out at a time. You're likely to see a little bit more in terms of players committing a little bit more frequently for those, but you're not going to have the option because there's just no Teo for this one. It will be a first blood, though, for Ruda off towards Fly. Who else but Ruda, it feels like. We'll see for this. And this is going to be a pretty hard one to come back from. It's pistol, though, and you have to see the dedication for UH go in as Ruda gets 2, actually. Let's make it 3, why don't we?
I mean, that's how it goes. Going ahead, being over towards that pillar, everybody go ahead and find all the knocks, and there you go, a 4th one on the board as well there. So, I mean, a nice way to go ahead and start getting that overcharge, ready to roll, find yourself that ultimate to play with when it comes around to round number 3, but I doubt we're going to be looking at another 4K moving forward, at least inside this round. He could prove me wrong and have that ultimate for number 5 with that guard in hand, but I think after that last round, you would think UAH learned that we don't have the weaponry or the range now to really match up against them on the A lane, so maybe you go somewhere else. But even then, I am going to be keeping my eyes, not specifically on Trapman, just more so on that selection and trying to warrant this pick in general, because keep in mind, Gecko was a very, very potent pick on this map before the Tejo started coming to play there. And I'm genuinely shocked we just didn't revert that decision, just kind of move back one just to kind of feel a little more comfortable. But speaking of Ruda and being comfortable, he is not in a good spot there. Trapman, the Sova. The utility isn't really doing much, but the gun inside his hand most definitely is.
What a crazy move in for Trapman. First off, they had gotten them with the tether for the barrier, the mesh, and so Rudy was kind of stuck. They had the audio cue that it did, in fact, ensnare them. So then you try to close into that gap as much as possible if you're UAH. Not only do you get 1 kill after Rudy was not expecting the angle to be swung there, but you find one immediately afterwards from Trapman. Classic comes out huge, and you now have a major player advantage. Charlotte has to second guess if it's really worth now stepping into 2 weapons that were their own, and if it's worth trying to go back from this 3v5. And when you top it all off by having this barrier or place, by having the deadlock, it's that much more of an insurmountable wall in front of you. And everyone has to come from the exact same angle. One more attempt there for the barrier. You're stuck here if you're Trapman, but you want to be here in the first place. Classic in hand. Sif will dice you up there with the Guardian straight through short box, but Sif has no real ability to step back through. Sound alarm goes off. You got to step away. This will be UAH dying, but they don't really mind this. They didn't come in with anything. This is just a huge upset for round 2.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not too much guns actually acquiesce, and even more so they could have carried on a couple of those Guardians, especially the one that was dropped by Ruda back towards that A lane. But I mean, still, not really worrying about that too much because they want to go for the purchase in this round and going ahead and dying through that process, getting those extra, extra couple hundred. It's not much, as you can tell, but still it's enough to give them a bit more insurance, seeing that they do have the creds inside of their inventory right now to be playing with. So it's going to be a big thing to go ahead and find themselves with one more round to be working with. I mean, especially when you see the kind of setups. Now they actually have those guns to be playing towards the A lane, and that's kind of the crazy thing is, as I mentioned earlier, they didn't have the weaponry for that last round to be doing it. Well, I'm surprised that Ruda wasn't playing a little bit more back and understand the weapon strengths and kind of playing towards those ranges that your guns want to be in, rather than just getting more aggressive. I mean, a curveball is going to be great, but last thing you want is for that to go ahead and falter and give them a one to work with.
Sif taking a little bit of damage off on the rip and also dishing some out. Trentman's down to 20 HP, but they're collecting that ult orb off towards C-Mount, and then now 1 pip away from having the Hunter's Fury online. And with a couple shock darts to clear out any defender utility that would be in play for Charlotte's defense, it should be a fairly easy avenue of approach for the rest of UAH. It's just going to come down to how much momentum can you gain off the back of this offense coming through without a duelist, and there's just nothing.
like dominoes.
Since the first blood to strike for Trapman, nobody else stood a chance, and it's UAH's offense just getting to the gate to see, and it just being shut down instantly, man.
I mean, seeing these guys line up like dominoes is making me hungry for some pizza. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. Whenever you're swinging into the C site, you're just looking to the edge, you're getting yourselves right up together, expecting to be winning these fights, and we almost saw it again on the side of Charlotte this time, though, oddly enough. But regardless, they end up winning the round, and seeing this back and forth, it's just funny enough to see that every single time we feel like a team has a lead in some regard when it comes down to the inventory, the round doesn't actually find a result kind of coinciding with that. So we're going to see possibly this should be the first round we feel like things really start getting into a groove.
Usually.
With an eco, you know, the sheriffs and kind of what's going to be there on the board. I mean, you can just tell by the economy in general what's happening. But, who knows? Maybe they go A again, and maybe they find themselves some free picks on Ruta up early. But I don't think that's going to be the case here because Ruta would have already met them there. So clearly it's somewhere else.
I think for UH as well, knowing that they don't have a duelist to close that gap, they either have to move very fast, relying on Empyrean here with the Shrouded Step to get into its back, which is a common strat for a lot of teams.
Right.
But the other option would be to go direct towards B, where you need that duelist. Pichu's the first blood, taking down Empyrean,
First
and
three.
2 more as well. Why don't you tally all of them up to you and get that Viper's Pit online that much quicker? Low on HP is Gray, hiding within the smoke, paranoid out as well. Short-sighted, it is flawless for Charlotte to get their 3rd round win.
Yeah, we're back on track here, able to go ahead and get ourselves a round win when it's expected to be there. But even more so, capitalizing on the fact that last round, making sure you find yourself 2 in a row. So getting a win streak to play with, give yourself a little bit of a lead, not much in the big scheme of things, but you don't have too much to really kind of drag that thing in and really just dig it down because already, speaking of ultimates, I mean, everybody's relatively even on the board when it comes around to how much they've been pitching in. I mean, keep in mind here, Pichu only 3 off from that ultimate. Ruta's still 2 off. Civ 5, I mean, everybody's relatively even there in that regard, but the only thing is UAH, as you can tell, is they've been investing these ultimate pips into Trapman to make sure to have that Hunter's Fury. So where's that post plant? Where is that spike going to be planted? Where is that Hunter's Fury going to be taking effect? Well, clearly they want it over towards A, but if they kill everybody in the process, they don't even really need to use it.
Yeah, Pichu does get a quick refrag back, but in the same fell swoop, UAH found 1 more on top. So an even trade for the second engagement, but with the first blood going their way, UAH can try to ride that high as they start to get some momentum off towards an opposing site. They were coiled up towards A. They've taken a couple steps back, meandered now more towards B, and with the initial control and zone that's been taken here from Sambot, you'd like to see them actually attempt to go in here, but even if they don't and they take this swing, have Fly peek this here, Sif waiting with loving arms, the team can just go ahead and lay down a smoke if necessary and rotate over towards door switch and head towards C instead. So the option is there, especially with Sambot having already crossed to this point. They've been so non-committal towards it. I don't like to see the complacency, and there's no chance for the refrag towards Sif. And the rest of the 2 teams are going to have to either peek somebody or nobody. Trapman does get a good frag off towards Sif to refrag, but Sambot already crossed, and they were left alone, and look what happens. It's a 2 for 2.
Pichu is terrifying on these trades. I mean, this guy has strung together kills every single round so far, it feels like. I'm surprised that Viper's Pit isn't available to work with so far, because it feels like every single time this guy's coming from a different angle where he just manages to get something, and that's all you need is literally something, and every single time it's just there. So we're going to see whether or not that actually culminates into something whenever you're looking for this retake, having a swing and all these picks, already going ahead and heating up on the shot. So what are you doing? You're waiting. You're trying to play this together. You're trying to clear one by one and make sure you put things together. You go ahead and give the comms. You let C's know, hey, he's right there to your left, and just play for the trade, get the kills, get the ult, and get the round. Better yet, as we see Charlotte get themselves a fort to be working with so far, really just driving things in. Obviously, economy's still in their hands, so I mean, we're just going to be seeing a repeat of, well, probably round number 3 by the end of this.
And keep in mind, UAH have been known to slow start for the map of Lotus, right? But the thing with them and the way that they played that 3 Sentinel selection previously was they actually thrived on offense. And so seeing them struggle through these first 5 is not the best look for them overall for their consistency's sake, but they are playing with a sub in comparison to what they used to have.
Right.
So there could be some major differences. Also why we're not seeing them go for that triple Sentinel lineup, right? Talking to their sub, stepping into this morning, they parked their really nice car right next to my car, and I feel like really have to, this whole parking lot right next to me, really.
That's Huntsville.
That's Huntsville, baby. But at the same time, I asked them, how long and how much prep work have you done alongside the team? They said, we played for the first time together yesterday. So they aren't outright ready with the same selection they would have, but for a map like Lotus, you'd really hope that they could flesh into the system very well. And I'm making that big change for Gray specifically, because Teo's obviously not going to be in play. They're used to playing the Sage instead. It's a formula that has to be adjusted upon.
Yeah, it's definitely something that, I mean, I feel like in terms of adjustments, it's a map that isn't too stressful to the big scheme of things, but I mean, it's one to where obviously it's kind of that stressor, especially something like Ascent, where if you're trying to put yourself into that mold in some regard going forward, that too much. I mean, a round like this, you're going to be stressing out what you can really manage to find in the process because of the guns that you're up against, but I mean, with 4 players remaining, it's better than the last eco we saw from UAH. They at least knocked 1 player down, which was Fuzzy in that process. But with him getting more aggressive than we've seen through the entirety of this, I mean, the guy only had 3 deaths up until that point. Finally found a 4th, but got 2 kills in exchange in the process. He's been very active inside the assists, even more so, literally getting more assists in the entirety of UAH combined. It's to be expected. So looking at what we're dealing with here, this is where things really start getting dirty because you do see all these ultimates not coming up on the board. Everybody's found themselves with kills. Everybody's found themselves with deaths. And then more importantly, funny enough, UAH hasn't found themselves another ultimate in the top of what they already got in terms of the players because, well, that 2 to 3, we're expecting with those ticks, they have something a little bit more. But we're ready to get 1 more kill. This is the guy that needs it, somebody else, because him being that first contact as a Sentinel, a little questionable, but still a manageable possibility as Trapman gets close to getting another.
So I'd say they've been working so hard to get Trapman that ultimate early and weren't really taking advantage of it. UAH overall for their agent selection, the ultimates were cheaper across the board for the most part than all of what Charlotte bringing to the table. 2 players that need 9 pips to go for. No one for UAH having to worry about that, right? So they're playing this kind of like round 5, round 6 idea and trying to take advantage of that quicker than Charlotte can, and they didn't, which now turns into this glaring issue. You have to create the perfect opportunity instead of waiting for it. Gray, though, will be the 2nd player once again alongside their first frag in this round. This one now off towards C's. What a flick by Fuzzy, though. And Trapman will try to stick through this plant. Will succeed in doing so, which is good for Trapman. But it's Fuzzy from back of sight, dicing up everybody. Now 3 in total, and no one remaining for UAH.
Yeah, I told you. I mean, if you heard say to the SEL, this is the guy I alluded to, but I didn't want to cast her curse because in situations like that, if I talked about it any more than I did, he misses immediately. Every single player, that first flick, it is going off to Jesus himself.
Look at this.
It's just insane to see that. I mean, once again, we're seeing these lockdowns. We're seeing these players coming to form and function because Fuzzy, as I said, a bit of a slow start, kind of the assist king for the morning, but there it is. Woke up. It's a bit of an ammonia, a bit of a smell and salt moment where he's now in the game.
My goodness, the flicks are pristine. And Fuzzy is showing out to start things off. A little bit slow for him initially, but the whole team, I think, is finding the groove right now for Charlotte. And their scoreline obviously has the head of the competition. No dark cover laid out here for Charlotte on the counter, off towards the approach into C Mound. Just a lot of utility and a lot of gun barraging being sent through to trace out for UAH in their approach off towards Mound. Rose Garden does go out in an attempt to try to remove any of the weapons in the hands of Charlotte. They don't have a Vice, so that's not something available to them. And it's UAH trying to claw back as much momentum as possible to free up sight.
Yeah, that's going to be the funny thing about this. You see all these investments, and even in the Nightfall, the Steel Guard, and all that stuff. That's where it gets to the point where Charlotte says, okay, now that you guys have used literally everything you have, and you have Spike down, it's our turn. So let's go ahead, throw down the lockdown, throw down the rest of this stuff. Y'all are going to try to push the lockdown. That's not going to work out all that well because, well, you don't have too many players who may not actually get the job done here. But Trapman, while a darn good effort, close but no cigar because it's one singular player. It is that one last man making that trade, the 1 for 2 there, to go ahead and get that job done to give Charlotte themselves one more to be playing with as they move into, well, a 7-1 stance. So, I mean, they have guaranteed themselves an advantage by the end of this half. It's a good look for them being on that defense, not even really having to stretch their strengths on the field. This map is too much. I mean, because keep in mind, Ruda hasn't really had that first contact too much. Being that duelist, we haven't seen Fuzzy kind of roaming around the map, kind of doing that solo, just instigator kind of role that we see. And, I mean, everybody's just kind of been sitting on site, waiting for these retakes and just playing those trades almost immaculately.
Now, 8 rounds in, UAH have been able to plant in half of these rounds. Their offense has been effective in getting in towards site only 50% of the time, and all but one of those were defused by Charlotte. And you can barely count the first one from UAH in the round that it came through. The big recovery in round 2 that kind of shocked out. Since then, it has been very silent. And they're winning, for the most part, it feels like, in the first blood department. Every first blood that has come out for the side of Charlotte has been very split. Sif, Ruda, Pichu, C's, each getting one. 4 first deaths for Ruda. They make sure Ruda is the one contending against UAH every single time. and yet we always see it could just capitulate so far out of UAH's control. Civ in the back of sight now, hiding behind a barrier orb, trap man deep in, count out there by that haunt, so they know where they are, and they're going to go for this plant and really have no way to deny this. Seas, though, gets a swing from bottom drop, not only finding Empyrean, but a second for Grey, because no one's contesting, it's free.
Yeah, I mean, you get no real setup back there towards that tree, even in look. You got that roundabout coming in from Sandbot, but it's just not really going to be enough. You're not even there contesting the spike, and you got so many players. If you actually want to be pushing that drop there, I mean, keep in mind, you got a deadlock wall there set by your team that's going to go ahead and inhibit you from actually contesting that spike once more. So, I mean, clearly, off the back of those initial kills, Seas towards that back of drop, able to go ahead and hold down that lane, not really let too much actual, player activity be taking place there. It just becomes a bigger and bigger mountain of problems there from UAH, where, I mean, it worked for them during round number 2. That's where that plant went down. That's where that post plant was held. But, I mean, keep in mind, you also removed more than half the team before you even got on the site to let you know you had that space available to you. It's a bit of a wild card in a situation like that, especially when you don't have those guns once more, and it has to be a little more of a desperate attempt, which clearly doesn't work out as well.
I would like to see maybe Empyrean be a little bit more aggressive. A lot of times when you see an Omen on the map like Lotus, when you're talking about a team that has a duelist alongside them, the Raze can boost pack through, but if you don't play the Raze, play something like a Neon, you'll see Fuzzy likely in that second half if they hit towards Seaside, and they've done that now 3 times for UAH's offense. They Shrouded Step just behind Box, and the Neon slides through close on Waterfall. I'd like to see Empyrean kind of doing the same thing. They're really the only person there that has the ability to close the gap, but they just haven't had the chance to do so, and they're really uncomfortable with that Seaside. And you can see that there. Fuzzy gets the first blood. Down goes your Fade, your lingering player for UAH. What can you do past that? Well, the attempts to try to go towards A, where Pichu has that link door on lockdown with a crossfire from Sif. Everyone falls to the wayside.
Yeah, pushing up towards spawn, just letting the problems come to them. It's one of those rounds where you look for a bit of a curveball, and there it is, Charlotte providing it first. Being up to bat, and better yet, also just nailing the hit as well. So, I mean, good hits on them. I mean, deceiving them more, so just really driving in what they know and what they got. Seeing the ultimates available to them. I mean, there is, keep in mind, 2 more rounds available, and they have 4 ultimates to be playing with.
Yeah.
Root is clearly just more of those, so there for an eco or kind of just an extra slide, if anything. And I mean, with everybody else, I mean, keep in mind, Viper's Pit, that's going to be so kind of in that next round when they know and they see the economy for something like this. They're not going to be stressing locking down that map too much. They're going to look for some early contention maybe. Just if anything, we're going to see the guy push up closer. But even
double
still,
stack outlaw?
insane. Yeah, I mean, when you got that kind of money, man, keep in mind there's only 2 rounds. And look at Sif. Guy still has 8,600. So it's that whole thing where you got the money, don't burn it on it off, but definitely treat yourself a little bit.
I've been seeing so many more outlaws on a consistent level in collegiate for top teams, for big programs. And it's panning out. It's paying dividends. Root, though, now using the overdrive. You have the ultimate miles to use it for its last round. 3 very quickly, immediately afterwards. And the overdrive has been hit pretty hard in terms of longevity for its use. But if you're getting these kills and you're already deep within space, which Root obviously was hunting really hard for map control, you're gonna find a lot of success off the back of that one. And you're now sitting 12-4, 13-2 for Pichu. Sif is 12-2. Yes, Fuzzy and Seas are dying a little bit more often, 5 and compared to the 3. But everyone for UAH is really struggling to find their comfort zone. I mean, Fly has died first now 4 times, and that means you're losing out on this Fade and Initiator, which would be super valuable for getting more intel. They never get in a spot to even find it.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, even in that last round, I mean, Charlotte is just understanding the situation. They're not over-aggressive. They're not going kind of crazy.
Is that an operate on offense?
Yeah, they're limiting themselves in some degree. They are staying disciplined, which is really nice to see from this team. I mean, even in that last one, you're saying, when is really going to go ahead and be popping that overdrive? And we saw it in that last round because it's saying, why not? If there's a body to throw on the line, he's already there. He's already sacrificing it. Might as well try to give yourself a little bit more of an edge to really just drive that thing home. So. Good reads on them. I'm surprised the Viper's Pit hasn't been popped at least inside this cubby. But, I mean, Pichu, we've seen this guy absolutely frag out. So, I mean, what's really the need? You make the calls, you know the player's there, you make the swing, and you give yourself 1 more round that you're working with. This is a slaughter, at least on UAH's side, but a masterclass coming out from Charlotte of what they can really do on this map, considering that what we've seen from this team the entire season, this one was to be relatively expected.
Now, again, with no duelist on the option for UH on the offense, a lot of it was going to come down to what their site breakdown was going to be. A single attempt on B site. I don't think they attempted C site nearly enough. They have agents
like 2
with utility.
there.
3. That is it. You have utility that's really strong at clearing out C site. You have a Vice Thorn that can flush them away from back of site and keep them back towards defender spawn. You have Haunt and a Prowler to get through to Waterfall. You have a Shock Dart, something that's not typically played. So if there's a Sentinel online for Charlotte, that's utility that can be cleared out by a Shock Dart. And for Nano Swarms and Alarm Bots, that's exceptionally valuable. They just never felt comfortable testing C. So instead, let's go to the loving long line of sight towards A, where who else but Pichu every single time? You went there 8 times in this half, and none of them panned out for you, and you were only able to get 5 total plants for the entire half. It's a hard start for UAH to be in. An 11-1 score line, that's to be expected when Charlotte are fine on the cylinders. The C's does get first blood, but little to no impact afterwards now.
I mean, even then, I mentioned it during the agent selection, during the loading screen, mentioning kind of how things were going to kind of really be chalked up here for UAH, showing that, you know, you're going to a long line of sight. You don't have a duelist to be clearing all that space initially. And I understand in some regard where you say, okay, doing it so many times is like a bit of a surprise, but whenever you start doing it so much, even when it's not working, it's less a surprise, more of stubbornness of when are you saying, okay, we got to make this work, but at what cost do you have to make this work? So with Pichu still being alive, we don't know whether, you know, this round's going to go in UH's favor or Charlotte's, because I mean, we've seen this guy get 4Ks at least in 2 other rounds at this point, so who really knows? But with the spike in hand, he could go literally anywhere or do anything. But the classic in hand is really the biggest limiter I want to say he has.
Yeah, there's still weapons kind of strewn about, but there's no real comfort zone. And they know exactly where they're going to have to head in towards. It's going to be the A site. 2 players stacked up top of stairs. They've got themselves a height variation to work with. Pichu's going to clear out drop. So not too far away, but I think overall for Charlotte and for Pichu, it's just trying to get in the last second to either test out this plant,
10 seconds left.
get a little bit of extra credits for the remaining rounds, and see how much they can demoralize UAH, and see if Pichu can, in fact, go absolutely crazy. Toxic Screen can also really help out.
This is scary, yeah. I mean, because, I mean, you're just waiting for these walls. You're waiting to kind of get in more of a close-range situation where these right clicks can just find those free kills. You know, just 1, 2, 3. So long as you're close enough, that's a free just drop every single time you click your mouse. But thing is, it seems like UH was a little bit aware of that, very cautious of that wall, don't want to get too close. And even then, I mean, looking at Sandball with that 25 armor in hand, you don't want to be kind of losing all that for no reason, knowing that classic could literally just be a guillotine for you whenever you get close enough. So well read there by UAH, a nice little play to get themselves another round on the board for the first one on this half, the first pistol round just in general, but they still have a long road ahead of them if they want to be relevant inside of this matchup. So we're going to be seeing a bit of a scatter buy on their end, not really investing too much for the rounds afterwards, which to me is a little bit scary because I think you kind of want to force up whatever you got. I mean, look at Sambot with that extra 1,000 credits now being invested in, going somewhere. That's a lot of utility being purchased up there, but the Spectre's going to be a nice caveat. But issue is on that defense, you don't know if it's actually going to be used because, well, they got to come to your direction.
Attempts now. Paper mache walls. That's what Lotus kind of turns into for a lot of defending teams. You can see the Ares being attempted to get some damage dealt out here towards Fuzzy. And while they have tucked away into a somewhat safe position now, the player close to door switch, and UAH are going to have to either very quickly fall back away from Tree if necessary, or make the decision to hold strong and just fire through here now towards back behind Rubble, where Ruda is now taking a major lick of damage as well. So one player 86, one player 72, little bit on top, and for a round where you only have sheriffs and pistols, that's a lot of instant value that could conceivably be there for UH, for the cleanup crew, these stingers that are here up close to kind of finish that job. But when you've got 3 players now primed outside of B main, 2 close to Link door, one has gotten into Tree just on the edge by Ultorb, the other one right at door and connector for Link. It's going to come down to the battle for the 2 players on site actively, that being Gray and Empyrean, and Gray's the first strike with some assistance from Empyrean.
I mean, understandably so. I mean, when you look at these kind of setups and when you're swinging on the B side, you're seeing, I mean, obviously you want these sheriffs to be within their ideal range. You don't want to be going for this A side. You don't want to be going for these crazy pushes. You want to be finding some relative exchanges. I mean, these are some good ones coming out from Charlotte so far to at least make themselves irrelevant and knock a couple of these guns out. I'm just surprised we didn't see a flex more so over towards that C side. Start trying to push and kind of take a bit of an attendance, as I like to say, during those earlier rounds. Kind of understand what the defaults look like. Try to get a read of where these players on this defense may be sitting, and even more so if you would have seen, obviously, you know, the Sova's now over towards that B. You had 2 players on B. You had Sova over towards A. I mean, where's everyone else? Well, you had a pistol round to go ahead and at least factor in those last 2, so you know where that buy should be, you know where that fade should possibly be. But Now with the guns in hand, this is when you're actually going to go ahead and be double checking that. And this is kind of that force where you want them to get complacent. You want them to kind of stay in those default spots, not adjust too much. Because once you get these full guns to work with and this full util kit, you just want to be rushing it down and just flooding whatever you can where there's the least amount of players.
Double attempt for UAH to stall that. Vice Thorns placed on ground to try to keep Ruda honest, make sure they can't move. Tombo that in with the tendrils and the tether coming out from your fade. Ruda will still manage to get up towards top of back of sight and deal with the Vice there of Sambot. Good solid frag to try to open things up for the team, but past that point, UAH are at least able to hold strong, and it's going to come down to this default on where these players are positioned. Is this planted up in corner? Yes, it is, just short of box. You will now see that if you're gray. You'll call out to your team, hey, this is a mound hold. It's just a question, are all three that are still remaining for Charlotte on mound, or do they have one up close and personal? And if you can get a single kill here, maybe two if you're Pichu, you've completely usurped UAH's chances on the retake.
Right.
Fly will take a drop to try to flank back around. They've already moved away. You've spotted the head now of Empyrean. Shots to connect, and Pichu does it. Close up with a Sheriff. Maybe something to cook for Fly, but C shuts that down after losing Sif, and it will be a match point already now for Charlotte.
Yeah, I mean, obviously good sense here from Charlotte, seeing what they're doing. I mean, able to build that momentum, but especially feel themselves and make it a definitive point here for the first map of the entire day, or the entire weekend, better yet. Showing them, I mean, that they do not need much of a warm-up, and even if they were struggling, there's a team that can still struggle more.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they are putting themselves in at least a good middle of the pack, no matter what, after a round like this, or a map like this, better yet. So, seeing number 2 going to be underway here relatively soon. Or, I mean, could obviously be drawn out. But, I mean, you can only expect the UEH. They only got so much in the tank. It's going to be a long day. And if you go ahead and at least try to make this an attempted comeback, it's going to be much, much longer, especially if you end up losing after all of it.
Not only has the first kill department been so heavily in favor for Charlotte, the deaths for their side have all been Ruda bar one. All been Ruda bar one, and that was once off towards Pichu. And that was in round 14. Otherwise, it has been Ruda dying first every time. And you say every time, it's only been 4 times prior to that. So it has been a UAH strugglesome start at the start of all these rounds, right? They can't get the ball rolling early, and Charlotte are getting the intel visually, and they're able to act on that information a whole lot faster. The game's not done. UAH are holding strong. Trapman in towards back of sight, clears away one, tries to fall back now, and has the chance to sit on the other side of Hut, worming their way forward alongside Empyrean. Trapman does get a little overzealous, not watching that crossfire where Pichu not only deals with Trapman, but Empyrean. Why are you swinging this? No reason to try to contest this Viper here, and you've acquiesced that man advantage, and you've now forced Sambot to rotate to top of stairs and take an angle that you usually would not like to see this player go in towards. And we're back into that 2v2. Low HP for Civ, not really required when you can hit a headshot with a Spectre at that distance. That's gray to take the odds back into UAH's favor, and a 4th round possibly in the docket, but sees as the full ability rotate off towards the opposing site and get this spike down.
The funny thing is seeing that every single time somehow whenever UAH knock out down the majority of these players and put them in a situation where it's a 1vx, Charlotte always managed to have that spike player alive. It almost feels like they know and understand the priority of the players and the kind of the stances and responsibilities they have, and always manage to make sure that that spike carrier is safe in some regard, to where no matter what, to protect the president situation, they're always the last one standing. So it's kind of one of those passive things where in the big scheme of things, obviously you're just looking at kills, you're not really noticing too much, but right now in these kind of scenarios, it's over and over and over again where it's just really close, and you say, you know, that's a funny little memo to just kind of bring up, that it's just subconscious almost possibly to these teams. That's another good thing and another development for theirs. That's just kind of deserves some accolade of some kind. So, I mean, UAH, though, getting one of their own. An accolade is keeping the game alive, keeping this thing rolling. They have the 2 Vandals to bring over to the next one. They have that Deadlock Annihilation to be playing with. So, I mean, there is something to kind of go ahead and give you a little bit more of an edge in a round like this. But when you look at Charlotte and what they're dealing with, I mean, the 2 ultimates of their own, the economy isn't really there, so you're not really stressing it too much. So UAH know that they can breathe in once more before they take another deep breath out.
I think the priority focus right now is going to be to try to make sure you get this Vice ultimate online for Sambot. This round a little bit less, right? Because you're likely assuming there's going to be an eco round coming out from Charlotte, which that is the case. But coming into the next round, I think we see the Nightfall come out with a rush towards Suicide. That would be a great counter with the Rose Garden. Strip those weapons out of their hands. That means you have to kind of fight for these ult orbs in this round here. Trapman, though, goes for a very early peek, does deal with Sif. You do lose out on the ult orb because Ruda kind of goes for a cheeky rush for it, and with the ult orb collected, can overdrive to deal with Trapman Trapman now using the fast lane to try to cut off sight lines towards back of sight. This is the Nightfall. They want to go forward, but Sambot holds strong and now can go for one more, fully tallying up the ultimate, but Fuzzy, by the way, that's a free gun for those of you that don't know. That close and personal, don't want to test the limits, but the classic overcomes all obstacles. Gray will use the Annihilation, strips away one, and Fly swings to get the second. Maybe you can drop Fuzzy out of this one, but I don't think there's any chance to save them if you're Pichu, and they're aware of that. And they're tethered as well from the net that gets sent, and you'll be haunted on top. There's just so much utility being sent your way, and an Odin to barrage through the dark cover. It's UAH now having 5.
Yeah, not a very big investment coming up from UAH there. I mean, especially considering what they had. I mean, look at the Annihilation, the other ultimates that are going to be coming up off the back of it. It's worth making those exchanges, and Charlotte even more so using it overdrives. I mean, everybody was relatively conservative during that round. It's as hectic as it may be and as tense as the stakes are for UAH in that situation, it's still very tame in the big scheme of things, which is good looking at this kind of, you know, long drawn-out process that is this comeback for UAH that they want to kind of keep maintaining and keep on rolling about. So I think honestly when you look at what was being done there, clearly, I mean, Ruda and Fuzzy kind of giving that little illusion and knowing that bit of safety where even then you see what was going on there, saying, okay, maybe it's only a singular player, maybe it's only Ruda. At that point, it's not. Fuzzy also can cross over that wall, can also provide that assistance and make sure something is done. So it's those kind of layers that Charlotte's providing that UAH has to start understanding on this defense. And having that double sentinel, I think this is a point where they can really start to do that. It just comes down to whether or not, thankfully, Trapman, not really having as much of a presence in terms of utility as the guy pops a Hunter's Fury. It's almost like you can't even pay for this kind of timing. Is able to at least hit those shots enough. His shots have been outstanding on the day, and that's what you need from Masova to at least kind of compensate for something in that regard.
I would have liked to see that used with a full confirmation that there was players off towards B and inside B main instead of crossfire from that door side. We just don't get a whole lot of value defensively from that Hunter's Fury. The Viper's Pit's now out for Charlotte, and they have a quick step in towards A side. And the Nightfall sent back the other way. UAH trying to make sure they keep them honest. That's Fly now in towards drop. Sif want to clear out towards backside of Hut. One player on the opposing end. This is a non-standard plant. This is planted so that you can hold within the Viper's Pit, but Fuzzy has to hold that one direct to ensure that they have a player there. Root from up above, trying to contest. Gets the refrag off from Fly, taking down Fuzzy. One more player top of rope. Pichu with only a classic, and they'll take down Sambot, and it's a 4-on-2. What could you possibly do? You use the Rose Garden. You try to strip the weapons from their hands. And in the same fell swoop, Ruda and Pichu take down the final 2. And it's 13-5 for UAH, taking the loss on map 1 in home territory.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely running through when it comes around to the first half. The second one, obviously, UAH, and then being on that defense, having all those Sentinels at their disposal. You're expecting a bit more stability. You're expecting teams to kind of iron out a little bit more. You're expecting a couple rounds. And honestly, it's unfortunate to see that we didn't see that during that first half. I mean, obviously, when you see the selection, you know that UAH, they were just saying, okay, we want to attack first. We want to have that element of surprise. We want to have that strong start just to give us a little bit of leniency to survive towards that defensive half.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Charlotte came out swinging just a little bit harder, and it's like, man, they got hands. I mean, their flight was delayed 2 times yesterday.
They came in with a vengeance.
Ticked.
Yeah, they're upset, peeved, right? I think there's something in the back of their mind like, we want to get this over. We want to try to get in these games because we got a show match against ourselves, kind of.
I mean, even then, if the LAN ends early, the flights may be delayed back. So we're just trying to get there on time. That's kind of what this is, probably.
There's plenty of things to do in Huntsville as well. If they can get it done early, there's activities to go out and about here for the city. There's plenty of things. And we'll talk to them as well because I would love to coordinate with them. Like how the Rocket League casters were able to do last splits or last LAN for Season 4, and we didn't have the chance to do because we had to set up everything on that Saturday. This is another great thing about doing Saturday and Sunday for Valorant and Rocket League. I'll never let that go. Would have been really cool. But I digress. This was a pretty darn good showcase. And keep in mind, UAH are playing with a sub, and their typical strategy of rocking 3 Sentinels is a very difficult composition. And it is unbelievably impressive the way that they were able to play that comp and the success that they found on that comp with the players that they have, because they're not out here bragging that they've got this insane upper echelon roster. They have hardened up their bootstraps and pulled through in ridiculously difficult series and pulled things out. And this is just not something that's possible with a sub who's not used to this kind of strategy, not used to that meta or that idea for agent selection. You can't fit them into that system. It's just the ecosystem will not function. So they have to make changes, and look at how those changes panned out. You could tell they were a little uncomfortable. Obviously, Teo not being able to be played. They didn't usually play that anyways, but they went in and played the Sage, which is super valuable for Gray on the offense of all things, to use that Barrier Orb to create space and cut off sightlines. That would have been really good towards C, which I think is another reason why we only saw them go to C site 3 times on their attack. They were missing major pieces to their formula, and when you don't have the ending result you want, you try to find the beginning pieces to get there, to get that addition working, and it felt like they were just doing subtraction instead.
And even then for UH, I think a big thing about this is obviously trying to go ahead and feel things out. I mean, it's at the situation where you got no one to hold them, no one to fold them. And that A site should have been folded a lot more times. I think they genuinely should have taken that somewhere else. So it's that whole thing where I understand the aspect. I understand you're trying to really just kind of beat things in for that sub and for those kind of placements. And not only just in the agent selection, but just a general big scheme of, like, your positions. Because, I mean, as I say, I got different roles. I mean, I'm talking about, like, Fuzzy being an instigator, Ruta being a first contact as a duelist. Like, having different actual names of titles and responsibilities than what your role entails, because that's how the teams make those adjustments, how they have those identities given to them. So I think clearly UAH is just trying to figure those things out. And honestly, if they just go ahead and feel a little bit more comfortable, spreading the entire map and feeling comfortable here with Haven being their selection, this should be the point where we actually get to see that.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, though, in between Map 1 and Map 2, so don't go anywhere. We'll talk a little bit more as we get into Map 2, but we're going to give those players that are up on stage now a little bit more of a chance to talk things through. For UAH, you're probably pretty thankful. Right. We talk a lot about how home advantage works in football and how important that is. This is as home as it gets for UAH, and they don't want to be the first team on stage on this Saturday for this LAN and get knocked out in a 2-0 fashion. At least make this a lot more difficult coming over to now their map pick of Haven for our second map of this series. Stay tuned for it. Let's see how it goes. Map 1, scoreline, not exactly where UAH wanted it, right? I think that's the
Obviously.
general consensus we can come across.
I mean, if they were the 13, I think they'd be fine with that.
They'd be fine with that, but they weren't. They were the 5, right?
Yeah.
This wasn't the best look for them, right? And there was some saving graces to the start of the second half, but overall, it was too big of a hill to climb out of at the end of the first half. So
Right.
they need to try to get the ball rolling a little bit sooner and try to get the cohesive mesh of the team
Right.
together and get that formula working. And hopefully their map pick now of Haven will be a good chance for them to do so. But I had the question, with Teo now being nerfed, what does Gray fill in for this map? Because they pretty much revolved around the Teo pick for this map, like a lot of teams have, right? So how does Haven turn out for them? Because they were the first team actually ever in the SCL to bring a Teo, and it was on this map of Haven. They were the innovators for the SCL, bringing Teo out a week after he was released. And it was in the Winter Showdown showcase where we were first testing out VMix and everything, right? They were the first team. And I got onto Gray for like 2 hours after that entire show. I was like, you're using Teo wrong. You like, they didn't even realize it's suppressed with the drone. Like, it's not just there for information. They were hardly ever using it. Now you have to find another way to gather that intel, and you're going to be falling back into the Sova style of play, which I don't think UAH are that used to. We saw Trapman attempting that on that first map, and I don't know. I wasn't super sold by the idea.
It's never worked for Lotus.
Yeah.
Let's be real. I mean, we've always had the Fade kind of play there in that role. We've had the Gecko in that kind of role. We've had those two kind of really be there before even Lotus kind of came around.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's just the logical decision. I mean, when you look at the kind of Owl drone, when you're investing that kind of money, when you're pushing up, it's that whole point where there's multiple instances where I'm seeing Trapman get a tag on one and kind of getting that information and saying, here's what's going on here. But it doesn't make a difference because you're not destroying kind of that Vice utility in the process. You're not getting a huge read. There's no cipher to worry about, so you're not really scanning for lasers or kind of proccing those. So what could do literally all of that, but you get it back over and over again, and better yet, you don't have to pay any money for it. Who more than a Dizzy? So it's like that thing where it would make sense to be running that, but that's not really what they went for here. But now that we're back on the compositions, now back to the agent selection, it's going to make sense here on Haven. It makes sense. It is definitive. It is clear as day. But everything else is that's where we start to get into the adjustments. So while obviously we do see UAH going for a little more tried and true, we do see looks like Charlotte wanting to kind of go for that new age selection because, I mean, they do have a very, very talented pool of players.
Yeah.
They can all kind of flex in their own right, and because of that, you already see that Yoru ISO kind of come out because I mentioned it last night. I wanted to see it. I would love to see it because from a team that feels comfortable just kind of throwing a whole bunch of random stuff out there, I mean, there's no better possibility than right now to get it together.
Oh, we are just seeing like Neon and Phoenix if we see them together. If we see Phoenix at all for this map, like Neon and Phoenix, we've seen kind of flush in fairly well because you can, boomerang out through the fast lane, and it can be pretty powerful, but not having as strong of a smoke and the ability to close the gap next to the Phoenix, it can be hard to levy the Phoenix correctly.
And this is the only map that even that you can still run Phoenix, realistically. So it's that difficult thing where Phoenix is okay at best, and this is where he's okay. So, I mean, there's a possibility. I have hopes. But
it's Gray as well. I mean, they've really stepped away from the initiator style, and they just said, go in with full aggression. Why not? And I kind of like it at the same time. Notice that we're seeing Ruda, and they gave me the hint beforehand. I had some insider information about it. They said they were going to do the ISO, and they were going to do the Yoru, and that Ruda was going to be let off of the raised leash. Because, I did Neon before. Well, now they're doing a little bit more than just Neon, which we had seen from them before on Lotus. We're seeing the test over towards the ISO, so no mobility really in the back pocket for this ISO. But the value for that kit is so powerful. ISO was used even before the big buff came for their wall and its connection and the send out for the destabilize. So it's just how good this comp is on Haven right now.
And it's more so that you have the Yoru there to kind of provide that extra aggression while still having, obviously, Season be at the helm of it, able to go ahead and kind of be that aggressor. Whereas, I mean, we see this guy play Initiator all the time, but being in a Yoru, he's basically still playing an Initiator. But you're saying just press W key a little bit more, be a little more annoying, be a bigger problem than what you typically are. You can already see the team just bringing that full initiation towards that B site, pushing through it, and even then trying to push these guys all the way back towards their spawn. It's funny to even see that Sif kind of forgot the spike was in his hand because he's like, wow, I mean, if we're pushing spawn, we don't need to get the spike down, right? No, you need those extra creds. So go back, get that, wait for the post plant, wait for the retake to come underway because you can tell the Trapman is a little bit dinked up. It's at a 31 HP. Gray is the only real problem here, but with 3 players still available, who really knows what's going to be happening there because 2 aren't all that healthy.
Yeah, and the big question is going to be how kind of distance can you gain?
Pichu.
And wow, Pichu. Classic at that distance against a Sheriff and a Ghost. That's something that is hard to contest, but when you know you have
Sheriff at
advantage.
31 HP.
Yeah, and Fuzzy was not going to really peek that, and if they were, it was going to be back behind Gong. They were at like 3 HP in total. It's just going to fall in as the team goes. We now have the information we need towards that Link side, and let's try to take advantage of that as fast as possible. And so UAH will be the losers of round 1, and so the question will be for round 2. If they have to go for any sort of commitment, what players will go for a Sheriff, and where are they going to try to force? A lot of teams will stack 3 players towards A, down into short to try to get a lot of information to lobby to go for the fight. But right now it looks like UAH are majority-wise still defaulting across the map, the 2-1-2 split, and they're going to try to get the information as quick as possible, but it may not be quick enough because look at this Charlotte offense. Already they've extended, the Euro's gone for the double flash. You see both players sitting inside Cubby. There's 0 eye lines for the Paranoia. It's a literal hell on C.
Yeah, I mean, you see all the 2 guys just going ahead, bunkering down over there towards that, just looking to get really close, looking to get themselves kind of in these pockets, tucking themselves away. But with all that utility there, it's at that point where it's saying if these guys are literally anywhere else, they're already damaged. But if they're in that spot, they cannot see. So let's just go ahead, press W, and see what we can really get managed here. So not really the best situation for UAH in that round to get things kicked off, but even then still, there's a possibility of a chance with the players that are remaining, because there are some purchases. There is something to be working with. There is a kill on the board there from Trapman, so that could be a gun picked up by Pichu. But the issue is that gun has to be acquiesced from C Long. Not only do you have to find these kills, but you have to press that W key. You have to get on site. They're playing for the post play at this point. They're looking to see if anybody's going to be there. While you've knocked the remainder of the players out, it really just comes down to C's at this point. Was he trying to fake that he was? He's trying to make him think it was a decoy?
I have no clue.
That's crazy for the end of the round.
First off, this is one of those rounds where the scoreboard says one thing, the scoreboard says one thing, but the end result showed UAH coming away the victors, right? 0 weapons carried over. Now, all of those kills coming off of one player kind of stinks. You don't really spread the love. But the concept is there. UAH come away with the scoreboard going for Charlotte, but they have 0 weapons left over, which means for round 3, you're having to engage a lot here. Fuzzy didn't buy anything in round 2, so they're going to be someone that is capable of buying a rifle for round 3. They're going to sit a little bit further back as the team goes for a very fast push in here towards B site, and there it is. Flies deep on sight, the double combo. Dallas is losing his mind over here, geeking at the concept of this push, and there's that rifle, the one rifle for Charlotte that finds another kill.
It's just C's in the conditioning game right now, just making them think, throwing those 50-50s out, saying, okay, we're already in the lead, we're already going to win this round. I might as well take the sacrifice and set the condition thing like, there's no way this is him, right? And they shoot every single Yuri they see, whether it's a decoy, whether it's real, going ahead and getting them in that form and function, where they just shoot the Japanese guy with a trench coat. So, I mean, great look so far, but even more so, you look at the round, you see how things are going. You say that Charlotte lost that last round, the big scheme of things, but even then still, they have 4 players surviving at the end of this one. So they're keeping things rolling.
I mean, UAH should have keyed into that. I mean, honestly, if you take round 2 like that, you should understand that round 3 is going to come in with Charlotte not really having anything. And if they do buy up, it's going to be like stingers, dude. It's not going to be anything big. It's going to be some, like up-close weaponry. And they just went for most of these sheriffs in a single rifle. That rifle's going to be flank watch. It's going to be something to prowl about, try to get some longer-range fights. Otherwise, everyone's got to close the gap. What's the best site for closing the gap? It's going to be B! Every single time, UAH. And they only have a single player there, and Fly got dusted immediately, let's be honest. Their 4 kills the round prior mean nothing in the eyes of being that first loss of life. And now UAH are back into the same problem. It looks like a possible 4-0 start coming out from Charlotte, and you're getting these rounds further and further into the tally for this team, and you don't want to let things get out of control.
I just want to see Ruda just throw out that kill contract. Just straight rip somebody out, just for the sake of saying 1v1 now. Why not?
It's Seaside.
But he's already on site, so I mean, what's the point of doing that right now? You got 40 HP, you got your entire team following up behind you, and you got a round done before you can even really blink. I mean, this is a very well executed starting point here for Charlotte. I mean, as they just keep things rolling. Because, I mean, over and over again, I mean, you could talk about, obviously, what they've done, the way they play this thing out. But when you talk about round number 3, where you were saying they were struggling, where it looked like after round number 2, things weren't looking all that hot. The beauty of this team, and even them more so, because they're not really – they like flexing. They like kind of going all over the place. They like just testing things out. They like getting comfortable, and that's a big thing you don't see with a lot of teams. They like to default for some sites, but they just feel comfortable literally anywhere. They say whatever gets thrown at us, whatever we got to try, whatever we need to do, they feel comfortable with saying, I mean, I don't think there is a such thing as a bad idea or something that seems like it's not possible with them. So that's why they go for the B side. And that's even better yet. Once you get that ultimate, once you get that out, you know that Ruda says kill contract the operator. Makes perfect sense. Knock that player out. But even then still, numbers are going even more and more towards their favor as players are trying to push up towards that A main, but Charlotte is not having it.
Wow, Red, the TP, Sandbot sees off the board. And Fly even breaking the double tap area there with the classic before swapping back. Could have been the craziest kill contract refrag. But it is not going to matter. Sandbot on site gets eviscerated. Empyrean is humbled by Pichu pretty much instantly afterwards. Charlotte now finally go for the first time off towards the ace site, and not really that big of a problem. The moment that you can key in if you're Charlotte, saying, okay, there's an operator likely on the board here. There's an operator likely on the board here because they have that jet, something that you're not really going to pick up for the Isu and Yoru composition. Right. They have the jet, Fly's going to pick it up at some point. It was probably going to be round 5, and it would do at the cost of probably soft armor, which was the case for Fly. So we want to try to get that information about where that is first and foremost, but they have that kill contract to unlock for Ruda, and I would not want to face any player on a kill contract use of the ult, but Ruda is the very last player that I would want to face in a kill contract for it, and Fly got close, but no cigar. It's 5-0 for Charlotte.
I mean, it was at the point this entire season where we saw Ruda almost running it down, wanting to 1v4. So, I mean, in 1v1, you're saying, oh, my God, what chance do we have through this? So, almost near and none, especially when you're rocking an operator. I mean, that's, 4,700 creds down now, but doesn't seem to affect UAH too much in this round so far. As Fly does have a follow-up with that Blade Storm, does have something to at least retake with, does have a bit of damage inside of his hand, and is able to go ahead and get C-Switch back. Find only a first, a second, but a third there from Sandbot in that 1v1 go up towards heaven, and we see UAH get themselves on the board by the end of it. So go ahead, collect your rewards, get those upgrades, save those creds for those next rounds afterwards, just in case things don't go your direction, because this one, you've earned yourself a bit of a breathing room.
They get onto the A site now for the second time ever for Charlotte. BC back over to A 2 times in a row. This one not successful in any capacity and being ecoed back or thrifty back by UAH off the hands of really having Fly kind of be a breakaway player. This is now a round win where you kind of count round 2 as almost a round win for them, or round 3 is almost like a round win for them anyways with the big change. It was round 2, I apologize. Both of those are coming off of like hero plays from Fly. And that has to be a major mind shift for the side of UAH. Great finally gets his first blood. I'm hoping he can hear me at least in some capacity there. I dog on him for that Lotus game. Still to this day, starting 0-11.
I was counting.
You were pointing at it a second ago and giving me a big smile on the sidelines here, but we like to see it go the other way. Gray tries to go for the run it back, and this is the Phoenix that we really want to see kind of step up, being this weird kind of change up. But the double flash by C's, now Judge around the corner. That was a low Empyrean, but over flicks on the swing. He doesn't get it.
Never mind.
It is so
doesn't
scary
matter anymore. I'm actually surprised. I will respect the fact that we are seeing, oh my God, Pichu. It's the fact that we are seeing a bit more spacing. Okay, thank goodness. I was hoping nothing crazy here happens because obviously, I mean, just standard executions, looking to get just that pressure, just exercise that back toward spawn. Sandbot's in a situation where he really can't be taking these fights too much. I mean, obviously the vulnerability being thrown out, just near miss, but even then still, when you got 3 players letting you down, eventually it's kind of inevitable to some degree. But I would love to see a steel guard. Whenever I saw that dimensional drift from C's kind of already being prompted with that shotgun, I was praying to see a steel guard to back it up where it's just at that point it's saying, C's, go. Just kill, bud. Because it's like nobody can fight back. You got some classic right clicks maybe. Congratulations on buying up pistols in this kind of round. So no matter what, you're going to have the lead and the advantage over your opposition there. But I do respect, once again, where I talk about the discipline from them, making sure to space this out. Because that wombo combo and just feeding Siege just feels like something that you really just want to put on the board just so the guy gets a bit more of a morale boost. But it's not like he's not performing.
Take flight.
Charlotte going to put a lot of emphasis now in towards ace side for this round. All 5 players in lobby looking to prime up towards long and through short. They'll first put Ruda deep down into short and get a pretty big fight now against Gray. Gray will try to molly this off to not only give themselves a little bit of extra HP on top with the regen, but also trying to stall for as long as possible. Kill contract not ready, but trying to work with a double tap while it's up. And it does eventually fall, not having the right timing forward. And there's that right click from Gray. Free gun, by the way, against a Vandal in that spot. But Sif is able to get 2 more immediately after the fact and make that first kill coming out from Gray. Not really a factor for success for the remainder of this round, as the rotate will be made off towards C as they have that spike all the way over from the shadows. And it doesn't matter how much you do on A, it's going to be a C site plan instead.
Yeah, I mean, going ahead, exercising all of that, knowing that Fly is towards the back of the A side. I mean, we even saw right there where Sif was going ahead and beating that little skirmish, knowing that, I mean, the guy nearly died to him, and barely managed to get across that board to get back towards that kind of cubbing graffiti side of A to give yourself some more survivability. But even still, knowing that Fly's going to be that last remaining player, they know it's coming through spawn. They know that Fuzz can be able to push that thing and find that kill at the end of the day to make sure that Charlotte once again guarantee themselves an advantage by the end of the half, guaranteed. So good looks from them once more. I mean, it's kind of the same exact situation we were seeing, but it even kind of a worse start, because keep in mind, we saw UAH on Lotus get that round, that first round on the board during round number 2. This one they had to wait for a 0-5. So, I mean, clearly things not looking all that hot. Charlotte, especially on this attacking side, it's another one of those situations where UAH is just literally having to survive. They're just trying to, you know, just stay afloat for as long as they can before they can start excelling with that double duelist on that second half. It feels like they're cashing in a lot for these second halves during today so far, and they just haven't been surviving long enough during that first to really give themselves a chance. So we'll see whether or not Fly can really go ahead and start to stabilize, maybe find more kills, get a bit more of a carry. But with Ruta being on the attacking side, having that double tap available and having the number advantage to work with, it just makes sense to see that they should be winning this one at least one more time.
It's you
I will point
and
out,
me.
we've seen a lot. Is the kill contract going out here? Sandbot already being tapped down.
Yeah.
Double tap doesn't even get broken,
Ruta's
and
failing himself.
Ruta is,
Oh my God.
Ruta is in their element right now. So it was a 4 versus 3. That's one more player off of the tally. So a 4 versus 2 that's remaining. Double the man count. And honestly, if you are Empyrean here, I wouldn't really go for any sort of engagement. I kind of hold back with these rifles. Maybe play for an exit frag up above. The moment that dark cover dissipates, try to see if you can get anyone in down through a long and just try to stall out. But you eventually overstay your welcome. Trapman will take down the head of Pichu as they walk through Hall, but you don't have to go anywhere else past this point. A dark cover closes off all of that. Ruta can continue to spray this, and even though you only have 6 HP, Trapman's not going to test anything here, and will just fall back directly towards B site and all the way off towards C to hold on to the single weapon. I would have much preferred if this was 2 players holding on and saving here instead of just the one. But Empyrean did get a single kill, but it doesn't matter. They're 8-round wins against the one or the other. The eco is never a matter of contention for Charlotte right now. They have it to spare.
I mean, Trapman only had 91, so even with that Phantom in hand, I mean, you're a rogue headshot from any gun is going to be killing you there. So it makes sense why they didn't really push too much. You do have that double duelist, so you can go ahead and at least throw one player at the problem back towards that spawn to kind of give something and try it out to see whether or not you can knock those last 2 out, but even then more so. Once you see that singular player, it's not worth stressing 3 over. I mean, you just want to kind of keep alive. You don't want to hunt down. It's not a critical round. There's 3 more rounds after this, so you're looking to just stabilize a little bit. You want to save this money. You're not in the worst situation, but Fly is inside the lobby, is here, and very much clearly a problem to some degree, as we do see that Sheriff shot finding the first blood in this round and not clearly wanting to really just follow up on that, really double down. And their Trapman is going ahead, pushing up and doing just that. So I think that's a very easy cue for the rest of the team to kind of go ahead and take their attention elsewhere, because clearly C long is not going to be the answer. But when you're waiting towards B, when you're waiting towards Garage, when you finally get the util queued over towards C, that lets you know, hey, this seems like that's kind of what's going on.
Furion up above in heaven. That's good. Visual off to 2. Hunter's Fury, an attempt to stall, not going to matter. C's even dicing up Empyrion's AP pool and removing them from the equation. And yes, that Hunter's Fury shot does connect at the last moment, but look at the damage that's been dealt to Fly. Now stuck at 11 HP. A flanking one for your attempt from a Cypher. And C's is just in a very unexpected spot. Not many people are sitting in the hallway for lower shorts that close to the doorframe into lobby. And it's an equal 3-on-3. UAH trying to get back into space, and the Hunter's Fury goes the other way and will deal near everything that you could possibly ever ask for. And to be totally honest with you, it's almost expected when the plants goes down there for Charlotte with the utility and the ultimates they still had in that back pocket. But I did still like the versatility for direction for control that UAH were trying to do in the attempt to come back through that one. Fly obviously flanking all the way back through mid-window, even though they were lower in HP, trying to take that fight. I do still think, though, this composition for UAH, knowing that Teo is gone and they're wanting to play double duelist and they're not really sure how to do it, I would have liked to see KO there, actually, instead, from Gray. KO pot flashes have been a whole lot more cleaner in the current state of Valorant, with the changes that slightly went through with the flashes and the tosses out from them. We've already seen the boomerang come out 3 times, and it team flashed all 3 times, right? In the moments we saw UAH trying to use it as a way to fight. They don't get the timing with it very well, and it's not working perfectly. And I think Gray is much better on initiator role in terms of positioning.
Well, it's also a big matter of knowing what you have available at your disposal, knowing whether or not, when you look at the ISO and the Yoru kind of combination, dude, and we see Trapman, unfortunately, is trying to Doctor Strange portal out of the judge range, and that's just not going to be happening. But, I mean, when you look at what's available for an ISO and a Yoru, the reason that composition works because the ISO has so much forms of defense while able to push up, doesn't have much actual teleportation or quick coverage, but develops almost like a portable fortress. Meanwhile, your Yoru, being a pseudo-duelist, has all that utility to also follow up and be there, you know, present inside of that fight, while still managing to offer something behind it. The KO can still do that, just not nearly as effectively, because while he does have all that utility to help provide something, he can't necessarily be present. He just has to press W just like an ISO does, but he doesn't have as much protection. Is that whole thing of kind of knowing the ebbs and flows, the trades that you're making in the big scheme of things to what pushes up. And I mean, the combination of the Yoru and the ISO is just what works best. But even then still, more so when you look at this board, dude, can I mention that Charlotte, every single player has 10 kills at the moment?
A team that frags together wins together.
Are you serious?
A team that frags together wins together. I say it nearly every series. It feels like the team
round
that's
number
more
10.
consistent.
Like what? For that what?
And we saw Ruda get a 4K. So like, yeah, I think consistency is the biggest factor for team play and success. Look at the hero round, though, possibly up for Fly. Bladestorm's out. They had a Sheriff bot for them, actually, from Trapman, but there isn't really much to say for it. Gray does the run it back, and they'll have to run it back already as it's closed out very securely. 3 versus 5. Make that a 2 versus 5. As Trapman takes down Ruda, and C's also goes to the Afterlife, now leaving Sif alone, forced to clutch up for an ace. And Fly still has blades in their back pocket, and Gray can use the wall to not only get the audio cue of them stepping through it for the damage, a little bit of extra HP off the top for it, and can kind of force the line of sight to be more so on their terms. A lot like a Teo does for the team. They're trying to do that individually, which, sure, but at the same time, you could do that with a fragment and a KO with the flashes as well. And while you can't heal, you can remove a lot of utility with a suppress, which would have been really nice knowing how good Charlotte overall consistently when your 2 duelists or utility duelists form as you can't play without the TP and the decoy and everything that's in between, and the ISO needs all of that kit to then engage in towards the site. It's a great stall.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot to be working with. I mean, but even more so when you look at a retake, I mean, they're only going to excel a little bit more once these kind of sites get a little more clustered, when they get a little more contested, when they get more just cluttered in general, and even more so when you look at the ISO, as I talk about it, it's a moving fortress, and that's why you have, where you talk about the KO coming in for the side of UAH, the KO usually comes in as a substitution. I mean, look at a Sif, for example, as a substitution for Sova. So it's that thing where you got to understand, where do these trades take place? Where do these pieces of utility come into play? Where do they not come into play? Well, none of it's really going to come in and matter in this kind of round, considering it's a pistol, and we see that Charlotte's just hitting more shots. And that's what we saw on the scoreboard there earlier as well, where they all had the 10. They're just hitting and lining more, and on top of that, the utility is just making sure that things become easier, if anything. There you go, suppressed and vulnerable simultaneously up against a double tapper. You got to nail 2 shots, and the guy barely has to nail 1. Can hit your toenail and you're dead. It's one of those situations where it's this overwhelming force being thrown at your doorstep, and after you could barely survive it for that entire first half, now you're in that situation where you're saying you have to pick your battles, and it feels like when everybody's so darn close to each other, there's no definitive right choice.
Yeah. And the big player I was really worried about for this map was going to be Trapman on that Sova, because I didn't like it a lot on Lotus. And
I mean, he's been gunning, no matter what.
He's been good. Yeah, I mean, he's been good, and I don't feel like the Sova has been wrong or utility has been miscoordinated at all. I'm very impressed with what Trapman has been able to do. It's just come down to playing with the rest of the kit for the team as a whole. And that's going to come down to having subs, being a little bit more complacent for it. Pichu gets first blood, the Bulldog with the aiming
three.
down sight for the burst fire. Absolutely tears through as much as possible. Seas gets overzealous, pays the price, and a final bullet from Sambot's Stinger, even at that distance from Cubby, off towards side of opening. Pichu off the board, and you're now in a more even 2 versus 3. But Ruda has something to say about it. While this is a little awkward there for Ruda on the end, it's Ruda the shooter. They'll eventually get the job done for now match point and series point here in the first series of the LAN.
Yeah, I mean, just good looks here from Charlotte. I mean, every single score differential so far. I mean, just this is where, I mean, I always remember when this comeback started to occur and how many rounds we're going after. Just because, you know, these situations, when it hits that match point or that map point, better yet, that's when I stand up because I know, okay, man's got to have his rest. He's got to sit down. But we got to be standing for camera. And, well, usually round number 12, that's the best time to do it. UAH, though, this is also where they got to start standing their own ground. They got to stand up as well because, I mean, this is what they did during that last map. They got themselves a couple more. They got like 3 more off the back of that. They gave themselves a bit of a talking point, a bit of a presence. And, well, they've done that here once more. They've gotten in. They've given themselves some leeway. But issue is, trades are there. They're going for B site, where these close quarter guns, even if it was an eco, can still have a very good chance.
May not matter. Sambot alone. The attempt now towards B. And we see 12 rounds on offense coming out from Charlotte. And in the process of those 12 rounds, they got 11 plants. If we're talking about the effectiveness overall for a team on offense, they were perfect. The only time we saw, and keep in mind, UH win 2 rounds in that first half, and round 2 is the one where they win it, right, for it, right? They win it. It was still the plant, that they lose off of the plant condition, and they only won the final round off and kept them off of sight for the majority of that. Turn that over into the second half, and through 3 rounds, they didn't get a single plant down. They couldn't even really get on site safely. And even when they did get onto A in round 13, they didn't have the safety to do it because as quickly as they got onto site and got player kills, very quickly went back the other way, and Charlotte gets those frags to get the other win condition, which, yes, objective play is nice, but sometimes it comes down to TDM. And look at that scoreboard and the difference on that scoreboard. Charlotte were on all cylinders firing. Unbelievably impressive. All of them with 10 kills at one point in time. That was a crazy spot. I would not have noticed that at that
Round
point.
11, they have 10 rounds and everybody else has 10 kills. It's just saying we have equally worked for this stance right now where we are. We have all equally earned it. Isn't that nice?
You turn that over and it's like Trapman and Fly are sitting at like 11 each at that point, or like a 9 each at that point, and everyone else is like 2, 3. I think we're at Pie Watch for Gray. I was actually going to call out when it came down to that Seaside hit. Don't let Gray get any kills because they were at 3.12 and I wanted to see it hit 3.14. Because I did threaten him. I said, if you get Pie Watch, I'm not going to leave it down. So do we have the scoreboard? Was that posted in the Discord shortly after this? I actually want to check that real fast to see if Gray got put into Pie Watch. We have a sign behind us.
I am
Don't forget to hydrate, y'all. This is actually very important. It's a little muggy outside in Huntsville right now. Gray did, in fact, Pie. So everybody, big round of applause. Gray B2 did, in fact, get Pie Watched here today. Love you, Gray, but we did say it was going to happen at some point. Not as bad as Lotus. He didn't start 0-11, but he at least still did get Pie Watch. And Trapman actually was the top in the entire lobby for combat score.
Yeah, for combat score. I mean, but when you look at everybody being so darn equal on the side of Charlotte, you're expecting things to be kind of a little more cluster, where Trapman had more of an exceptional performance from the rest of the pack.
Overall, though, I think this shows exactly how confident Charlotte are coming into this one, right? And shows that UAH has a little bit more they can improve on with this sub in play. I think it's a really bad spot for UAH. And you think about Gray and that they play Teo, and Gray's really good at Teo for this map, for obviously old Teo, right? The nerf hitting right before the LAN, and then also not having the players that they were expecting to have. It's the double edge. Like, they not only got slapped once, but they got backhanded immediately afterwards. And it's the 1-2. And here was the knockout punch from Charlotte. So they get dropped in the lower round, and it stinks.
That's the fun thing about it, though, because even then when you look at, especially not just Charlotte, but when you look at Niners, when we were talking to them last night, they were saying, like, be on the lookout for Chamber, be on the lookout for things like this. They understand that they're not saying, hey, we're not Agent Crunch. We actually like to play the game. We like to swap things up, like to be a little bit crazy. So knowing that Tejo's ripped out, they're just saying, we're just going back to our plain Jane, Valorant, where everything feels a little bit relevant in its own right. If anything, some things feel more weak rather than some things being exceptionally strong. And I do think that's where the game should be, where it feels like the majority of the pool rather than something having a 97, 98, 99% pick rate. I would rather have a couple agents have 1 or 2, and then we just look at complete reworks at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think we are still in the state of Valorant where there's not as many agents as, say, like other shooters if you compare, like, Overwatch,
We're not
right,
at bans
for series,
yet.
right? Like, we're not at the territory yet for bans, but I think eventually we will be at that point, and we're going to start seeing even more meta shifts or compositions because teams will start taking out those agents. So testing those waters and having all these different styles, like when Yoru and Isu became popular in Haven, that was super cool, and it's only gotten bigger and bigger as more teams have fallen into that really eccentric style of play.
Yeah.
And I love seeing Yoru in maps like Pearl as well, right? And sometimes only is the only duelist for the map, right? And you were literally saying we don't really have a great close gap duelist, but they're effective in offense with the TP, and they're also really, really good on defense, being able to rotate across that map. So we'll have to see if we even see that come up as a matter of point for that the remainder of this. But I would love to see Sunset at some point here. So maybe in our second series of the day, we'll see Sunset go through, because I believe this next series will be Niner versus Charlotte, and that'll be the final series of Valorant here on the day. But until then, we're going to have a ton of Rocket League, so make sure you stay tuned for that. There'll be a show match off stream, actually, for the do you have the thing up for your tablet here for what the scores? Because we did this yesterday in the State of the SCO. We forced 2 team captains to go, one for Charlotte, one for Niner Esports, and had them determine who the teams are going to be, and they just had them scout out 4 like it's a dodgeball tourney.
Yeah, Siege and Jay were the 2 team captains for this.
Siege and Jay were the 2 team captains. Now, Siege's team name was Better Than Jay. Jay's team name was Winner POV, so pretty solid naming conventions for them. And Jay's team is Sif, Baby Wipes, Little Baby Wipes, Sep, and Kaz alongside Jay for their full 5. And Caesar's is Fuzzy, and we saw Fuzzy get picked first, and Dallas was like, oh yeah, this was
that makes sense.
That's
like,
the best
choice
choice
for it. It was the first
for
drive, like, fair enough, yeah.
Would have been Dallas' first pick, I think, as well. Jack, Pichu, and In. So
with having Pichu and Fuzzy, but Pichu's been fried.
Yeah,
this
Pichu's
guy
been
is
going
warmed
crazy.
up.
So this is
terrifying.
going to be a pretty good show match. And we look at the bans that came through, right, for CLT. I think we make them play for that map. Since they banned out Pearl first, I think we make them play Pearl in that series.
That's fair.
I think that's the way we do that one. So Niner Esports, I hope you know how to play Pearl, because your players that are split across the team, obviously CLT didn't want to play it, so we'll have to see how that goes. But until then, watch some Rocket League action, enjoy the venue, enjoy the show. We'll be back. It's a lunch break coming up next, so a little bit of an extended break, but we'll be back with more action here from Huntsville, Alabama.
We start off strong overall with a wonderful best-of-3 Valorant series that, much to UAH's chagrin, did not make it to all 3 maps. I'll continue to dig at the host team as we get throughout the day, but we are finally kicking into the action, much to Blake and TJ's excitement, the Rocket League side of things, and more than just the high school esports side of things. It's Season 5, it's Rocket League. Let's get this underway. And to remind you all, you're fighting here for these trophies just below us on stage, and it would not be possible without our collegiate sponsors, MSI over on the side. Make sure to check out their booth, computer, laptop, the Claw handheld, all of that for you to try out, and for their games to showcase just how powerful those things are. Shout out to collegiate sponsors, like Blake was mentioning earlier. But let's get these teams, these players, up on stage. And there's a little bit of a dispute between them right before they got into this. Bit of a rock, paper, scissors, see who got to go up first. We won't get into the match fixing part of that one. We'll let ETSU, though, step up onto stage first and foremost. Go ahead and get up onto your booths, and let's get this game underway. And then Bruton Parker Academy as well. This was a game that TJ and Betpick were talking about quite a bit yesterday in talks of excitement here for the state of the SEL. So what a great way to start things out. Can Bruton Parker Academy also step up on a stage now? And there's no fun mini games. There is no deciding the map band selection live on stage. We'll let it get directly into the series, and we'll let the cars speak for themselves. TJ, Blake, take it away.
Thank you very much, Scott. It's a great day to be a Southeastern Rocket League fan as the SCL Season 5 has nearly drawn to a close, but not before one of the 6 teams competing this weekend hoists that first place trophy. I'm Mr. Betpick in the booth, in person with DJ TJ. TJ, how you doing?
Doing good. We're back at it for another great collegiate LAN. It feels like we already went through an entire LAN with the high school event yesterday. Yep. We got bracket reset. I hope we get even half of that action today and tomorrow.
I mean, 13 of 14 possible games in that grand finals. That will be tough to top, but if anyone's going to do it, it's these teams in the CTC of UAH right now. And East Tennessee State and Bruton Parker Academy, our first stage match, should deliver a banger.
I have a lot of faith. ETSU have come out and have looked about how we've expected, in fact, have actually exceeded expectations. Didn't look too poor against James Madison over in group stage, which we are going to talk about in just a second, but at least handled business against Hometown Heroes and UAH.
Definitely. I mean, ETSU, I was talking to them yesterday. They're feeling good about their current form. And while an 0-3 against JMU isn't the result I'm sure they were looking for, I did catch the very end of Game 3. It was a tight 1-goal affair. And if you're doing that against James Madison right now, that's not too shabby because James Madison looked good today. They topped their group and have a bye into round 2.
Not to mention that Pigeon looks absurd as well. Currently, at least in my pick, the best player at this LAN right now. Pigeon has been unstoppable. Was going for clips against ETSU and UAH, and they were still finding more than just 1-goal margins up until that Game 3. But I think now's probably a good time to talk about what we're even getting into.
Yes.
We went through 3 rounds of group stage to then enter our bracket stage, and we're going to play through all of winner's bracket today. And so we can throw that bracket up, and we'll talk about kind of the group results on how we actually got there, if the bracket graphic is actually working. Well, we at least talked about Group B. That was James Madison, ETSU, and of course UAH, who are filling in for another Alabama team. In fact, the University of Alabama, but unfortunately they could not make it. But UAH, hey, showing up, having a good time.
That's what they're here for. And it's funny because we haven't yet had an SEL LAN without UAH Blue competing at it. One way or another, they always seem to find a way to show up and have a good time on LAN. So I'm eager to see what they can do in bracket play, as I know they don't have many expectations for themselves. But you got to start off your bracket play against UT Dallas, who did travel a ways to get here. Maybe they're fatigued with that. Though they're looking pretty good today, TJ. They beat Bruton Parker Academy in 5.
I'm glad we go ahead and we get to start talking about Group A, because Group A did not leave any room for content. It filled it to the brim, and we kicked it off this morning, or at least this afternoon-ish, with, of course, that 5-game series. So now we can actually talk about it with a visual. So yes, Texas Dallas earned the 2nd overall spot in their group next to Bruton Parker, next to Bruton Parker Academy as well. And again, Texas Dallas, their very first map, or very first game of the group stage was a Game 5 win over Bruton Parker, which based off our original seeding is indeed an upset. Texas Dallas playing with a sub as well. It's Oasical, somebody who works very heavily in the leadership of UT Dallas, is still a talented Rocket League player, is still an SSL level player, and even without Blippi, this Texas Dallas roster has not lost a step.
No, they haven't. And I mean, they're another team that's here just for the vibes, as they were a fill-in invite team, but haven't played like it so far. Win over Bruton Parker Academy is quite impressive, and to start off against UAH, I know we just kind of hyped up the Chargers a little bit, but that's a good start for UTD. I mean, that's a winnable series for them. They do move into James Madison. That's who that 1 seed was on the bracket, even though the name wasn't there, as they and Bruton Parker, I think, were most people's favorites coming into LAN, and so far they're definitely top 2.
Bruton Parker has looked good today as well, handled business when they needed to, but I have to kind of butt in here and say that Texas Dallas did get a game off of Bruton Parker, and it was a decent 1-0 victory, it was a 5-4 victory. It was kind of absurd. And so for UTD, they are more than ready to not only potentially push for a top 3 spot, who's to say that if they do see James Madison later in this bracket, which is likely, who knows how that matchup is going to go. But we've got a lot to focus up in terms of who's on stage.
And I would love to as well to put the bracket back up on screen real fast so we can talk through the schedule for the weekend. Oh, never mind.
Okay, never mind.
No bracket. Let's get straight into game. Bruton Parker Academy and East Tennessee State, your 2 competitors first up on the CTC main stage, and that's a decent start for Bruton Parker Academy.
Corrupt getting things moving early here. Bruton Parker were not very happy after losing to Texas Dallas. It was a back-and-forth series where it literally went Bruton Parker Academy would win Game 2. Texas Dallas had Game 1. They went back and forth the entire time, all the way into Game 5. They were not happy about that result. They come out with a vengeance, especially against an ETSU team who maybe might have been sleeping a little too early.
Landon off the backboard gives that ball up to Adrift, who finds Skyline with an outlet pass, but it's just a clear for ETSU for now, as Kyler looks to play more in that offensive zone. As BBC Academy have themselves a hot start, but the Barons want more. They were one of the big stories, I think, of this season, this Bruton Parker Academy roster, as Milk took a step down from the A team at BPC and has led this Academy roster to a top 6 in spring. And out of groups, this is a squad that finished top 4.
There's so much history between not just ETSU and the SCL, but some of these Bruton Parker Academy members as well. Milk was on Bruton Parker's A team just this past fall when they did make their incredible fall run, but then got demoted down to this Academy roster for Cass to come into the A team spot. And then, of course, Kyler comes in as a freshman. Corrupt comes in out of nowhere from a different school to contribute his coaching mind and skill level to this Academy roster. This is easily one of the best Academy rosters in the nation. They're showing it early.
They look good against their A team earlier on in the event as well, as I know Trussell was running back and forth across the CTC as they were playing, but it went to Game 4. BC Academy took a pretty decent win against the main Bruton Parker roster. So Academy, despite that loss to UTD, have looked good as well throughout today. But East Tennessee State getting their footing up on stage, are working their way back into Game 1, and just down a goal. This is a manageable spot for them.
ETSU in the fall kept this roster and looked very good in the SEL, making a run all the way to finals and going to 6 with Bruton Parker, the main team with Milk. And since then, this roster's had their fair share of trials and tribulations, and they've gone through a lot of change as a unit in terms of how they decide to play this game. Landon wasn't on many high hours sessions in the fall, but all of a sudden Landon has put in an absurd amount of time and easily is the leader on this team. But where they gain in that respect, they've lost some team chemistry in the midfield. Skyline and Adrift are more day of players, but I will say today, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Adrift will try to control this ball, but Kyler's very fast on this one.
I mean, ETSU, they're a late end-of-season team, but they're conceding a second to Bruton Parker Academy, so we'll put a pin in that conversation topic as the Barons really are rolling.
And Milk, I mean, that's a role that we've seen him fill no matter what Bruton Parker roster he may be on. First man bumps, opens up the net. You can hear Corrupt behind us. Well, maybe you can't hear, but we can. They are not getting too loud, not Manny level loud, but they're right there.
They still do get noisy up on stage, but Landon gives ETSU maybe something to get excited about, but Milk takes all of that excitement away. A big-time save to keep ETSU off the board, though, I mean, East Tennessee State, they're getting better and better up on stage, putting better and better looks on that BPC Academy net, but it is still 2-0.
Skyline tries to find his way back on net, but here with 2 minutes left to go, there's only so much to work with. Adrift, though, will be able to open up some room for ETSU to try and get back into this game with under 2 minutes to go now. I mean, you've got to start to find something quick, especially against a Bruton Parker Academy roster that really hasn't had many issues. Now Milk looks for a Psycho, does get a touch, but it is weak off those bottom wheels. Adrift will look over towards Skyline, but nothing major, and Corrupt will finally try to take possession.
Landon approaching the Bruton Parker Academy corner, has a drift behind him, and Skyline in tow as well to maybe keep possession going, but BPC Academy, one of the better defenses in the Southeastern Esports League, will continue to hold off this ETSU attack, and Kyler downfield will add to Academies, though Corrupt goes flying past the ball. That's a miscue for BPC Academy that they can't afford right now. We'll see about going forward.
Kyler, not a lot of boosts to make this air dribble happen, so Corrupt will have to let Milk try and control the entire pace on the back line. Bruton Parker Academy really not in a rush to go anywhere or make anything happen, and for good reason. You're just officially crossing the 60-second mark here in Game 1. Your first game on stage, the first game on stage for any of the collegiate players. You've got to take it slow. You've got to ease into a moment like this, especially in a massive conclusion to the SEL Season 5.
Landon passes that ball center to Skyline, but Milk was prepared for that eventuality. Hops off the backboard of BPC Academy and finds himself another stop. It's so far a scoreless game for the Buccaneers of ETSU, but it's not for a lack of trying. A lot of good opportunities on that orange BPC net, but a lot of great stops on the back line.
Adrift in a tough spot trying to keep control of this ball, is able to get off the backboard, and Skyline is able to cover. Adrift will look to be in that passing slot, but nothing really there to shoot, and a massive clear goes downfield. I believe it was by Kyler. Corrupt will be the first one to challenge. An immediate fake. Again, not trying to rush anything with a 2-goal lead, and with 10 seconds left, it feels like that was the right call. ETSU really didn't find a single major opportunity or passing lane. Bruton Parker, though, struck early and often, and that is what it takes to get this Game 1 win on stage.
And it's not often that a team has their defense touted, I think, more than their offense. But for Bruton Parker Academy, at least on stream this season, that was the case for these Barons. Milk is extremely talented up front, but this team makes its money on their goal line. You saw it right there as ETSU, despite putting 7 shots on the board there, were blanked in Game 1. Their first opportunity to nab a game on stage, and BPC Academy were the stars.
I mean, also domination for ETSU, surprisingly, in terms of their on-ball possession. Didn't exactly get close to doubling Bruton Parker, but added a third at least over Bruton Parker Academy. And it shows, well, at least everywhere but the Bruton Parker Academy goal line. And for Bruton Parker to only need 3 shots to score 2 goals. We talked a lot yesterday about efficiency at the high school level. It only gets harder and harder here in the collegiate level, especially with how contested the SEL has been. And Bruton Parker Academy are just kind of simply the team to look out for. Model citizens of the SEL, you could say.
I mean, one of the best examples of how BPC Academy plays is it came all the way back in group stage when they played Florida on the mainstream, if you remember that one, where this Academy roster was winning 1-0 games against one of the most talented offenses in the league in those Florida Gators. But Bruton Parker Academy, that is when they started standing out, and they have continued to stand out from the crowd in the SEL up until now. But East Tennessee State, this is a team that can figure things out on the fly. There is a lot of experience on this roster. I mean, Skyline has qualified for SEL LANs in the past. This is his first official debut playing at an SEL LAN, but this guy has so much experience and is in his final event, essentially, here as an ETSU player.
Not to mention Adrift and LAN. Wow, holy. I'm talking about the other 2 members of ETSU. I'm talking about Adrift and Landon, who have plenty of RLCS experience outside and even sometimes with each other in their previous careers at the RLCS level. So ETSU, there's no question about their tenure, but at the end of the day, these are 2 varsity programs. Everybody has that level, or at least somewhere around that level of experience, but LAN is always a tricky slope.
That's a nice interception. Adrift beat everybody on the Bruton Parker Academy side, but the net was open, the shot too high. So the Barons do escape with one and do get out of their back half as well. So they can kickstart their offense with Kyler moving forward, slamming a high ball off the ETSU backboard, but follow-up is delayed, so LAN is given opportunity to clear, and we'll get as far as Corrupt at that midfield line, but Adrift collecting off the side, pops middle, and Corrupt is just preventing any further progress for the Buccaneers.
Corrupt, not a lot of boost, has to be careful with the way they decide to play this ball, and Landon will make things dangerous, keeping it in this corner, but Adrift can't keep much possession. Also, we do have an update. UTD has beat UAH, which means that our next stream match will be a winner's semifinal between James Madison and Texas Dallas.
Okay, that should be a good one up on the main stage. I know JMU is hungry to prove themselves up on stream, and UTT obviously still having a good time at LAN. We'll see how far both of those two teams can go, and the winner of this one, if you missed the bracket graphic earlier, does get Bruton Parker, the A team. So we could have another civil war on our hands in round 2 of our 6-team bracket. But for now, ETSU have done well to find better footing here in game 2, but Milk is still starting off BPC Academy's offensive trip with a good foot forward.
Such a bad spot for Landon to be in, stuck in a 1.5 versus 2, kind of, not in a bad spot, but just a great play for Milk to stay close enough to be dangerous with a potential reset. Didn't need any sort of delayed flip though, just simply gets back to the ball and rips it topside.
And that's what Milk can do for you. He is so dangerous individually, probably one of the scariest players at this LAN to go up in a 1.5 v1 against. And right there, he made Landon pay, and Bruton Parker Academy will continue to roll. 3 goals to none, the aggregate through a 1.5 games, and we had a temporary Rule 1 there. Adrift and Corrupt get tangled up in the ETSU net, but they do end up breaking it, and the Buccaneers clear out.
For legal reasons, I think you have to mention that Adrift actually broke that Rule 1. So if you're any fan or believer in Rocket League gods, I guess that means that ETSU won't score this game. But there's still way too much time for us to even get there. And Skyline can find a shot here, and it's not too horribly placed, but it will be slightly off. Now this net is going to be open temporarily. Adrift's able to finally get back in rotation, but here comes Milk right back at it. Skyline narrowly avoids a Kyler bump, and Corrupt will try to keep this middle. This Bruton Parker Academy, it really hasn't been high in terms of the amount of time that we spend in the ETSU half, but that's not what it takes for Bruton Parker Academy to win games. It's just one false swoop, one mistake, one demo, and Bruton Parker are scoring, but there's a lot of mistakes going on defense right now.
This is one of the few teams, this Academy roster, that I would believe in to win games if they were to spend 70 to 80% of the game on their half. They are an effective counter-attack team, and Kyler gives us a great example of why. It's more individual brilliance from the Barons.
Freshman phenom Kyler has always been an interesting moment, an interesting player to talk about in this Bruton Parker Academy rotation. Kyler very new to the system, but is slotted in beautifully, very similar to Blippi with Texas Dallas, just a mechanical mastermind.
He is. I remember watching him this past summer when he was still, before he got to Bruton Parker's campus, I should say. And I thought he was going to be on the starting team. He played so well in those off-season tournaments. But right there, doing well for the Academy roster in his freshman year. And there is a third. Milk will double up his goal-scoring tally. And Bruton Parker Academy are on a 5-0 run.
5-0, your first time on stage. Not to mention we're already in upper bracket. I mean, you've worked so hard to get here for your ETSU. You would really hate to just completely lose your spot. Also, if you do hear yelling behind us, I'll kind of give you a sneak peek of what's going on. There is a Valorant show match right now between UAH Blue, the hometown team, versus the SCL staff. Yes, the SCL staff has a Valorant team that's playing, but we don't care about Valorant. Scott's not on. It's Adrift scoring.
We'll pull attention right back to ETSU as they finally do break their goal-scoring silence, and it's just a simple shot right there. Adrift had Bruton Parker Academy kind of on skates, and an open lane to shoot is one that he'll be happy to take. 3-1, and ETSU have gotten them back into game 2.
A minute left to go. There's still a lot that needs to go right for ETSU to find their way into a potential overtime or even winning this game. And Landon almost starts it off, but a great save is made. So now Bruton Parker Academy will try to recover off of Milk's efforts, and it will be Kyler, an even 50 that Adrift will actually be able to push slowly into this Bruton Parker half. Pass could have gone middle, but slight miscue. Landon's able to keep it middle. Skyline looking for net, wanted to go double, but just taps it a little too far. Those are the plays you just can't miss in this scenario, and that right there there is Milk going through 3, but can't put it on the net. 30 seconds left, and Bruton Parker haven't lost possession.
It's a strange sight, Milk beating everybody, but still not scoring a goal, though Academy don't necessarily need a 4th goal. They might soon, as Adrift has an opening that Milk shuts down. Gets back in the nick of time to maybe put game 2 on ice. Skyline will try again with Landon at his side to maybe get ETSU back into game 2, but it's not happening. Bruton Parker Academy will nab a 2-game lead.
Big redirect from Landon, maybe for one potential last-second goal, and Adrift will find it. So the scoreboard will say 3-2, but I have to be honest, Pepik, it truly felt like another 3-0. Bruton Parker Academy had control of that entire match up until about the last minute, but even then, through the chaos, this team reigned supreme.
And ETSU looked good in the final 90 seconds, so maybe we can give some credence to a reverse sweep bid. But, man, Academy, again, outshot by ETSU, and yet still winning in somewhat commanding fashion. Credit to the Buccaneers. They made the end of game 2 interesting for us, TJ, but not interesting enough to really put any sweat on the brows of Bruton Parker Academy.
I think quality over quantity is a great point between these two teams. Bruton Parker Academy and really the Bruton Parker CRL system has always been emphasized on quality. They will look for bumps, they will look for passes before they look for shots. And going down that list is what makes these opportunities so dangerous when they do come across your net, is because most of the time there's nobody there to defend your net. But for ETSU, playing a quantity over quality system is never a bad thing. Extra pressure, we saw plenty of the high school teams do it yesterday. It's not a bad thing by any means, but you still have to convert. You still have to open up those lanes. And if you're just throwing shots on a 2-person, a 3-person defense, then what?
It's worth noting as well, the loser of this series won't get to play again until tomorrow, so they will have to stew in the juices of their main stage loss. That is an early start as well. So there's more on the line here than just a simple win in a bracket. You don't want to have to play early on in the morning. We saw what happened when UT Dallas played Bruton Parker Academy, this same team, at 10 in the morning to start off group stage today. But here we go. Let's see if ETSU can do anything to get back in this set, or if it truly is all Bruton Parker so far this LAN.
Here on Driftwoods, we had a lot of defining moments in series from the high school teams. We very rarely saw sweeps. Now, in terms that the collegiate action will match that, I'm not exactly sure. And ETSU almost do match that, but no shot just yet. Corrupt will try to keep this ball away. That's a great shot on net, though, but Kyler not concerned and not really being contained by anyone as well. Skyline's too late to that ball in, and will try and look downfield to Adrift. Does have Adrift, who does have Skyline. The 3-man passing play is 2 Bruton Parker defenders away from happening. That double commit is on, but again, no bumps. A shot is thrown on 2 Bruton Parker defenders.
And Landon into the corner, has the ball taken away by Corrupt, though he's not looking for the ball. He's looking to set up Adrift, who clanged a shot off the top bar right there, and Milk will seize that advantage, find a clear for Bruton Parker Academy, but it's a short-lived clear as ETSU continue to move forward into offense, and they're putting decent looks on frame, but they need to set the tone, I think, early on here in Game 3.
Landon will try to look middle, but not a lot of boost to work with, and big miscommunication from Skyline and Adrift here. We're already about a minute 30 in, and Bruton Parker Academy really haven't had a look at ETSU yet, but if the theming of this series is anything to go off of, then we know that Bruton Parker Academy aren't worried. They are big pace changers, pace makers. Yep. They like being confident and in control, and that double flip reset was maybe the least control we've seen them have, but almost found it regardless. And Skyline is playing around the front end, trying to find bumps, but Landon and Drift can't find anything in terms of connectivity here for ETSU. But it's getting awkward in the Bruton Parker corner.
They still managed to find a way out. It took all 3 members to remove the ball from their corner, but Bruton Parker Academy get the job done and push back on the Buccaneers of ETSU, though lands in with a dunk at the midfield line will set him and Skyline up for a decent clear forward. It's counterattack mode for ETSU, but Kyler's seen enough. He intercepts that attempt downfield and will continue a midfield battle for possession.
That's a critical double from Landon that is not going to be a pass or a shot. Have to try and get close to converting in moments like that. We've seen ETSU go through a couple of those missed doubles, but Bruton Parker going to try and counteract directly off of it. Milk does get the ball hit directly back to him. Adrift will try to leave this for Landon, but an awkward play, but Skyline out of nowhere, slotting your right side of the halfway point.
That's great speed by Skyline out in front of the BPC Academy net, and finally, all this possession pays off for ETSU, as they've been trying to link up this entire series, but it's been difficult with orange cars constantly in passing lanes. But East Tennessee State looking good right there, will get themselves on the board and could double up with a good kickoff play.
Corrupt, once again, loving the corner control, and Bruton Parker Academy, you can tell the difference in coaching and overall, I would say, tenure at this level of Collegiate Rocket League. But Bruton Parker are now finally going to have to answer for the first time instead of being the one doing all the exclamation points in this series. And no goals for Bruton Parker at all through his first 3 minutes, and really no shots as well. And a drift taken to Outlander will bump another one, and that right there was almost Bruton Parker-esque.
Yeah, Drift just made this a 1v3 for a couple of seconds, a couple demos downfield, and Milk was still in position to stop that play, but Landon beats him perfectly on the near side. Skyline tracks the ball nicely, and where has this ETSU offense been this best of 5?
A big fake kickoff. There will be 2 options for Milk to try and make a way towards. Corrupt is there. Big heavy touch top side though, and it's too easy for Landon to make something happen. As now Kyler off the ceiling, could have a double or a shot on net, will directly go on net. Skyline dangerously goes directly towards the bar, is able to avoid it and find a teammate. Now Skyline will have the chance to get right back on that ball, and it will be hit left side. Kyler's got some time to go to work, but Landon a great 50. ETSU not only are beating Bruton Parker, but almost find a critical potential dagger. But with a 2-goal lead, we are still nowhere close to being done. We still have 90 seconds left as well. Here comes the counter for Bruton Parker. Corrupt will flick it on that side and will find a path past the drift. They're still in this game.
BPC Academy have no issues fighting from behind here as they weather that ETSU storm, and Corrupt finds his moment, as that's a nice counterattack play. Had a drift in his face, but just knew if he puts enough power on that flick, it is a BPC Academy goal, and they've cut this ETSU lead in half. These final 75 seconds are all important.
A big kickoff strat for Bruton Parker to try and gain possession. Doesn't exactly backfire, but doesn't exactly do anything for this Academy roster as well. No major possession for them, and an awkward passing play here will force Corrupt to kind of just dive across the net here, or across the field here. As now Landon will take a stab at the net, a decent 50. Skyline's in the area, a very clean beat on Milk as well, but the counter is there. Milk is trying to leak up, but can't find anything. It's going to be an awkward bounce, though. A drift and Milk are whipping. Kyler's there, goes bottom corner, but it will be pushed off. We'll see if Skyline can find something. Corrupt are there. Landon, a nice air dribble, gets a reset, fakes out Kyler, has some room, and now Milk has a 1v1, but Skyline already up and already as dependable as can be.
He was so ready for that, Skyline was, and it now sets up a drift for an outlet pass downfield where Skyline waits. He's forced to do a 50-50 with Corrupt, where Bruton Parker Academy player will win out alongside a teammate to break out. Now a double commit on the ETSU goal line could make things weird, and this is where they have faltered at times this season. ETSU don't always seem to be on the same page, though so far so good today, as they've got a lead in Game 3 now. If they can keep it to the close of regulation, there could be life left and a potential reverse sweep bid for the Buccaneers.
Drift will try to end it right here and now off the backboard. No double tap. Well, it does finally get just a little delayed. And so ETSU keep things controlled, keep things calm, and now they're right back in this series. I just wonder if it's too little too late. That was a great game showing.
I mean, if you kind of break this series into halves so far, the first game and a half compared to the second game and a half, BPC Academy put up 5 early on, and since then it has been an ETSU 4-1 aggregate goal scoring run. So there's some momentum on the ETSU side of the stage as they continue to outshoot Bruton Parker Academy and seem to be doing a bit more with their possession in that BPC end.
I just don't know what I even want to see at ETSU because they haven't looked bad, honestly. And Bruton Parker haven't looked bad either. It's just a matter of, with the possession, who can actually put a pass on, put a shot on. A lot of the mechanical deficiencies between all 6 players are something you don't expect to see at this level of play. But again, it is LAN, and it's very hard to try and overcome that as well. Also, for everybody joining us late in the broadcast, hey, that's Bepic. This is DJ TJ. We are deep into the SEL Season 5 LAN. We had Valorant earlier, and we've just started our Rocket League portion. Group stage has concluded. We got our first bracket stage game. We're already halfway through the first round as well, with UTD finding a round win, and we're waiting to see who will Bruton Parker, the main team, play. It's the winner of this.
It should be a good one in round 2 of our double elimination bracket, but ETSU aren't going down to lowers without a fight if they even head there in the first place. Need a reverse sweep against Bruton Parker Academy, but have looked good in the last 8.5 minutes of play. We'll see if that does continue, or if the Barons of Bruton Parker have an answer. They've got a milk, but Landon stops him, and downfield alongside Adrift, they put together an odd-looking aerial play and are stopped by the Barons.
Corrupt has time, but a tough play to try and get back to. Landon sees right through it, gets another touch off the side wall as well, but no shot just yet. 30 seconds in already, and it feels like the momentum may be early shifting towards the favor of the Buccaneers. They have a lot of possession and a lot of pressure, but Kyler can change that. Redirect is there, and it was fast and well placed, but just barely pushed too high, and now Milk has to stall some time.
Bit of a warning shot there from Kyler. Bruton Parker Academy not going down without a fight themselves, and have kind of flipped field domination in this first minute. Kyler will fake the ball past one, but Adrift has Landon's back. Corrupt still steps up from that midfield line and looks to penetrate that near side post with the ETSU corner, is unsuccessful, and the Buccaneers have a clear.
Kyler doing their best to keep possession, does do well to work his way past two. Has a pass middle as well. Landon's going to be in a very tough spot, but is able to at least force Corrupt into a more vertical play than he would have liked, as now it will fall into favor of ETSU. A tough bounce to try and read, and it will be possession for Milk. Once again, though, very ping-pong-esque here in the midfield. Nobody's really finding the confidence to keep major possession, to beat out even one player, and that goes for everybody in the lobby. But again, who in the world will strike first? A minute 30 in.
Kyler will look to double off the side wall, but Milk sensed he wasn't getting back to it, so stepped up behind Kyler and looks to apply more pressure to East Tennessee State, which they deal with well. ETSU, to their credit, seem to have upgraded their defense just a little bit, and there have been some awkward moments in the last game and change, but for the most part, they look solid on their back line. Bruton Parker Academy need outplays at the moment, it feels, to score on ETSU, which they're not getting, and Landon continues to look more and more mechanical on this pitch with every passing second.
And it feels like every ETSU offensive take results in the same thing. ETSU gets an air dribble, gets a bang, and Bruton Parker does the same thing, except ETSU tend to find passes, tend to find more usage out of these long field clears, or long field attacks, I should say, and Bruton Parker are just throwing it downfield, waiting for a first man like Kyler to show up or to fake, and you know what? Fair game at the halfway point.
Well, Skylar hasn't been bamboozled like that yet this series. Milk scores from the orange box as Skyline was playing Kyler's touchdown field. And fair enough, that's what that warning shot earlier gets you, where Kyler nearly scores a crazy redirection in the ETSU box. Skyline respects that fact, expects a touch out of Kyler, and Milk is gifted an opener here in Game 4.
Big redirect chance, but Adrift is not able to actually force that shot on the net. It's just barely over, and ETSU probably hoping that they can get that one back. One of the most open looks of the entire series, and here comes Bruton Parker, a great kind of almost double reset, a little bit of a roll on the ball from Kyler, as Milk will also take a stab at it, and Corrupt just gets a free look. It's a tough backboard read.
And all of that good work that ETSU have been doing seems to have now been undone. Skyline misses another read in defense, and Corrupt is on cleanup duty. 2-0 for the Barons, and this is more like what we saw at the start of the set.
The ETSU, though, have shown that they can try to bring not only this deficit closer, and I was going to say that deficit will change, but Corrupt will completely let that open net fall away. And so at least for Bruton Parker, that miss comes at a time where you're already up 2, but there's still a lot of time left to go. Still another few shots on net, and you have to wonder if that mistake may come back to hurt you.
A third certainly would have been nice, and it looks even nicer now as Skyline finds a couple of maybe unexpected gaps in the Bruton Parker Academy corner and then goal line, as Milk couldn't collect that ball Skyline sent his way, and so it's the longtime veteran of this CRL scene that finds ETSU's first.
Poorly executed double kickoff as well. Bruton Parker Academy almost gave the game away, or at least the lead, and now with 90 seconds to go, they are still very much so in this side of things as Landon has some more time to go to work, looking for space. Kyler's there to at least cut it off, and Corrupt has a lot of boost, has an air dribble that is bumped off by Adrift. ETSU are not letting Bruton Parker get anything for free.
There is plenty of time now as well for just one goal that ETSU needs to tie us up, and Corrupt is back to stop that unexpected pinch downfield toward the VPC Academy net. So it's more offense for the Barons here. Kyler cuts around, pops the ball into ETSU territory, and it's just a little bit of a pot shot right there, making sure Adrift is awake in defense, and he is. So ETSU are in a prop position to stop that attempt on their net and maybe clear out and set up some more offense.
Big play from Skyline to take some time and give ETSU at least a controlled final few
Good
chances.
demo.
And as I say that, there goes a drift. There's a shot on net as well. Skyline does get back in time, and here comes another shot. Kyler, backboard, double tap, off the bar. Corrupt is in the area, but nobody's even close enough for another shot. Milk will force it high, off the bar even. Here comes the counter for ETSU as Skyline looks sidewall. Actually, we'll leave it middle. A smart play, a drift though, a non-intentional fake. Landon, no boost by themselves, and here comes Milk.
Oh, Drift didn't want to give the ball up for free, but Landon couldn't follow up behind him, so ETSU have to reset with now 10 seconds left in their upper bracket lives. If they can't score an equalizer, this could be it though. Landon out in front had an opportunity to doink a shot in, but he misses contact. The ball will hang in the air on 0 seconds, just a moment longer before Bruton Parker Academy confirm their win and advance to round 2.
Well, ain't that the most staged thing to happen? Bruton Parker Academy misses an open net, gets immediately scored on to open the door for ETSU, but ETSU missed 2 doinks right in front of the Bruton Parker net. That is a tough one to lose, but again, it is your upper bracket series, so you have an extra life, but ETSU know what they're capable of and know they could have been in that next round.
Still, it's a gauntlet tomorrow to have to start in the lower bracket at 10 a.m. and then move all the way through that first round, then the second round, then third, and then in grand finals, you have to bracket reset. That's a staple of the SEL. You need a bracket reset if you're coming. Any loss for teams in our bracket costs a lot, but we'll see what happens tomorrow to the East Tennessee State team that had a go at the comeback there, but just could not get through that Bruton Parker Academy defense when it mattered.
I mean, nobody has been able to run the entire Bruton Parker gauntlet. UTD got the Academy team, couldn't get the main team, and if ETSU would have won that, they would have to go through the exact same experience, but now in playoffs. So for them, I don't think it's a bad thing to avoid Bruton Parker, but I would fully expect them to get the rematch down the road.
All right, well, James Madison and UT Dallas are our next stage teams to hop up in the middle of the CTC here at Huntsville to show off their stuff here at the SEL Season 5 LAN. We're going to take a break to make sure they are ready to go before we have more Rocket League action up on stage, so stay tuned.
Rocket League action continues, and after a great first selection for a series and plenty more action to come, we're going to go ahead and get this one underway. Let's welcome UTD Esports up onto the stage. Let's see these beautiful players step into the limelight, and let's get a little bit of an interview as well with the captain, who's a little hesitant to actually be questioned, but I promise I'll go a little bit easier for you guys. I'm a little scared collegiate players are less PR trained than they should be, so I'll try to keep it simple here. How do you feel coming into this series?
It's definitely going to be a close one. I mean, we're 1-1 against JMU this season in SEL. We beat them in regular season, and then they smashed us in playoffs. So hopefully a good series.
Okay. Are you all feeling confident heading into this one?
Yeah, I mean, we just 3-0'd the team we played before, so feeling good going into this one.
Okay. All right. Do you have any choice words for your opponents heading into this?
Not this time.
Not this time. Hey, PR training up. All right, that's good. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Know your limits, folks, and that's where they're drawing the line for that one. Now we'll get JMU up on stage as well. I'll have a conversation with Gad, the team captain for them as well. We love seeing their Rocket League side of things, but I'd love to see their Valorant side of things as well. But we will take what we can from a great program. How are you feeling heading into this series?
We're feeling good. We haven't dropped a single game this far, so definitely, you know, we're confident against a UTD team. So, yeah.
So you're confident heading into this one. Is this how the team feels, or is this just a you thing?
No, we're definitely confident. We're a little nervous because they are playing pretty good. They took a game off Bruton Parker, so it is going to be a tough one. But, you know, we haven't dropped the game, like I said, so it's going to be a good one.
So you say you're both coming in hot, but you feel like maybe you're coming in a little bit hotter off of this one. Do you want to have any hot, choice words for them? They were PR trained enough to hesitate on this. How about you?
Good luck.
Good luck. We respect that. Great choice. All right, I'll let you take your seats. This looks like it's about to be a great Rocket League game. Both teams coming on a very big hot streak. Bepic, TJ, take it away.
Thank you very much, Scott. I think we were hoping for some more spice between the two captains up on stage, but Gad and Zora are too nice of guys, I think, to give us any sort of trash talk like that. So they can do their talking on the field with a trip to the winners finals on the line here. This is an important rematch between UT Dallas and James Madison, two teams that met in the last week of group play, went all the way to Game 5, and I believe that was a UT Dallas win in Game 5 to steal a spot in the upper 4 of the group stage.
Yeah, UTD really robbed a top-tier spot in the SEL, especially coming from Tier 1 as well. A big moment for UTD. In fact, I would say out of their SEL careers, with UTD being so young here in the SEL, that's probably their crowning achievement right now, other than maybe winning right here on LAN. But you did hear Gad up in that interview. He said good luck. So JMU not worried about that loss at all.
And the term young is being used very lightly, as Dalton has been playing for a very long time now, and Owace is graduating as well. And I mean, this is the last LAN here for Owace. It is his first SEL LAN, but still, I'm sure he's looking to show out with the boys here, having a good time. But James Madison, I know, is locked in. So far, they have performed extremely well, came in as strong contenders to win this LAN, maybe dethrone Bruton Parker, and, so far, so good. But UT Dallas will be a nice test for him.
I was going to say as well that the level of play on the field that JMU has gone up against, you can make the argument based off of that Bruton Parker series win that this will now be the best team that James Madison have played today, whereas Bruton Parker have already had to deal with a hot UTD and their main team. So overall, with all of that, I'm expecting JMU to maybe struggle a little bit at the gates. It is a best of 5. Things can change very quickly after a Game 1 win. And in fact, UT Dallas haven't lost a Game 1 at all today.
And that Bruton Parker Civil War is happening on the side stream, or not side stream, side of the CTC. We're not doing a B stream here, but they're happening to mine and TJ's side, benefits of LAN. So we'll keep an eye on that there. I know Trussell's stressing out again as to who is going to take that other spot in the winners finals, which is next up on the main stage. No one's getting eliminated today, so a loss just means you get to go back to your hotel or Airbnb a little bit sooner and think about how you can make a run through the lower bracket tomorrow. But James Madison and UT Dallas, I mean, TJ, do you foresee a way UT Dallas beats JMU here?
I think it has to start either one of two ways. I always talk about key players, but I think I want to focus on the top and the bottom, the ceiling and the floor of this UT Dallas roster. Without Blippi, I think you lose out on a lot of mechanical pressure, but there is a lot of brain power and tenure and exposure in this UTD roster. Owace may not be an 18 Rocket League player, but in many other games and many other facets of collegiate esports, Owace Oasis is viewed as a leader, as a god in the Apex community, and for good reason. Oasis has the mental and may not have the mechanics to back all of it up, but if it comes down to going player by player, JMU does have the edge mechanically, but Texas Dallas have to be in it for the long haul, just like how they did against Bruton Parker Academy.
And look, Oasis still made Tier 1 through the tier assignment this season for the SEL's group stage, and didn't exactly escape from Tier 1, had to go through the last chance qualifier and fell short there, but still joining his A-team brothers up on the main stage now. It's UT Dallas versus James Madison, and Pigeon on the ball. I think we were saving the best for last here. He has looked clean today.
Not to mention the mechanics of somebody like Pigeon, but the leadership on the field as well. I got to sit behind the JMU squad doing score reporting with some of their UAH and ETSU gameplay, and Pigeon leads a lot of the conversation behind the Dukes and what they do to adjust. But in the moment, in the game, Gad is such a positive figure to sit, not in the middle of this roster, but to always be just close enough to be hyping up the second or the first man next to him. But Gad loves playing both sides. Pigeon is always, though, the most dangerous with the ball in his hands.
And we have talked about nonstop, it feels like this season, how what Gad and ability for the better part of the season, now Tyler as the third for JMU, how they can unlock Pigeon in these matches, because when Gad and Tyler are playing extremely well, this James Madison team is near impossible to beat, because Pigeon is a given. We know the levels that he can hit consistently considering his prowess in the RLCS scene, but Gad and Tyler, when they're on their A game, JMU is a LAN contender this weekend, and so far, from what I've seen, Gad and Tyler are on their A game.
Full recency bias as well, with ability not being able to play in the spring side of the SEL playoffs. Tyler has already been stepping in with this JMU roster, and they just earned a top 3 placement in the SEL Season 5 spring semester. So this JMU roster is not only proven, not only is it battle tested, I can see why Gad said good luck, because on a resume perspective, they've got it all.
Center ball, UT Dallas has themselves a couple of decent looks, but James Madison hold it together defensively until a team bump on the goal line maybe puts them in a precarious position. But Gad finds a clear and will get his Dukes away from danger. Double commit there in the corner. Put them back into a spot of danger. It's the 2v1. Gad on his lonesome has to come up big defensively and does for now, but Dalton still starts the scoring off, set up by Oasis.
I was about to say Oasis with a beat over 1. Gad can't get back in time, and Oasis plays this pass beautifully. And Dalton as well. Left side off the bar. What more can you ask for?
Old man still got hops. That was a nice finish that Dalton was up so quickly for. And I mean, Oasis typically, when UT Dallas are playing, when he's not in the roster, he's in Twitch chat talking about the age of the team, how they've got a keyboard and mouse warrior, and Dalton's an old man, but here he's actually getting to show off his own skills, though it's Zora and Dalton adding to the Comets' goal-scoring tally.
One of the wildest parts about listening to this UTD team is Oasis said in 3 years of knowing these two guys, he has only played with them 1 time in a random RLCS qualifier. And spoiler alert, they did not do well in that qualifiers. But we do know that Zora and Dalton have been menaces within, I would say, both the Tier 1 and Tier 2 side of Collegiate Rocket League. They are a top 48 school. I would even argue at their peak can go higher than that. They've got that chemistry. It's the reason why that second goal comes up, and the lead as well.
They did start off this spring semester ranked in the top 48 and fell down a slippery slope after some tough losses to start off their season, especially in the SEL. They went 0-2 in week 1. Oasis even beat them with his UTD JV roster. But they recovered, rattled off 5 straight victories, and then in winner's circle did suffer a couple of losses there, but those are quality opponents when you talk about both Bruton Parkers and Cumberland in that group of 4. But regardless, UT Dallas so far 2-0, 90 seconds in, have to hold this lead as here comes James Madison.
James Madison, though, haven't found anything too wild just yet at the UTD net, and that is given away. That's a wide open net, and all that Dalton has to do is just drive and jump into it, and it's a very odd overcommit.
Definitely. I mean, no one was back for a country mile here as Tyler turns, and I guess wasn't expecting Dalton to be immediately underneath that ball. So it's an easy pop and 3rd goal for UT Dallas. And James Madison are maybe a bit struck in the jaw here in game 1.
Not to mention that Dalton is 3 for 3 as well. And this is what I was referring to. UT Dallas simply have not lost game 1 all day. They always come out fast, and they really will hold the foot on the neck, and they're up 4 now.
This is something else that Waste always talks about when Blippi is in the starting lineup as well, that this UT Dallas team is so good when they're shooting well. That is a key for this team, and it sounds simple. I mean, just hit your training packs. But no, there are moments where UT Dallas feels in a series, but they're missing opportunity after opportunity. And I've gotten to watch a lot of this roster this season, and their shooting really does feel like a win condition. And so far, Dalton going 4 for 4. It's been pretty good for UT Dallas, though they do concede with a minute left.
Pigeon is finally able to bring JMU over at least the goal line and gets closer to maybe getting over the finish line of this game with at least something positive to go off of. 50 seconds left here. JMU could find a kickoff goal, and maybe we can start believing, but a 3-goal deficit with a team as hot as UTD has been today, a fake kickoff as well, will keep everything in their control.
Zora pops that ball off the ceiling, but the race to the ball is won by Tyler. He plays the ball out to the side where Gad waits, slow on boost, but still looking to make an impact down the sideline. Though it is Pigeon that takes the play over and is stuffed on the near side by the Comets of UT Dallas. 3-goal lead with 30 seconds left. Should be safe, but James Madison is still having to go with his comeback.
Great play from Pigeon to try and keep this ball close, but wasting too much time going down the midfield. No passing lanes. A bump does come through for Tyler, but it's not enough. UTD layer this defense wonderfully, and that's how they beat Bruton Parker Academy. It's how they got a game off of Bruton Parker. In fact, it's how they actually played Bruton Parker into an overtime or two, and I'm not talking about the Academy roster at that point. So UTD are simply a new beast right now, even without Blippi, and they earn game 1.
I mean, 4 goals with Dalton online. That's a great sign for UT Dallas, but it is just one game. And James Madison started finding a bit more footing there at the end, but did just have to take that 1 goal now into Forbidden Temple on 11 shots.
1 for 11 for JMU. But I think the crazier part is that I didn't feel like JMU was missing chances. It felt like they were rushing chances. Very similar to the point I was making about ETSU in this past series, where they're just looking to go pressure after pressure shot after pressure shot and then look for a quality look. But when that never happens, and Pigeon, it was even shut down by the entire UTD side, then what?
I mean, he was looking to make magic happen, had a couple of fancy feet plays down on the UT Dallas side, but that near side post was pretty well impenetrable on the UTD end. So if that defense keeps up, we could see a big-time upset on the LAN stage that keeps UT Dallas playing today. And I know that they were playing for something other than just the win here. They were telling me that if they make the winners finals and get that late start tomorrow, guaranteed, they get to sleep in. And that's a big driving factor for these Comets.
Well, more specifically, they had a lot to say about a waste, but those are comments maybe we save for a podcast episode, a State of the SEL, or something not on main broadcast. But either way, yes, a lot to fight for, not to mention those beautiful glass trophies as well, and beautiful Huntsville as well to go and have some extra time to explore. So we'll have to see if UTD can earn their way into that winner's final spot, but it is still a very young series.
Definitely. James Madison can recover. This is a mentally sound team. And going into game 2, they have all the pieces there to stage a comeback and tie this series up. But I want to see how they get their offense going, as it was a lot of plays down the sidelines and into UTD corners that didn't find much purchase outside of that. These weren't threatening shots that UT Dallas really had to stop. And so going forward, I want to see JMU up that lethality a bit.
I want to throw a call back into the mix as well. We talked earlier about how entering this semester, entering the SEL, they sat at a top 48 school across the nation. Granted, again, it was with Blippi, but a lot of the reason why that team fell down the ladder was not just because of SEL League play, also because of their LAN performance as a roster as well. We were both in Myrtle Beach for Boost on the Beach, where this UT Dallas roster really had a rough time. And we are already a minute into game 2, so we jump in a little bit late, but I do want to keep that point in the back of your heads, is that LAN and UTD normally aren't a good mix.
Well, we missed 6 shots from James Madison as they have opened up game 2 with a barrage that does end its first minute with an opener. Tyler strikes true, and the Dukes of James Madison start the scoring off in game 2 and pick up where they left off there at the end.
Big step up for JMU to not only score early, but to score first out of everybody here in game 2. I think if JMU wants any chance of fighting for the #1 spot here in Huntsville, which I think that's what Gad was mainly referring to in that interview, is that JMU believes that they should not be a team that has to fight for 3 or 4 at this LAN. They should be a team who fights for 1.
And if they can recover this second game, they certainly will continue that fight. But on Forbidden Temple, they do just have the first. Need more, I'm sure, with how UT Dallas looked in offense to start this series off. But no boost for the 2 front men of JMU. So Tyler and Gad refuel, reset, and start a counterattack again as Pigeon set up through the corner, but if he sends that ball across the pitch to the opposite end of the UT Dallas half, and we'll just keep playing sideline to sideline until Tyler changes things, but his shot is just off.
Big touch and crazy double for Tyler, but it is denied off of the post. And now Gad will find an open net to shoot on. Oasis caught off guard and not ready to go, and JMU goes up 2.
It's a great start for James Madison. Unrelenting offense as well, as it feels like everyone at the midfield line who steps up in rotation has boost to work with. They're not afraid to retreat, refuel, and reset a counterattack to be that much more effective against the UT Dallas defense, who don't seem to have any answers right now.
Great kickoff from Tyler to not only win it, but to keep possession and almost found a shot if Oasis was not there as well. And Oasis will try to get involved in the play, but can't find that one. Dalton up next has to try and cover for him. And now we'll see if Pigeon can try and make something happen after the mess of UTD in the midfield. How about a double flip reset? Well, the answer is yes, but not in a goal-scoring sense. But Pigeon still putting on great pressure mechanically.
Tyler set up again with plenty of boost in hand, gives the ball to Pigeon, who dumps the ball back off through the corner, and a pass out through the near side does develop, though Oasis blocks the shot it turns into. This is decent defense for UT Dallas compared to how they started, but that backboard is wide open, and Gad is more than capable of slamming that double tap in.
Textbook from Gad. If they're going to leave the backboard open, of course you have to attack it. And unfortunately, once again, it's Oasis who is stuck on the back line. That's 2 goals now, where simply JMU abused that lead.
What a different game this second has been. James Madison, who just took a 5-minute period to get used to the main stage. It was their first trip up to the main stage of the CTC here at UAH, but UT Dallas came out firing. Rattled off several consecutive goals, and now in game 2 we don't see any of that fire still lit on the orange side of things. But James Madison, so far so good. 75% field domination, shooting 3 for 12, and it's a much improved performance already on Forbidden Temple.
This ball ripped down, and Zora will try to continue that momentum into the JMU half, but as you can tell with a waist back flip that there is nobody from UTD who can beat Tyler to that ball. JMU are using a lot of boosts and are pretty much double committed up in the UTD half now, and they're going to struggle, but Dalton is at least faked off. Pass will go middle. Zora is there, but places it directly in the middle of the field. A good touch from Oasis to try and find somebody, any really UTD player, or maybe some form of counterattack. But right here with about 1:10 left, I'm not sure what you can do to make a 3-goal deficit up.
It's a nice start, shutting down Pigeon before he can really develop anything. But Tyler alone in defense is a little bit awkward, and Zora barrels into him, prying the ball loose. But Pigeon got back in time to help Tyler out on that goal line. Meanwhile, Gad has been taken out by Oasical, but Pigeon is allowed space, time, and a 1v1 with Zora to maybe find a forthwith, but no such luck. JMU still have a 3-goal lead in hand, but UT Dallas have at least stemmed the bleeding.
Gad looks middle for a pre-jump. Pigeon and off the bar and in. What a play from the Dukes.
The wound is back open. James Madison continue their game 2 onslaught, and that is a nice finishing touch from Pigeon, who waited. He had to wait on the ball there as he didn't have much boost to work with, but his flip was pristine, and James Madison lead by 4.
Pigeon was up so quick for that ball that I actually thought Pigeon had pre-jumped for that ball, so I apologize. It was not a pre-jump, but either way, it was a great play from Pigeon to dust everybody on the field, including some of his own. But it won't matter in the long scheme of things. With about 20 seconds left here, JMU are just trying to wrap this one up. This ball is going to be awkward. They may find one more goal, but you already mentioned this point earlier, Bebek. It's a very, very different momentum switch, and it's feeling very eerily similar to the Bruton Parker series. Now, granted, Game 2 was a lot closer, but Bruton Parker had a big lead and then continued to win Game 3, win Game 4. Do we think JMU's fate is semi-similar?
Well, UT Dallas gets one for the road here. A bit of a strange one as Oasical was just diving in along with his teammates and forced in a pinball type goal, but I think James Madison can work with this, even though UT Dallas do get a couple here late. There's no time here. UT Dallas cannot do this, but James Madison, I mean, you can, now that you're used to the main stage, I think they're off and rolling, and UT Dallas will have to step up defensively going forward.
I like the UTD kickoff strats, and some of them are just simply winning your kickoffs, and we'll see a very hard sheet from UTD. It would have been a shot for a waste, but unfortunately for him, not able to find much. Zora will look for Dalton to maybe find one more, and it is well placed, but off the bar and out. UTD find all of their offense way too late in this game, and JMU had full control for the rest.
And they still hit 11 shots, UT Dallas did there, but JMU had themselves 15 as they continue to rattle opportunities off at the UT Dallas net. And the difference there is, I mean, the first couple of minutes were all JMU's offense. If you give them that many opportunities to start a game off with, they're going to jump up 4-0 on you.
Not to mention that out of the 11 shots the UTD got, I would imagine, I think 4, 5 of them came within the last 30 seconds, last minute, which unfortunately is not how you can play against this JMU roster. You can't just decide to start cutting your rotations and being more, I guess, close as a unit in the midfield to try and push on to JMU. This is a team where no matter who you're trying to attack, they are experienced players, and even though they may not be on full rides or any sort of major scholarships, they are scholarship-level players, and Tyler and Gad have come such a long way, not only mentally, but on the pitch as well. They're hard to beat.
And you could see it in what we've seen so far in this best of 5, where James Madison kind of got knocked in the jaw there to start the series off and then recover well, have a great start to game 2, and just mentally reset for that second game after losing 4-1 to start off. But now it's UT Dallas's turn to mentally reset as they've gotten a punch thrown back their way. But game 3 on Driftwoods is all important. Let's see who takes it now and grabs match point.
Also, Bruton Parker and Bruton Parker Academy, that series has gotten up and running. We are not exactly sure what that series score is. Hopefully we'll have that for you soon. But we've got a banger right here if a waste can put that in. But already 15 seconds in, UTD have to reset, and the counter's already on, and the net's wide open, and JMU will indeed counter.
Look at the shot from Pigeon right here. I mean, Gad beats the first man and sets up Pigeon so well, but that goes off the side of Pigeon's Fennec. He gets so much power on it, 67-mile-per-hour finishing touch. And James Madison don't seem fazed at all by the last couple of garbage time goals that UT Dallas grabbed on Forbidden Temple for the road as the Dukes get right back to business here at the start of Game 3 on Driftwoods.
Awkward 50 right on the UTD goal line, but they're able to at least not allow James Madison to get to as much of a scoring spree as we did just witness. Now, granted, 30 seconds into this game, JMU didn't score that early last time, and it's dangerous if you're letting them get hot already in what should be what we believe is a long best of 5 if JMU are not the contenders that they are aspiring to be. So far, though, matching that theme and capitalizing off a UTD team that really needs to get back to the way they were playing in groups and even the way they were playing last round.
50-50 goes neutrally, but UT Dallas pick up where JMU left off. Zora downfield into the corner, applies a bit of pressure at the James Madison goal line, but Pigeon is not phased. He might have just 1v3'd UT Dallas, but Dalton gets back in time to be a fourth-man defender.
Whoa.
Fast enough rotation to prevent a second goal from going in immediately, but the Dukes could still grab another. Oh, 90 seconds in, it is just that first goal scored, and Pigeon nearly does grab that second.
Great job, though, from I believe it was a waste who was able to throw that dominus right on Pigeon and took him completely off the ball. Gat also lands onto that ball, surprisingly, which does open up a door for Pigeon, but it won't be much more than just an even 50 that now you're going to see Tyler stuck diving for Gat. A great first touch. We'll try to look for a dunk, and once again, we'll find it, but UTD are not exactly willing to let JMU put anything on net, but they're very willing to let them use every other side of the field. Every 50, every touch, every shot will stay in those corners as long as UTD can help it.
Just composed defense from James Madison right there. Conserving boost, preparing for the next attack that the Comets throw their way. And Dalton will set up Zora for an opportunity on net. A Pigeon is credited with a save. Gad looks to break out, but shut down by Oasis, who steals 100 in the James Madison corner and tests Tyler on the near side. But that is a test that Tyler can pass, and James Madison continue to slow down this UT Dallas attack.
Halfway through a big game 3, and Oasis will finally find the tying goal, and UTD are right back in the mix.
Well, I thought James Madison had all the answers here, but Pigeon getting bumped off the backboard was enough of an opening for UT Dallas to score an equalizer. Not a moment too soon. At the halfway point of game 3, we're all tied up.
Ball will roll up in favor of Pigeon as well. You can tell that JMU loves to feed Pigeon the ball, regardless of where on the field he may be, how much boost he may have, and it's because no matter what he has, no matter what the situation is, you can always count on Pigeon to be the one to lead your squad. But now you gotta watch out because Tyler, once again, his third man, is caught lacking just ever so slightly, and maybe caught lacking again, but Dalton can't convert that into a shot. So now here with 2 minutes left, things are gonna continue to stay awkward. A touch will go high, and not bad idea from Oasis at all, and is able to maybe find a pass, but instead Dalton waiting in the wings, look for a double, did find another touch, but it is not directly on net. But UTD, they are really working their way towards a Duke net.
I can smell blood in the water right now. UT Dallas, they're playing with pace, and they're trying to open up any already small gap on the James Madison back line, turn it into a shooting lane, but really develop. The Dukes survive and do find a clear moment of respite for their defense, but right back to the goal line goes James Madison, and Gad has just missed. Does recover himself enough to play the ball towards the midfield line where Oasis does wait in the wings, so UT Dallas can continue to up their field domination numbers, but not their goal scoring numbers. Another stop for James Madison.
Oasis doing a great job to take time, does beat one, has a lot of boost to go with, will try to beat Tyler, will at least get over and open up a lane for Dalton, but nothing major just yet. UTD have easily gone to the most overtimes out of any team at the collegiate side of this LAN so far, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news for JMU, but if we do see that, UTD have won every overtime they've played in today other than one, which I think makes them 2 for 3 or 3 for 4, even though they only played 2 group stage games, but JMU will try to avoid that after a great redirect from Gad, just slightly falls short.
It's a creative shot, but again, not enough to break through a defense of UT Dallas that seems rejuvenated. They're making better reads, holding things together on their back line, and overall just looking better than in game 2, where it was a blowout for James Madison. And now with 20 seconds left, we're tied up 1 apiece, but Pigeon is on the ball, and he is a game changer, though stopped by Dalton initially. Oasis follows up with maybe an open net look, though Tyler takes it away off the backboard as his last second opportunity of his own. The super sub that I don't think we can call a sub anymore for James Madison. Looks good right there, but we get overtime regardless of Tyler's intentions.
Again, a big game 3. It is upper bracket semifinals. This is to secure a spot in the top 3 if you can make it out of this series, and this game will be a big one, not only to swing the momentum, but also with how much energy that comes into games like this at this level.
Oh, it's in.
You got to count on, but Dalton just gets an absolute freebie, and UTD, I will make the argument, steal that game away.
I mean, they had the pressure, but James Madison was playing phenomenal defense up until this point. That is just a pickpocketing of the ball that Gad was not ready for. As a third man, he cheats up too far, and UT Dallas nabbed themselves match point.
Wow. I mean, I agree with you. JMU playing great defense, but really nobody getting incredible offense up until the end there. And it wasn't incredible. It was a wide open net for Dalton, which he has been the leading scorer for UTD, and so that's no surprise. But for JMU, Tyler maybe made one mistake where it directly resulted in a third-man goal, and that's the only time I think we've seen JMU in a while have a third-man rotational issue. But that's what LAN, that's what the SEL brings together, is crazy mistakes like that, and that one hurts.
And that's what happens when UT Dallas plays so much offense. I mean, they keep James Madison backed up for that long. Eventually, someone's going to falter in defense, no matter how well JMU looked on their back line for the better part of that third game. UT Dallas, though, credit to their midfield play. They had, over the field domination numbers, 60% field domination that game, which isn't the largest figure we've seen before, but you could definitely feel their offensive presence on the field because they had long stints in that purple JMU end.
It's overall just confusing because we watched both these teams in group stage, and I would argue that they looked completely different. UTD found many bump plays, many demo plays, and many mechanical outclasses as well. And for JMU, a lot of that was the same. But again, this is the toughest team on paper that JMU have had to play yet. They were shocked in game 1. They then get shell-shocked in game 3 with an overtime loss, and now they're one game away from falling to losers early.
All right, James Madison, you got to dig deep now to avoid the lower bracket. And so far, they have a half chance as GAD 50-50's a ball near on target. It does set up more possession and maybe a shot from Tyler that clings off the post and stays out.
That's a big moment as well. JMU once again for I think the 3rd game in a row finding very early pressure, but unbelievable that that one was just barely whipped off. Pigeon though has a reset, has a teammate middle, and GAD is there. Skies that one as well though, and Tyler's got to completely reset.
He's got boost to reset now, a little bit of space, but an awkward first touch, so he has to use Pigeon to break out a defense, and Pigeon will do exactly that. He falls back towards Tyler, who has a couple of orange cars in his face, and sends Dalton to the opposite corner. Just a bit of revenge as GAD finds a demo on the UT Dallas goal line. It's getting precarious for the Comets defense, but they do survive.
Big tap high for GAD, who is able to keep it to Pigeon. A great 50 as well, and Oasis will find another big tap high. Big counter as well. Big shot with that dominance. Big double commit from JMU, and finally things will start to settle down, but the size of the actions will remain the same. Zora's going to get another massive clear downfield, but nothing on net. Actually, that will be on net from Oasis. A great shot from, again, I agree with you, not the super sub. He may just be the super starter based on SCL regular season results, but here comes Pigeon off the ceiling. Down on net, off the ceiling, and the Pigeon flies.
He flies in spectacular fashion off the ceiling and into one extra touch that beats everybody on the UT Dallas goal line. That's the superstar factor that Pigeon gives you when he plays for your school, and James Madison reaps the rewards there.
Tyler there up early in the air, has some time to go to work, also has GAD in the area, but Zora will easily jump into the midfield in the air for that one. And now here comes Pigeon once again, does get a reset, does beat out one, but Dalton was just waiting for his moment to rip this one down, but Tyler gets a free possession out of it. Still 3 minutes left to go as well, but I would imagine we're going to stay back and forth unless UTD can start setting the house here, and they almost do.
Well, they're a high-flying bunch now through the JMU corner. UT Dallas trying to get some passes through the purple cars there down the field, but are unsuccessful. The Dukes post some more good defense to maintain this one goalie a little bit longer. The Pigeon could add to it. Forces UT Dallas to play backwards. A dunk finds GAD center, and he strikes true. A near side shot puts JMU up a pair.
It's a good shot from GAD directly at the halftime point. Oasis using that dominance, but it is flat. It's easier to 50. That front end is not as reliable, and it's a 2-goal lead because of it.
James Madison certainly have done well to recover from their losses so far in this series, as they got blown out in game 1, responded with a blowout of their own, and lost a tight 3rd game in this series, and then seem to have recovered nicely, though Oasis almost grabs a response for UT Dallas, but James Madison on their goal line are looking good.
I'm also not sure what the series score is, but I did just watch Bruton Parker Academy grab a game.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if it's 1-1 or maybe it's 2-1 or who knows, right? But hopefully we'll have an update for you very soon, and hopefully maybe we get double game 5 here in our winter semifinals.
We'll see what happens over there as the winner of the Bruton Parker College Civil War will take on whoever emerges from this current series on the main stage victorious, and there is no telling who that might be, as James Madison continue to put their foot down on the gas pedal. UT Dallas are struggling to keep up. Zora does find a clearing through the midfield line. He's got no boost to follow. Dalton tries to help out, also low in the boost funds department, and that returns into a flat-footed UTD attack.
Pigeon trying to push this back into the UTD side of things, and we'll keep it there, but UTD are really not afraid to leave things in their half. Have a counter as well, and Zora, after baiting in one player, maybe even 2 with Tyler missing, or is able to maybe find a passing lane. It could be a shot. Top right is there, and Zora will score.
UTD get their answer. Not a moment too soon. 75 seconds left. this Game 4 has turned into a manageable comeback opportunity for the Comets of UT Dallas, and that's a clean passing play. The first, it feels like, that's broken out of the James Madison corner and into an open infield where UTD had everyone there, it felt like, to score it.
Quick update as well, Bruton Parker versus Bruton Parker Academy is 1-1 in the series, and they are currently in a tech pause working out some PC issues. So that series is just now starting to spice up.
Okay, well, that works out because if someone goes on a run there, they can buy some time for this series, which looks like it could go the distance as James Madison has an opportunity to take their 2-goal lead back, but miss on it just a tad. Tyler will be denied right there. Pigeon will try again to kickstart a James Madison attack with 40 seconds left to really put this game out of reach, but it's UT Dallas with offense on the board.
Always just trying to keep these booming touches away from any JMU possession, and Dalton in a very awkward spot because of it, stuck in his own corner. Now not being able to get any possession, but Zora at least able to rip this one down. Bang will come back through for Gad. There is going to be a Tyler in the area, but no bump or major touch. Dalton finds a great double with Pigeon, read it all the way through, looking for a little more in the tank, does find a double. Spot will be passed up pretty well to Dalton though. So here comes a counter, one last chance for UTD. Ball will stay up in the UTD half. Tyler's there, and Tyler wants to end it right here and now. Bepic, I think we're going to 5.
That should just about seal it. That's a clean beat by Tyler. And, I mean, Oasis right there, and Tyler completely disrespects him. He plays with great speed and should send us to Champions Field. There is so much on the line with just one game of Rocket League to decide who gets sent to the lower round 1 side of the bracket and who advances to a guaranteed top 3.
Our second game 5 of the entire day, and it is only day 1. It's a beautiful cinematic start to the SCL collegiate side of things, and I'm sure Valorant is going to deliver some similar results as well. But here on the Rocket League side, we've got a burner, to say the least. And I didn't get to talk about JMU on LAN. I talked plenty about UTD's ups and downs on LAN, but JMU had their fair share as well. Have taken losses, surprise losses to teams within their own state. Shout out to George Mason, who also couldn't make it here, but then also came back and won a Virginia-only LAN with the Coastal Clash that Gen G was involved in. So JMU, their fair share, but on the more successful side compared to UTD, and you could see it in that comeback energy.
I mean, James Madison have been building up LAN experiences throughout this spring semester in preparation for late season LANs like this, but so far they have been tested by UT Dallas, another roster with a good bit of LAN experience. I think back to their Boost on the Beach performance, which wasn't great, but it was a learning experience for 2 of these 3 players up on stage here. And we'll see if they've learned enough to take down a hungry JMU roster on Champions Field.
I will say this, though. I think regardless of series result, both these teams will see each other again. I think this could be a banger losers final matchup. I think we could even see them meet earlier based on how things work out. Who knows, right? But at least one of these teams will guarantee a spot in the losers finals. So you don't got to worry about meeting earlier. I'm completely wrong in that point, and you guarantee a top 3 spot as long as you win this game right here.
Oh, Zora just dove in as 3rd man, and Gad's got an opening to set up Tyler to score. It's 1-0 James Madison, just 13 seconds into Game 5.
Champions Field fireworks will start early, and I'm sure the entire GAD Familia is in chat, setting them off. It's a big JMU start.
And Zora, a bad mistake to open up their Game 5 performance on the main stage, and Pigeon off kickoff has another 2-0 Dukes.
Pigeon just keeping the momentum moving. JMU a very quick 2, and just like that, UTD is very much so on the back foot.
Wouldn't this be something? Some revenge late in the season for a Game 5 loss suffered early on in Week 4 of the SEL group stage. James Madison are already well on their way to getting exactly that sort of revenge as UT Dallas scramble early on here in Game 5, but do have time to recover.
This ball will stay up for the time being. Oasical once again just trying to give his team some room to make something happen. Slight double commit though will make sure that Oasis actually is the only one who can find a shot. That's a ripper off of the Dominus, and that's why you use the long body.
Substitute who? Oasical downfield awaits no time getting up to that pass and slams a shot to the top right with some help from a defender, but it was fast enough where that defender couldn't get a read on it.
30 seconds in, and we already see 3 goals. Could see a 4th as well if Dalton misses this ball, but will not. And for UTD, they're definitely wanting to get to the part of this series, the part of this game, where we just settle down and play some good Rocket League.
Oh, this is scary, though. UT Dallas are hustling back to their goal line without a ton of boost to work with, but Dalton from behind takes Tyler out, sends him potentially all the way into the lower bracket with that bump if UTD can complete a multi-goal comeback that they were forced into rapidly here in Game 5 as James Madison came out hot, but the Comets might have themselves a response, though it is still just that first for now.
Tyler, a little bit of room to work, and will decide to still go for the pass to Pigeon. A tough moment for JMU, and that's been a lot of the back half of this series. That JMU is still confident when they're on the ball, but in their half, they get really antsy, worried that UTD is almost going to start throwing everything at them, even though Tyler can see the whole field. So JMU will be able to keep pressure and possession at the same time, and UTD still struggling to really find anything. That's a pass to Gad off the double tap. Another play for Pigeon, but a very surprising miss from 2 JMU players.
Definitely. Both Gad and Pigeon can hit the shots that they were potentially presented right there with an open backboard on the UT Dallas side, but still, James Madison keep the possession rolling in the UT Dallas end as Oasical. It's a bit awkward, but recovers with no boost and dumps the play off to Zora, who fuels up but has the ball stolen from him as Pigeon dives in and makes sure there is no immediate UT Dallas counterattack, though it does come a bit later.
Decent reset from Dalton to try and open up something, but instead it'll be a big counter from Tyler. Could just put this one in off the backboard, but Dalton with 0 boost is still able to get up there and make a very clutch touch. We'll see if Zora is able to get back to this one, decides to go back in net instead, and gets beat by Tyler once again. Oasical as well, very awkward in his own corner, is luckily able to send this one. Dalton gets a big doink downfield, no bounce is needed, and that's just straight up in. We've got 2s across the scoreboard.
Tied up just past the halfway point of Game 5, and would you believe that James Madison started off their exhibition on Champions Field with a pair of opening goals. UT Dallas come all the way back to get us level, and they never say die.
What a world we could have if only it is UTD and maybe Bruton Parker Academy all the way in winners final. That is a possibility based on how those series are going, but we'll try to keep you posted throughout the rest of the broadcast. Keep in mind that Bruton Parker and Bruton Parker Academy are now back up and running, so I'll have an update for you hopefully soon, but this series is just now reaching its peak. 2 minutes left, tie game in Game 5.
It would be something to have our 2 grand finalist favorites meet up in the lower bracket, but that can all change with a couple of good performances. And there's Tyler showing his face on stream again, set up by Pigeon right here, but this was a beautiful tandem counterattack.
Pigeon being selfish, trying to open up the top side of the net, and doesn't get the bump, but doesn't have to. It delays a UTD defender from jumping up, and it was enough to set up a great 50, and JMU retake the lead.
They have their advantage back, but UT Dallas do take the ball off kickoff and send it into JMU territory where it was attempted clear. UT Dallas guard the midfield line nicely. When they were playing well in this series, that's something that they use as a strength to launch themselves into a couple of game wins. Good possession control, making sure JMU can't easily break out of defense and put a shot on like this as Tyler shoots too high. That could have been 4. Instead, though, UT Dallas have an opportunity to level the playing field, but JMU hustle back.
A big, I won't say whiff, but missed opportunity for UTD to say the least. Dalton can't find that shot now. It could be a counter, but it's a good tap at least to delay Pigeon, but reset is there. Zora finds a temporary delay, and Gad hits it to Dalton as well. 60 seconds left. UTD just need to find one moment.
They're so far stuck in the mud on their goal line, and James Madison have the boost to keep this possession play going. Oase tries to break his team out with a pinch downfield. Dalton fields it, sets up Zora, who will take to the skies, but Gad was ready for that. Rotates up the backboard of James Madison and finds another stop for the Dukes.
30 seconds left here. Dalton made his way through 2, taps it up for a teammate. Zora is there and could potentially stay on, but Oase also double commits. Dalton has to immediately turn. Zora can't turn as well, but Oase is there with 0 boost, but a big dominance. Try and cover for the time being. Great 50 does go middle. Zora is in the area, but was already over-rotated and has to turn back to go again. Now Dalton needs to find Oase. Oase is there. Oase back over to Dalton. Dalton back on the net, but it's off the bar. A follow-up. up, and it will be denied. Tyler's there with a potential open net. No shot. Big double will fall off. 1 second left, and one extra bounce is there. Gad can deny. It will stay up. Here comes Pigeon to try and call game. Backboard falling down, and nothing just yet. Zora, one more chance.
Oh, he tries to keep the ball up, but James Madison ground it and confirmed their spot in the winners' finals. It was a labored effort for the Dukes. It goes all the way to Game 5, but they claim a spot in the top 3.
Game 5 and almost an overtime as well. But James Madison will put all of the haters to rest temporarily. Again, they are aiming for more than just a win here. They're aiming for a win in the winners' finals or the losers' finals. They want top 2, they want number 1, and nothing less.
And in every game James Madison won that series, they were scoring 3+. Every loss they suffered, they were held to 1 goal each. When their offense is in check, they're beatable. But when all 3 members of that JMU attack are rolling, those Dukes are tough to stop. And we got a great example of that there in Game 5.
That's also a wild matchup with 2 rosters who have different third men than what they're normally used to. Granted, Tyler's got a little bit of a head start on Oase, but Oase falls into the UTD system pretty well. Now, granted, maybe you can tweak some possession moments, tweak some passing lanes here and there, but Oase playing consistent enough to actually make great impact for UTD. And if Dalton keeps playing as well as he has, if Zora keeps stepping up in big moments like he has throughout that series, UTD can make a top 3 run. And if there's a rematch of James Madison, I can see it going the distance again.
I mean, these UTD players arrived to LAN purely for vibes. They weren't confident in themselves, but they have gained confidence here at the SEL Season 5 LAN, though James Madison always fully confident. They wished UT Dallas good luck in that series, and maybe some of that luck did help the Comets, but James Madison do get the last laugh, and man, their attack looked lethal. It was everyone as well up front. Tyler looked so good in transition, TJ, and we noted that in playoffs when JMU were making their run to the top 3. When Tyler is active in that counterattack game of James Madison, they're really tough to beat.
If Pigeon could do anything but be first man, JMU are contenders here at this event. And there's a lot of screaming behind us as well. This Bruton Parker series is getting very spicy, so I'm hoping after the break we'll have a very big bracket update for you, but time will tell.
All right, in the meantime, we're taking a short break here at the SEL Season 5 LAN. One last shout out to our sponsor, MSI, before the winners finals come up in just a little bit. Thank you for supporting the 5th season of the Southeastern Esports League. And if you're watching right now, make sure you do support the SEL by supporting MSI, our proud sponsor of SEL Season 5. We'll have results on BPC Academy coming up after a break, as well as our winner bracket finals.
about as clean of a finish you could possibly ask for in a full series requiring all 5. So I don't think there's anything to complain about for Rocket League so far here today on this fine Saturday afternoon here in Huntsville, Alabama. But we have more action, one more series left to go, and we're welcoming back once again JMU to the stage. And they were very closely matched in that last series, and it came down to the wire, but they closed things out where necessary, and they gave us a darn good way to go about it. Now, Gad, the biggest question is, the game went the way you wanted it to, but now you're seeing Bruton Parker at the other end of this one. How are you feeling about this?
Yeah, they're a scary team, but, we pulled out in the last series, so, we're going to try and do what we can to win this one, too.
Now, did you see how their previous series went after you guys got off the stage and saw the Academy team almost take down the main roster and see them cannibalizing themselves? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, both teams, got scared, so, it's going to be a tight one, I think.
Do you have hopes that maybe they drew out the energy out of them and that maybe you can now step in when they're weak and feeble?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, you've heard it here first. They're saying that you're weak and feeble. I think that's what Gad is trying to get out there. Do you have any actual closing words for how you feel about going in and any words of advice for it?
No. We're just gonna play our game and have a good series.
All right, focus up. All right, thank you very much, Gad. We'll go ahead and welcome up Bruton Parker as well, and we'll have a conversation with Manny to talk things through. And they delegated Manny LR in for this one. They did not just let this fall the other way. Now, how are you guys feeling about heading into this one, especially after your close affair you had with your second team?
I think we're feeling pretty good. We're ready to play our OCS after, too. So, it's a long day at Rocket League, but we're excited. Yeah.
Do you feel like you get stronger the more Rocket League you play in a day?
I think I do, unless it's like 5 hours straight. But I think I get better used to some of the stuff. So yeah.
5 hours straight is about normal for gaming, right? 5 or 10, something along those lines. It's one way or the other. Now, have you faced them before so far?
We faced them when they had Ability instead of Tyler in the regular season playoffs. I think it was losers finals. And they were good. They're a solid team. Pigeon's a great player. But I'm expecting close to the same thing. I'm not super worried about it. I'm just excited to play them.
Okay, all right. Do you have any words you want to say to them right before you get into this one?
They're nice guys. I'm not a toxic person. I just gotta let them know that I gotta show them that I want to win it more than them. So.
All right, you heard it here first. Bruton Parker want to come in with vengeance. Too many nice people. There's too many nice people in Rocket League. I'm trying to get some like bloodthirsty vengeance out here and come in with some fervor or something. No, they're way too nice. But speaking of nice people, let's send it on over to Mr. Papick and DJ TJ once again. Take it away, boys.
While we may not get too much smack talk, I know Bruton Parker will get loud during this series up on stage. Manny may not be mean, but he does shout when BPC is doing well. TJ, your Georgia boys escaped a loss to their academy team earlier on in the day, and now they're playing for a spot in Grands.
The way that I see it, as long as maybe 2 Georgia teams makes the top 3, that's a win for me, so no complaints. But now they have to come back from almost losing to their academy team and have to go against the other tournament favorite in JMU.
James Madison was tested as well, though. UT Dallas put up a great fight in that upper bracket semifinal. So both sides took a trip to Champions Field in preparation for the final best of 5 of day 1 of the SCL Season 5 Collegiate LAN. And there you go. Those are the results on the day. We started out avoiding Champions Field, and then our I forgot the name for 4 teams in a group, but those 4 teams right there in round 2. That is James Madison at the top. I don't know why they don't have the text of their name. They took us to a pair of trips to Champions Field.
And for both these teams, I can potentially make the argument that they have played harder or easier teams. It's been a very variable day in terms of who you've had to play and what you've had to deal with. James Madison went through both UAH Blue and ETSU, who lost in the first round. So their Game 5 series, I think, makes more sense. But then from the Bruton Parker Academy side, those are 2 teams in-house spending a lot of time together. So as much as I want to sit here and say maybe Bruton Parker looks shaky, I think that may purely be a mental matchup.
And is it a quartet? I just looked it up in Google. And half of that quartet has advanced to the winners finals. But you can see in the bottom side of the bracket, the quartet of teams that will be playing at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. UAH Blue versus BPC Academy, and then UT Dallas versus East Tennessee State.
I mean, I really cannot wait. I believe the match that we've confirmed on stream for tomorrow will be Texas Dallas and East Tennessee State. I'm fully expecting that matchup to be a banger. It's the 2 seeds of their respective groups, and they have yet to even see each other, I think including SCL play as well, unless you have a stat that I don't know about. But I have not seen them go against each other either with or without the SCL. We'll have to confirm that while Bepic's looking, but I expect that matchup to be great. I expect it to be sloppy. I expect it to be messy, and I think ETSU, if I had to pick a current favorite, I think I'm leaning their way. They seem on the more consistent side, but both those teams did lose their games, and they're down there for a reason.
It would have to have been in tier assignment. I'm not going to check through all of those matches right now, but it's been a while if these 2 teams have played one another. But focusing back on James Madison and Bruton Parker, BPC is 2-0 against James Madison this season. They played once in the playoffs, and they played once in the group stage. Both were 3-1 wins for the Barons of Bruton Parker. So James Madison can take games, but they haven't yet beaten the Barons of BPC.
Seems like the Barons have carried tech issues with them as well. Cass had a tech issue in Game 3 of that Bruton Parker. Sorry, JMU actually carried the tech issues. My bad, mishearing my production specialist. Thank you, Shaka. So JMU have tech issues. We're getting those slowly figured out. But still, Bruton Parker now have 2 series in a row where they've dealt with tech issues. Luckily, this time they still get to stay warm and stay hot, stay ready to go. But for JMU, we're going to have to wait and see what's going on over there. But might as well give the breakdown from both of these teams. So when we just went and saw the bracket, both these teams are the respective 1 seeds in their group for a reason, have gone unbeaten, but have not gone untested or battle hardened. And now as we are about to enter Game 1, I don't even know which way I want to lean, but I think wearing a Georgia shirt, I think I'm going with the Barons once again.
I mean, Bruton Parker, I think, despite a Game 5 trip against BPC Academy, are still the favorites to win this LAN. After Cumberland confirmed that they weren't making an appearance here in Huntsville, Bruton Parker became heavy favorites to win. I say heavy loosely, maybe not heavy favorites, as their floor this season has been a bit lower than semesters past, and that didn't stop them from making a deep run in the spring split playoffs and winning the fall split outright. But this has been a shaky spring for Bruton Parker.
You also have to wonder, with Bruton Parker in the SCL in their entire history, they joined late in the spring of last season. They show up to LAN, but then they have to play with a sub for the back half of that LAN. So we never have gotten to see a Bruton Parker LAN showcase here in the SCL. And so now we have a full-strength A-team roster, and I would argue a full-strength B-team roster as well, based on how close those rosters stay together. But you'll hear that B-team. They don't call themselves the Academy team. They're not the B-team. They call themselves the real A-team. But the actual by varsity A-team level players will be taking the stage soon here. Again, we're just waiting to see what's going on up there.
I do have a great stat for you as well, talking about Bruton Parker's dominance since they joined the league in Season 4's spring split. They have, of teams that have played more than just 1 semester in the SEL, the best win percentage all time across groups, across bracket play, across LAN play. They're sitting at 85% right now, which is so impressive considering that now they've racked up a good number of series played. They're 34-6 overall, I believe, coming into LAN. I don't think I've counted those series yet, but they're undefeated, so that win percentage has already gone up.
You'll have to correct me as well. I believe their first semester of joining, they won that spring split, or at least made the final, because they lost to... in that spring
Tennessee.
Season. It was Tennessee, that's who it was. But then did win in their first fall season here in Season 5, where we currently reside. But the point that I wanted to bring up was that, yes, that win percentage is special, but Bruton Parker also make it to the major games of every living potential SCL season they've ever played in. That means they've been in 3 straight grand finals, looking for a 4th here in the LAN.
They placed top 6 in the spring of last season.
Beat them, wow.
Yeah, UTK beat them in uppers. Florida State beat them in lowers, both Game 5, if memory serves. But that was a while ago, and that was a very different Bruton Parker roster. And now they have made several consecutive grand finals trips, and I'm sure they're expecting another here on LAN. But James Madison is a pretty severe speed bump to get through, as you have the star power of Pigeon, obviously, as a spearhead for the JMU attack. But Tyler, with those passing plays in transition, looked so effective against UT Dallas.
I think Tyler may be the key to the offensive movement for JMU. We've talked about it both virtually and here physically in person in Huntsville, Alabama, as we are now ready to see if Tyler can be that spearhead, or will JMU continue to be as variable as they were in the earlier semi?
Well, Antics already getting up to make a block and push the ball away off the Bruton Parker goal line, but that means James Madison start off game one on the front foot here. Now, Bruton Parker don't blink, and they could find themselves an escape route. Antics supplies it with a good flick and follow-up 50. Gets BPC out of their half, but Pigeon will stick them right back into that defensive end. It's a scrum for possession here at the midfield line.
We've talked about it many times, not only on State of the SCL, but also in the pre-show leading up to any Bruton Parker series, is where do you expect members of this team to fall in rotation? You know what you get with Manny. You know you get high-flying, very loud action. You will be able to hear him probably all the way from the Twitch stream as well. But with Cass and Antics, a lot has changed, a lot has become variable for Bruton Parker over the last school year. Cass comes in this spring, even though Bruton Parker had a lot of success with Milk on this A-team spot, and Antics hasn't been playing the game as much, still does look good today, and Bruton Parker have earned their spot here in Winners Final, but I can see reason, and I can see potential for JMU to take a game and potentially 3.
That's a great start. James Madison took control of the opening kickoff and have not relinquished that control since we started game one here. 1-0, and Pigeon gets JMU on the board, but it feels like the intent to pass has not left the blood of James Madison since their last series against UTD.
Manny in the area, the Pigeon's very quick to try and flip the field and go to attack Cass instead, but there's not really a weak link on the field by any means for any of these teams, and so they'll learn it the hard way for now, just switching possession here in the midfield. Cass will be bumped off as well. Manny has to use all of his boost, just find any touch downfield. Great first touch for Gad to hopefully get an even 50 if you're a JMU fan, and it will stay in the midfield. Pigeon does have room to go to work, does beat Cass as well, but Bruton Parker, that varsity tenure, not letting Pigeon get anything at all.
Still more possession for the Dukes of James Madison. We'll keep Bruton Parker playing on the back line, which even if James Madison isn't escaping with goals here, they are limiting what Bruton Parker's offense can do on the field. This is just game one. James Madison are setting a precedent at the moment of established midfield control, and it does continue even though BBC are finding the occasional opening to move into that purple half with. James Madison are right back into their offensive zone with Tyler on the ball, setting Gad up for a sidewall play.
Antics will take a player off, but Pigeon very quick to try and cover his teammates back. Will get a 50 middle as well, and he can open up a lane for a Tyler 50, but that touch is too strong. Now, counterattack, Manny looking for Antics. That's a duo that we've talked about for years, and hopefully we'll get to continue to talk about for the next few days, and they won't find anything just yet, but already halfway through, and JMU rolling with the punches very well.
That was a good bump. Manny being a menace as always in the James Madison end. It sets up Bruton Parker with some possession and a decent pass center, but Pigeon intercepts and denies Cass a potential opener for the Barons, but Bruton Parker are breaking out and staying out of defense, slowly ramping up their attack, but that goose egg on the scoreboard remains.
Manny off the ceiling of the JMU net, almost is able to find some form of pass or redirect, but now it'll be up to Cass. Solo play, looking for bump on net, will make it happen, but they interact in the air through a bump, and Manny will throw Cass off of his path. So now the minute 40 left, a pre-jump play from Pigeon. Great confidence, still almost was able to get to it. A slight moment there for JMU where they could have put in a potential dagger, but slight miscommunication will still give Bruton Parker a chance. Cass has room to go to work. Manny accidentally losing this 50 back to the half, but it will work out. Antics has plenty of time, a flick over one as well. And here comes the Bruton Parker counter.
Such good control by Antics right there, but JMU hold it together, though Bruton Parker are starting to exhaust resources on the James Madison end, but 70 seconds left, the Dukes maintain their 1-goal lead. A pass back center sees Antics, though low on boost, with a bit of control downfield, and he 50s his way into that purple box. Manning tries to keep possession, passes backwards to Cass, but Pigeon is all over it. This JMU defense are not allowing any of the BBC players to really make a standout play to get Bruton Parker on the board. And talk about standout plays, Tyler locates Pigeon downfield, and that's another great stop from Bruton Parker's back line.
Great patience from Cass, and now he'll look for a great counter. Antics on net. It's going to be a little too weak, and Manny was ready for it, but is beat. Tyler now will try to delay Antics, but Antics wasn't even up in the first place. No double will still be awkward for them to really make a move out of their own half. Pigeon now up and over one, sitting awkward, and will continue to just try and put anything on net here. 20 seconds left. Bruton Parker have to start getting a little dire here, putting third man Manny all the way forward. Cass now, no boost. Has to try and find something midfield. 10 seconds left now. Antics probably one last chance, but he's backwards trying to catch this ball. Nothing yet, but Manny has a chance. Will look for Antics. Antics back middle. Manny could fake this. Will instead pass. Cass is there, but it is intercepted by Pigeon. And JMU in early game one.
It's a great start for James Madison, but they were only able to break through that one time, and it felt like Bruton Parker were rolling towards a potential opener, though. James Madison did find the stops that they had to make to get away with that first game, but, man, that trip to Forbidden Temple that's coming up is going to be extremely exciting to see where these two teams evolve next.
That felt like the cleanest game that we've seen all tournament, and truly shows the composure and also the skill level of the two teams, and also how many times these two teams have played as well. This is more about just having to download on each other. This is about, for JMU, rivalry, about trying to showcase to the world they are a top-level school, and for Bruton Parker, it's about regaining their title of the Kings of the SEL. Last time these two teams played, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it was SEL Season 5 Spring Losers Finals, and I also believe it was a 4-1. Unless it was best of 5, it was a 3-1.
Best of 5.
3-1.
3-1, yeah, 3-1 both times these two teams have played. So James Madison, at the very least, has matched their total win total in both of those last two series. So good for them, but I know they're not here just to win a single game. They need 2 more to advance to the grand finals and have themselves a nice break and a best-of-7 cushion in grands going into tomorrow. But Bruton Parker are fighting hard for those same exact rewards, and we'll see how they get back in this best-of-5.
This tends to be how things flow for JMU. They normally get out early, they bring the most energy, but Bruton Parker will not be denied. Even when they went up against their own academy team, it was a similar story. They started off slow, but then they got right back on their high horse, and a bump play from Cass, and a catch as well, just for good measure. 1-0 early.
That is so beautiful. Cass here collects and doesn't go for a second touch. Instead, sets his sights on Pigeon. And that is a perfectly placed bump as Bruton Parker will get on the board 5 minutes and 20 seconds into our winners finals.
Big bump will give Cass plenty of room to go to work once again. Cass, we've talked about, is probably one of the most silent X factors in the entire SEL. Cass's resume is unspeakably talented, both abroad and here in the States, but has yet to find major success both within his tenure in the SEL because of Cumberland, but then also on LAN for Bruton Parker as well, as this roster doesn't have a lot together in that sense, I think, other than maybe Nace. So on that note, Cass trying to prove a lot as well, but also being in a much better spot with this Bruton Parker rotation. It seems like all 3 players are trying to prove a lot, especially with how much we talked about them when they went up against JMU, when they went up against Cumberland in the spring and had their fair share of issues. And again, trying to regain their Kings of the SEL title.
Antics locates his Dutch teammate on the sideline, and Cass gets an extra touch, but Tyler wins the 50-50, has some space in offense, and slams a pass down right on the front bumper of Pigeon. That is a quick hit for James Madison as they take advantage of Bruton Parker overextending.
Not too soft, not too hard, it's just right down to Pigeon, and Bruton Parker had a double commit there in the midfield that just led to a rolling ball, and it's too easy of a pass for JMU. They don't let those go through often.
We saw just 6 shots per side last game, and already James Madison will notch a 4th on the board. Gad has that shot saved by Antics. The rebound is a bit light of being on target, and the ball was dangerously played back towards the Bruton Parker net. Though BPC survived that defensive test and break out quickly, but Manny's shot's too high, and Gad had a chance to clear immediately. Instead now, with Pigeon in a 1v3, Gad does arrive to help out.
Bruton Parker have to be able to move quick when they recognize those mismatches. Unfortunately, no major comms come through there, so with 3 minutes left to go now, we still remain even. JMU not too much to lose here. In fact, any game that they win other than this point is their best as a team against Bruton Parker. But now with an open net, Manny could get this right here, and that he will. A miscue and a slight bump for JMU after a miss, and Bruton Parker find their second.
Pigeon is getting bullied around the pitch. He was bumped to the backboard and then tried to read Manny's touch right there. And I'm not sure if Gad was getting back to that ball, but Pigeon did bump him regardless. Though Bruton Parker had numbers in transition, and all three members of this BPC team are lethal in solo play opportunities. And Manny showed his lethality right there, but Cassin defense has to act fast and grab a save top shelf.
Nice pinch off that shelf as well, is able to keep that ball close for Bruton Parker to not only regain boost, but now find a counterattack. Antics, though, is just barely out of position, does at least get a 50, and now Pigeon in a very tough spot. Has to signal for Gad, who has to dive in. Pigeon lands directly in the middle of the field, but will still be awkward. Gad in a 2v1. Antics will flick, but it's not going to be useful just yet. Manny, though, grabbed that corner boost, was able to quickly turn around, and JMU fending for a lot of boost in their half right now. 2 minutes left to go, and they got to find offense.
Tyler will look to supply it. He's got boost and space starting in his defensive half, but Antics quickly takes that space away. Locates Cass down the pitch, who does center the ball to the near side post, but it's just a 50-50. Pigeon is also ready to gather the ball and set James Madison up with a bit of offense here. Cass lets the ball slip away, though a double commit from James Madison could put them in a weird spot. Playing improvisational Rocket League right now as Pigeon recovers that play with a bump and is beaten by Manny right there. We're having to get creative to gain possession, and no one is really allowed to play with much time on the ball.
Off the corner, Gad is there. Look to keep this to Pigeon. Will do so. Now Pigeon corner read is not on net, but it's a decent touch regardless. Now Gad has to waste all of his boost just to go to Pigeon, who now has to go by themselves. Up and over one. How about number two? Pigeon almost carries it over Cass, but the two, I believe, highest ranked players of the entire event will interact cinematically there in the air as we approach that 70-second mark. Awkward touch for Pigeon. JMU will look for a counter, but again are still struggling for much.
This is a fitting display, though, of what could potentially be our grand finals matchup if the loser of this can make a run through lowers. But who does escape the fate of being relegated down to the bottom side of the bracket? That is still in question, as Bruton Parker have a 1-goal lead in game 2. I'm sure would like to add to it. Cass can. He dumps the ball center. Pigeons backwards, but Manning is just a half step late to the play. So BPC have to settle for just the 2 goals they have thus far.
Backboard will be slightly open if Bruton Parker are looking to keep this ball high and away, but JMU knows they don't want to try and do that. Bruton Parker showed in that Academy series off stream they didn't have to force much and didn't really want to force much. In group stage, they stuck to their guns really the entire time. JMU, though, not afraid to get down and dirty in the air, and they'll try to do so, but now with an opportunity, Manny will look for the net. Will find that bottom left corner, and the dagger is found simply.
Poor Tyler, he waited in line for his turn to play this ball, and when it came, Manny had played it too far away from him. Caught out of position is the James Madison defense, and Manny once again strikes. That's his 2nd goal of game 2, and it is a nice cushion goal for Bruton Parker now. With 15 seconds left, they have insurance.
With that fake as well, I do believe that Cass will end this one directly where it stands. I don't think we'll see a pity goal at all with that bump on Pigeon as well. So Bruton Parker managed to swing things back in the Baron side, and the Georgia boys are right back in this series. And JMU had a loss for words for the last few minutes of that one.
Definitely. Their offense was stunted just a little bit, but their defense, I think, is really the step back that they took, as Bruton Parker found a lot more gaps to exploit that game than previously, and with a similar amount of shots. They shot 6 times, Bruton Parker did in game 1, shot 6 times here, and yet BPC score half of their opportunities on Forbidden Temple and have really elevated their game.
Biggest thing right there in the difference is the JMU defense. Bruton Parker will always find quality looks, but if JMU keep having these double commits or these long field clears that go behind their backs, not to mention even on that last goal, Tyler was just about a car length or 2 out of position, and those small mistakes matter when you're talking about a school that consistently has been the top 15, the top 20, and is only as low as the top 25 ever in their school's history in CRL. They will punish you for those mistakes. JMU has learned that multiple times over this past spring season, and on LAN, it's no different.
7 demos as well for Bruton Parker that game, and as they were sending JMU cars to the Nether Realm temporarily, a good bit on Forbidden Temple, though individually I think Manny definitely had his step-up game right there as he was shooting extremely accurately. And if Manny is going on the field as well as vocally on the stage back there, Bruton Parker is in a very, very good spot, and we'll see if they can carry that momentum gained on Forbidden Temple here in Driftwoods.
Only one way to tell. I mentioned it earlier in the day, but Driftwoods has always been the point of the series where we see momentum changes. We rarely have gotten sweeps this entire tournament, including the high school portion as well, and it has not changed yet. So, do we see JMU go to match point for the first time ever against Bruton Parker, or do we get the same old story where Bruton Parker comes out in dominant fashion and Cass could start that off?
Gad has been the guy to stop ball a couple of times now for James Madison. Does a decent job right there, but Bruton Parker still develop an opportunity, and it falls in that JMU net. 1-0.
You can see them all in front of you as well. That is between 3 JMU players. That ball can't go any more left or right, or it is just simply not a goal. And so Antics turning back the clock a little bit.
Perfect opportunity for the Barons to keep on rolling. Put up 3 goals in game 2. We'll add to that tally now on Driftwoods after being held scoreless to start off this winner's finals. Though James Madison can recover. We talked about their ability to reset in between games in their series against UT Dallas, and they showed it off. I mean, they had to come back from series deficits twice there. They lost game 1, then lost game 3 before eventually taking 2 straight. And now against Bruton Parker, they find themselves in a rut.
Pigeon there for a great 50. You have to wonder when JMU are on their back foot. Normally Pigeon has to play a more offensive role, but even when that happened last game, we saw them then have plenty of issues on the defensive half, and you just saw Tyler get a great shot as well. You need Tyler to step up for sure if you are JMU, and they're going to keep resetting because Bruton Parker keeps on feeding it.
It was a great snap read by Cass right there to avoid giving James Madison an opening to use to maybe get back in this game. In fact, now it's Bruton Parker creating openings that Pigeon will slam shut downfield. He's got boost and an extra couple of flips to work with. The Gad for a shot that Cass denies emphatically, and there won't be an open net to score on. That doesn't mean Bruton Parker can't capitalize for more offense and a second goal just a couple of moments later.
I thought for sure that was going to be a clear for JMU because Manny was too far up, but just a complete whiff from Pigeon. Gad spawned in late. Nobody's there, and really nobody has boost other than Pigeon. So a very awkward interaction. That one hurts a little bit for JMU.
I think Bruton Parker knew exactly what they had to deal with there in transition, knew they could play a couple of extra touches that James Madison could not afford as they had the agency in offense and the boost to work with. But now James Madison can change that. Antics on the ball, though, is stopped by Gad at the midfield line, so JMU pick up right where they left off. Tyler on the ball. He leaves it for Pigeon, who beats Cass and will try to dish that ball in, but he's not able to before Antics gets back in time.
Antics with room to work will try to dunk Gad, but Gad a great read. Now Mandy off the ceiling back to himself. Tyler reads through both Bruton Parker attackers with no issue, as now Cass will rip this one. Looking, I believe, for either backboard or Manny. Doesn't find either, and now Pigeon has room. I don't believe got the reset, and I am indeed correct. Can't make anything happen other than just an extra 50. Now we're halfway through. Once again, JMU having to fight from a deficit and having to find offense quickly.
Pigeon ground pinch. Won't score. Manny is back in time, but that shows you how fast Pigeon can develop opportunities in transition. That was James Madison to start scoring their opportunities soon with 2 minutes left on the clock and a Bruton Parker 2-goal advantage still instated. Bruton Parker now. Manny on the ball, are again stopped by Gad at the midfield line. He's trying his best to keep these 50-50s in James Madison's hands. He's being intentional with where he's playing the ball, though Bruton Parker, despite all of that, recovers so quickly and get back to defense so fast.
Big 50 will find its way to the backboard, but now Pigeon has possession, decides to go close to himself off the ceiling, but Manny reads directly through it. Now we'll have to see if there's anything else in the tank. It looks like Gad does have plenty. We'll get a beat, but it's an easy back pass and another boost steal for Manny. A menace in that half, like we mentioned so many times before, and JMU are really struggling. 90 seconds to go now.
This is smothering from Bruton Parker. This is how they get all of those series wins in the SCL that we were talking about earlier, being the winningest team essentially when it comes to win percentage in the league all time. But James Madison still have this series in a tied game state and a decently manageable game 3 to come back from. But they need goals soon, as there is 1 minute left in our third game of the winners finals. And James Madison are just fighting for scraps.
The Bruton Parker of the fall and spring would still keep on that heavy demo play style. They would still keep on that very aggressive play style, but with a 2-goal lead on land, Bruton Parker, for the first time, and we have had to see them play in a while, simply are in no rush to do anything, are willing to step back, are willing to barely send players forward, and just hold JMU in the midfield, in their half, but have to be careful here because that's a big double from Pigeon, but Manny jumping blind and grabbing a save and potentially stunting everything the Dukes were doing.
BPC aren't just playing toe ball right now. Their defense, it feels like they're getting everything on every challenge except for that one. Pigeon comes off the backboard of the Barons and snatches away one for James Madison.
A double commit between Tyler and Pigeon leads to Pigeon being in the perfect spot to shoot. Big moment, 20 seconds left. Is there a kickoff strat for JMU?
Whatever works, it gets James Madison back in this one, and Tyler on the ball off kickoff. He opens the door for Gad, but Gad can't beat Antics there on the orange goal line, and now Pigeon just played the ball backwards, but that's likely intentional as Tyler was prepared for the play. Locates Gad, but Gad's got no boost, and now he's 50ing Pigeon. This is weird for James Madison, and Bruton Parker have an opportunity to just end game 3 like that. The ball stays on the ground, and Bruton Parker advance to match point.
And again, it feels like deja vu. JMU always wins game 1 or 2 against Bruton Parker, but then every other game is more dominant, is more controlled, is very heavily leaning towards the sword of the Barons. And it's a sharp one at that. This game was closer, but very, very much so controlled by Bruton Parker.
6 demos again for BPC, just always making sure James Madison is aware of those orange cars on the field. And now, I mean, with game 3 being that smothering for JMU's offense, where the only goal they get is a Pigeon outplay there off the backboard, they've got to be feeling a little lost going into game 4.
I'm not even sure where you start for James Madison because you feel so close, but yet you are so far. They're doing well with possession, but they're being beat to a lot of plays. And I don't want to say it's pure skill diff, but the way that Bruton Parker conditioned themselves with their scrimmages, with their schedules, and the way they care about the game of Rocket League, it's hard to overcome hours and hours, especially when you add up to hundreds of hours across a school year that Bruton Parker have with the extra hours.
And it comes down, I think, to the 50-50 game, because Bruton Parker were dominating the challenges in their defensive end especially. So you look at the possession numbers for James Madison, and they're not bad. They're getting opportunities, and in fact outshot Bruton Parker that last game. But the stops that BPC make in defense aren't just a neutral 50-50 stop or one that allows JMU to advance further, but BPC are gaining space back with every touch on the ball. I mean, right there, man, it's the perfect touch to maybe play the ball himself there off the ceiling, but he's got options. Antics is in the area, and those options can continue to confuse James Madison as BPC are starting off strong in game 4. But a save made off the JMU post could give them an opening to break out. They'll BPC collect possession again.
Antics decides to go for a shot, cast, delayed flip, looking for a bump, does get one, and JMU had 3 defenders ready to go, so nothing crazy, almost a double tap for Antics though, and it could be a 2v1 for JMU, but nobody is there to be found. Antics doesn't mind going back and grabbing that corner boost and doing it all over again, and will try to start doing so. There's one. How about a 45-degree flick pass, another? How about a bump on Pigeon? Well, not that part just yet, but Cass will find the 50.
Pigeon does gain a lot of ground back. Gad will pick up where his teammate leaves off and set up Tyler for a shot, but Cass is on the receiving end of that opportunity of James Madison's. And he looks center for Cass, but has the ball taken away by Guerra. So James Madison continued to push forward in offense, but they could use some sort of run now, and that's a good start.
Big move from Tyler to just simply run through and finish the rotation as first man right through the hood of Cass. Pigeon just waiting on that moment. It's a dangerous call with all 3 members up, but it works out for JMU.
Only played 90 seconds. Bruton Parker have shot the ball 7 times. James Madison have found 6 saves on those 7 opportunities at BPC. It's a good defensive performance thus far for the Dukes of James Madison, and they finally are rewarded for those backline efforts with an opener on Utopia Coliseum. But here come the Barons.
That's what it took in game one, was a very strong JMU defense, but even that game wasn't as comfortable for either roster as they would have liked. Bruton Parker didn't really find any offense though, and so yes, JMU were able to stay efficient, but not with the Bruton Parker who plays like this, and Tyler just goes to work with a fake and a demo from a teammate. That one's just gonna slide in.
It's insane to think that Tyler was playing on the B team throughout Season 5 for James Madison. Steps up for playoffs for this team, knowing ability can't be here this weekend, and is making plays like that in the winners finals on LAN as he looks so confident on the ball and puts James Madison up a pair of important goals right now in game 4, though Antics won't be denied a response.
Just whiffed on the goal line, unfortunately for JMU, and you give a freebie to Bruton Parker. It's the only freebie that you've given them really all day, but a bad point for it to come in. You're trying to make them come back in game 5, and it is still possible, but there are still 3 minutes for the Barons to work with.
JMU can't let their sails deflate here. Just giving up one isn't a concession of the lead as they hold an advantage of 1 goal right now, but Bruton Parker start marching forward. They've got 8 shots on target already and aim for more. Though Pigeon stops that one, he's given a bit of space actually for Bruton Parker, shut him down at the midfield line, and the Barons pressing into JMU territory once more, find a clean 50-50 win and a couple of center balls where it allows them to slow things down in offense, but James Madison make a decent read.
This ball will go back middle, but Tyler's got plenty of boost and had a direction that he wanted to go. Manny will interrupt all of those plans. Won't find the last bump on Gad, but gets a double tap that makes things awkward. Pigeon, though, a better double tap, this time going in to the Bruton Parker half. Antics not able to keep possession either. Does at least get a 50, and the ball will actually roll directly into him and an 100 boost pad. 2 minutes left to go. Bruton Parker trying to claw their way back into this one and fighting hard to do so.
Manny will play that ball into the opposite corner. Tyler fields it, has Pigeon below him. That allows Pigeon some momentum, but Cass somehow reads that duo play. I am loving the playmaking of Tyler and Pigeon in transition. They look so good against UTD and continue to gain space for their roster against Bruton Parker. That's a half chance there as Gad was set up by a drop-down ball. But Bruton Parker again make an effective read. That's what makes this team so difficult to beat.
See if Gad can actually give JMU some space to work with, because Bruton Parker are slowly starting to turn the momentum up. They're starting to turn the speed up, and overall, we're just waiting on some Bruton Parker demos before we're right back to the way game 2 and 3 were. But now with about 70 seconds left, JMU have done a great job to hold on. Could find one more goal right here, but Manny, a great read. Was already up for that one before that ball even hit the ceiling, and we'll try to start the counter as well. Bruton Parker struggling with boost.
Pigeon has plenty, but forced to play the ball backwards. He will collect. No, sorry, leaves it for Tyler, and that's just in. Cass was in position, streaking back to the Bruton Parker goal line, and Tyler still bests him with a 64-mile-per-hour shot.
Big step up for JMU. 50 seconds away from heading to our 3rd straight game 5, including on and off stream games, but also the very first game 5 that JMU has made it to with this roster.
As beautiful as Huntsville is, I wouldn't mind another trip to Champions Field, but Bruton Parker are trying to stave off that possibility just a little bit longer. It's Antics again, located by Manny here through the corner, and the longtime duo gets within striking distance.
Absolutely needed that one if you're Bruton Parker. 40 seconds left, maybe a kickoff strategy here. We haven't seen too many on stream on the collegiate side of things, and it looks like, well, nothing too crazy. A soft loss over to the right was going to be the Cavs, but Pigeon went out to take quick advantage. Has a shot, went for the fake instead. I thought for sure just putting it forward would have been the one that goes in, but now opportunity for Manny. It is cut off, and there is somebody back. It's Cass versus Pigeon. Pigeon all the way, and it is barely off. And now here comes Antic. Has to beat Gad. No 50s being won, though. Cass opens up the net, and what is new? It's a Manny demo to tie the game.
Manny is so deep in enemy territory right now that there's no way James Madison is expecting this demo. Tyler's taken out in the purple half, and Cass cleans up. We're tied with 16 seconds left.
And Bruton Parker could steal this game away, whether it requires an overtime or not. And finally, we do see a kickoff strat come out. It will be awkward, though, and it will give Pigeon a full tank of boost and plenty of possession. Pigeon's got room, does have a 50, and does win it low, but not towards net. 5 seconds left now. Manny will try to kick off one more chance. Has the wall, does beat another. Antics should find a shot right here. Nothing yet.
Wait.
That's over. Nobody's there, but it's within half a car length. We've got overtime in game 4.
OT with a spot in the grand finals on the line, and Manny's just missed. Pigeon can score here, but Cass shuts him down before he can gain too much space. Tyler pitches the ball center, but Antics arrives in time to bang a clear downfield. Manny fakes it, leaves for Antics, who leaves for Cass, who skies a ball that Gad is ready for, and James Madison escaped from defense.
Here goes Pigeon once again off the ceiling, finds the reset, gets the double, but it is off. Tyler back on net. It will be met by Cass, and now Antics will try to track it down. Gad, a very awkward spot. No double either, but Pigeon is there. A double commit for Bruton Parker will open up the lane for JMU. 1v1, big flick high. Tyler's there, can't tap it down just yet. A great first touch, but cannot follow. Now Gad has to be careful. Here comes Manny, tries to find another. Won't be able to find anything. Backward for Antics, but again, Pigeon reads.
A big dunk as well to clear the ball downfield and open up a passing option to Gad, who can't field the ball cleanly, but still gains room for James Madison to work with. Bruton Parker once more on their backboard have to operate in tight quarters, but they're comfortable in those kinds of spots. It's another good stop in the corner. Bruton Parker have another 50-51 towards Manny, who's flipping and flopping all over the field, but still gets a clear down the pitch. Tyler will play it right back at Antics to that midfield line. It's a solo play to open up an opportunity to win for Bruton Parker. But the first chance is stopped, the follow-up denied as well, and BPC are hunting for that fourth and final goal, but James Madison will not give it over.
Tyler, not a lot of boost, has to be careful where this ball goes. Cass, a very heavy touch, and it goes middle, and Manny to call game! Oh. And that's what happens. Bruton Parker absolutely snipe, steal, and overall shock JMU.
That's not an easy shot, especially not on a LAN stage, but Manny has been here once or twice. What a finishing touch, and he was set up phenomenally by Cass there through the corner. James Madison fought hard. It's the best they've looked against Bruton Parker, but again, they fall 3-1.
16 shots from the Barons to the 13 of the Dukes, and keep in mind the Dukes had 11 saves. So a great showing for JMU, a very decent, well-played game, but Bruton Parker just simply brought that next level up when it was needed the most, down in the clutch, down a few goals, makes a wild comeback, and just simply got on a good run when it mattered most, and a great overtime conversion.
Another game with 5+ demos for the Barons, and I think back to that equalizer they score, where Tyler's the last man back, even with the ball in the Bruton Parker defensive corner. Manny's upfield, sniping him, and opening up a path for Cass to tie us up, and eventually set up the game and series winning goal. Unbelievable resilience out of Bruton Parker there, as I thought for sure we were going to Champions Field, but these guys are at the top of the SEL for a reason, and now they've got 2 best-of-7s tomorrow to defend that crown.
That also makes it the third straight 3-1 series score between these two rosters. And that point in itself, I think, is going to do more harm than good to the Dukes and all the fans of the Dukes, especially considering losers bracket is what James Madison will have to run through. But the good news is you've guaranteed yourself a top 3 spot for Bruton Parker, a top 2 spot, and all of losers has to go on tomorrow. So if anybody could get hot at the right time, I think JMU's got a good chance.
And I would love to show the bracket one last time so we can showcase what we do have going on tomorrow, as that does wrap up the Rocket League segment of day 1 of the SEL Collegiate LAN, as we will start at 10 a.m. tomorrow with UT Dallas versus East Tennessee State. They're on the lower side of the bracket, while Bruton Parker Academy and UAH Blue are doing battle in round 1. The winners face each other, and then after round 5, James Madison awaits whoever emerges from that quartet on the bottom side of the bracket, with Bruton Parker awaiting everybody to wrap up their day in the grand finals. Those Barons of BPC get themselves a nice little break.
There's also all best of fives in that losers bracket as well. So a lot of room for a lot of dangerous things to happen. Me specifically, the fact that Texas Dallas and ETSU have to play early and potentially it's Skyline's last SCL game, that's a tough one to kind of sit back and swallow. It's Dalton's potential last SCL game and a waste, right? Or are they not?
Just a waste.
Just a waste. So either way, we're going to see somebody unfortunately graduate from the SCL tomorrow, but time will indeed tell. With all of those being best of fives, anything can happen. Not to mention, Bruton Parker Academy struggled early in groups, but have looked great ever since.
And that does do it for the Rocket League segment of today's SEL Season 5 LAN. There still is Valorant to come later on today, but that does it for me and TJ on the SEL broadcast for now. So we will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. But Infernosis and Mick have more Valorant coming up in a bit, so stick around. While Rocket League may have concluded for day one of the Southeastern Esports League Season 5 LAN, we still have one more Valorant grudge match to get through. And it is a grudge match to conclude day one. Charlotte Esports versus Niner Esports. 10 players from the same school, but they are rivals on the SEL main stage right now. So let's get our competitors up on the stage. We saw them win earlier against UAH. Let's invite Charlotte Esports back up to the main stage. It was a commanding 2-0 victory earlier against the hometown heroes. Charlotte is looking good so far as they retake their positions on stage and get ready for map bans. Let's invite their challengers up to the stage in Niner Esports. Getting loud for themselves in preparation for this best of three. Take your stations. We'll get prepared for the map picks and bans here. Let me grab my order so I don't screw it up. I know I'm a Rocket League guy, but we've got Jay and Pichu up on stage to go through the picks and bans now. And Charlotte, as you guys are the higher seed, you get the choice of remaining Team A. Would you like to?
Yeah.
All right, so they will stay as Team A, so you get the first ban. What are you banning?
Ban Pearl.
They ban Pearl. So, Niner Esports, you get your choice of your ban.
Ban Lotus.
They ban Lotus. So, Charlotte, we go to you for your pick.
Pick Icebox.
Map 1 will be Icebox. What's map 2?
Haven.
Haven will be our second map. So, back to the ban. Charlotte, you get your next ban.
Ban Split.
They ban Splits. Niner Esports, your choice.
Ban Sunset.
All right, and that gives us our decider of
Ascent.
Ascent. They keep track. I don't. I'm just the pretty face up here. These guys are the Valorant brains. So, Niner Esports, you get your choice of your side on map 1.
We're going to attack on Icebox.
Attack on Icebox. So, your side on map 2.
Attack on Haven.
Attack on Haven. And then for the third and final map, what side do you want to start on?
It's this side.
Oh, Team A, okay.
We're going to defend on Ascent.
Okay, they defend on Ascent. So that's the pick and bans for our final best of 3 of the day. Gentlemen, take your positions and get prepared for one more Valorant series to cap off what has been a phenomenal day 1 here at the Southeastern Esports League Season 5 LAN. Infernosis and Mick are your casters for our final series today. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Epic. It's been an absolute pleasure to be a part of the SEL LAN here once again. And in these conditions, man, it was a little muggy outside here in Huntsville, but we ride through the day. We get to experience the environment in the venue. It's not as bad. It's not as dreary as outside was, but at some point we got to release the hounds, release the players back outside. But before they do so, let's get that final best of 3 in. We started out with Valorant. Let's end it out with Valorant. I'm super excited to get this one underway.
Most definitely. I mean, considering even more so that we have the duel between the two sister teams coming up here. I mean, obviously a bit of a duel, a bit of a scuffle, considering that even then they say that they don't scrimmage against each other all the time. So, I mean, this should be a legitimate match rather than something that's kind of just thrown out there for the, hex of it. So, I mean, considering even more so the actual map selection that we're going to be dealing with, that's enough of a kind of curveball in its own right. Because, I mean, we were expecting the Icebox at some point over this weekend, especially in the best of 5. But to come through for a best of 3, I'm thankful that we do get to, move away from Lotus at least for one series.
Yeah, and I think as well for this, we knew that Pearl was going to be the ban for Charlotte.
Right.
Straight up from the rip. They were going to do that every time. They absolutely despise the map. They're just going to ban it. It's also what's going to be there if they make it through to the grand finale as well. That's just their go-to ban. Lotus followed up for Niner Esports. They didn't want to play it. They didn't want to have to face out against Charlotte on this map. Wise choice, but it was between Lotus and Sunset when it came down to it. They do not like the map of Sunset. They had a whole spreadsheet built out of it, what their favorable maps are and the way they like to play those maps, and this was just happened to be the 2 that they didn't really want to play into, which really upset me because I was like, well, if you both make it to the grand finale, it's going to be no Sunset. I would really like to see Sunset played with that new pool on that new map pool. So whatever the case may be, maybe we got to root a little bit more for UAH UAH tomorrow and see if they can pull things out. I'm hoping that the start of the best of threes tomorrow here for Valorant will turn into a really great showcase. But one of these teams will have to face UAH, and the winner will not. They'll ride through and guarantee grand finales here.
Yeah, and that's kind of a fun thing about it, considering that regardless, I mean, we had the 2 maps guaranteed, knowing that Icebox could be a bit of a kind of a curveball thrown in there. Looking at it and it just being there is enough of its own privilege, knowing that, I mean, Charlotte, once again, is the one who selected it. So they didn't open things out. They didn't go to that low just like we saw UAH do. And we saw them kind of go ahead and find their way somewhere else. But knowing that Haven there as that follow, knowing that that's what Niners selected, that's kind of insane considering what we saw in terms of the performance from Charlotte earlier today. I mean, we had a 13-5 on Lotus. That's saying, okay, that's outstanding. But then you see him going to 13-2 on Haven. You're saying that's even better.
Yeah, there's a Phoenix, though. There was a Phoenix in play.
That's not that big of a difference. Regardless, I mean, so long as the shots are there, I mean, looking at just the momentum, looking at the shots that was being made, I mean, those guys were firing on all cylinders, and that's kind of the biggest concern for me, knowing that they want to just put them right back in those same placements.
Yeah, momentum carries a big part into it as well, and if you let map 1 get out of hand on Icebox, which very well tends to be what Icebox does, it tends to get out of hand on one half, and then the other half is a scramble game. It's the map of 9-3 curses, right? You just expect one half to be dominated over the other one, and offense tends to just roll through as quick as you can get. So that's something that I think Niner Esports are trying to do in the starting stages of this. Try to get as much of a lead as possible, try to dictate the tempo, charge into Charlotte, and make it so that the mental game is going to be the biggest battle for the kind of the macro battle alongside the actual battle for the map. But a lot of it also comes down to what the agent selection is going to look like. Obviously, when we look over towards Charlotte, we talk a lot about how their duelists kind of play in, where we see Rudas, we're playing on the map, what type of agents are we seeing. We see a lot of Reynas, actually, shocking enough for a map like Icebox, and we do see them rock like they did earlier, the ISO and the Yoru over on Haven, something that they hadn't done previously. We were really happy to see kind of get evolved into. You don't have to worry about Teo not being in the mix for this because they were nerfed and they don't really get played here anyways. How do we think Charlotte play into this?
Well, I mean, it really just comes down to the kind of competition that you're expecting. I mean, knowing that we've already seen it in some regard and knowing that we have seen, well, I mean, better yet, some of the teams last night, Niners did tell us to go ahead and expect Chamber in some way or another. And while I was expecting it maybe on their map selection, Icebox isn't a foreign territory for this guy. I mean, it's a very good, very easy kind of lineup when it comes around to that B site. Go ahead sitting out there in the open, wait for somebody to go ahead and push that line of sight, give that assistance to the Viper. Better yet, just play a little more aggressive towards that front yellow, up in that lane. Make sure that that entry can't even really start to facilitate. So knowing that even then more so, ends being on that ISO, seeing that double duelist, them starting the attacking side, this is contrary to what we saw earlier today, where we always saw UAH picking for that second half, trying to go ahead and see that agent selection and just play the late game and just survive. This should be a situation where it says, we're coming into it. We know that this is the side we're starting on. We want to start great and then just try to make it to the end like we saw them previously.
And in a lot of metas currently in Valorant where you typically see the Viper be this pseudo-Sentinel, you don't play a Sentinel in your composition for pretty much any map. Now look here, basically still having 2 Sentinels. The Viper is in place, pseudo-Sentineling up, strong in the defense, valid on the offense for post plants, a lot like Sentinels are. A little bit harder to use as a controller because it's just the single poison cloud and there's not really much there except for the toxic screen and its obscurity, but you're placing it once and you can't move it, and so it's a little bit of a hindrance for a lot of compositions. But it can really formulate offensive rushes, and on defense, you're going to put it in the exact same spot nearly every single time. So it's just a great way to try to hold on to a site that is so dominated by offensive teams. And speaking of domination, Fuzzy, the Viper that we're kind of alluding into, does happen to get that first blood here for the round, dealing with the Niner offensive jet, something that is I guess a pretty good option as your solo duelist for this map, but I would love to have seen something a little bit different alongside it. What changes to me here is a little baby wipes over on the Chamber, a secondary Sentinel once again in comparison to Charlotte's KJ.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to see really kind of how this thing lines up. I mean, on these pistol rounds, you're expecting these 8 pushes. You're expecting those close quarter kind of scuffles to start coming their way. And who else better than Rudy to go ahead and show that, well, that momentum that we talked about earlier has carried on from that last series into this one. Already going ahead and finding a couple kills off the back of the last one, finding the majority of the kills. And even better yet, showing that, well, talking about Jet, talking about beating the solo duelist, you have to make sure you're there and firing all cylinders. And, well, this guy has most definitely proven to do just that. And who else also than Pichu to be doing that as well? We saw that guy be an absolute masterclass during that first series here today. And this is the character I'm usually used to seeing Pichu on, is that KJ, on that Sentinel. So it makes sense to see him in that kind of controller situation. But the Sentinel, I'm understanding that the aim is a little more there. But where else is it going to go? If the guy's just holding down a station and waiting for somebody to shoot, well, there it is. Run into them, 2 players there knocked out, but a quick little exchange gives Niners not only a gun to be playing with, but the side as well.
And this is a good spot for Niner to be within. The quick rush in through Orange to get onto B site. Now for a post plant. What is in the hands of Charlotte's defenders? You have one player with a judge, a headhunter here for Little Baby Wipes who's trying to get the perfect wrap. The headshot was there, but doesn't connect where necessary. Now the Phantom in hand gets some ripped damage through too, but not enough for Jack to secure anything, and sees off with the Sheriff at range. It will be a defuse coming out for Charlotte, but look at the devastation. At least able to gain for Niner. Credits for the plant off towards B site. Value for dropping some weapons, but it could have been a whole lot cleaner, and he very well should have had that first kill coming out from Little Baby Wipes, and that would have easily elevated the team to the next echelon because it would have been the free frag for the double swing off from Little Baby Wipes with the Phantom down on site, and then it wouldn't have been as much of an issue from the flank back from C's with the Sheriff.
Yeah, I mean, just obviously second round going away. I mean, expecting it to be as it is. I mean, already, if there's anything that Charlotte, I mean, that was the one thing that honestly was shocking about that UAH matchup was the fact that they were able to go ahead and find that secondary round to kind of follow it up. But they were also on the attacking side. They were set up on that post plant. They were making a little bit more of a nuisance of that, considering that the Lotus has that area and has that little cubby to tuck your entire team away in safely. Icebox, a little more standardized. Doesn't really have that space. Doesn't really have that cubby. Doesn't really have that coverage. So you're expecting to be taking these gunfights. You're expecting to be getting to these scuffles. And you're expecting that spike to be that main focal point, and you really can't go anywhere else.
Look at the way Niner have played out this round already off the start. They did not lay the toxic screen instantly and instead waited to get a little bit more distance forward, closer to site, so they can close up the entirety of back Snowman. Still does not keep their name off the kill feed. Pichu gets the first frag, but Spike has been confirmed, and with rifles in their hand, they should be able to solidify a solid Apex front to keep back Charlotte. But eventually someone has to peek, and the straw has to break the camel's back, and it was Jay to find a good one, but the opener does not last for them. 2 instantly back by Charlotte. A 2 versus 4. Pichu gets a 3rd confirmed in round 3, and Sep with that finisher. Niner Esports took the gamble, waited on the toxic screen, but the moment you wait on that, Dallas, and then use it, that screams, hello, I'm hitting the B site. I just need you to rotate and take me down.
I mean, yeah, able to just go ahead and give that complete attention over to him. I mean, Charlotte obviously having those warm-ups, having those shots in play. I mean, they want the conflict to come to them. They want to incentivize all this action to just take place, to make sure to speed up this game and put the tempo into their play, because on the defensive side of the map, it's almost like if you get to the point where you're playing and just getting so aggressive and just trying to force these rounds, that's when you get the defense the full agency of how this game flow goes. I mean, they are saying, by all means, go ahead, push as fast as you need to. We see Charlotte setting up on site, not playing too aggressive unless they just want to find themselves an initial push. But they will back up here within a couple seconds, or depending on the momentum, if they really know that they can just win this thing outright, I'm expecting at least 3 kills off the back of this initiation. And there it is, 2 to 3, and they are not done yet.
Fallback plan either to be called out for Niner, or they'll have to surge forward with as much anticipation as possible. Still Jack holding out with the Marshall and trying to take down the Owl Drone. A little bit dicey in that endeavor, but Jack still has a great angle to work with from upper side here of Rand, but it's not going to matter. That belt play just a little bit hard to really take advantage of, especially when you don't have anyone to close that gap any further. You finally do find a frag here in this round in the dire straits of this position. It's Cass now getting 3 in total for the round, the only frags against them, and they're still at nearly full HP, 85, no armor on top. Snakebite down, they deal with the player down in jail, and it's a 1v1, and Fuzzy takes down the doppelganger of Cass. So a dirty round for Charlotte, but Niner Esports still not able to get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things, man, where, I mean, Charlotte understanding that they have this momentum, knowing that they can carry off of it. It's a little bit wild to me to see that even Root is going ahead and making that swap over to the operator. I mean, this guy's been just being a perfect catalyst and just going ahead and pushing up, finding this aggression. And he's found every single kill that he's really wanted, facilitating those opening picks. So, I mean, knowing that he's going to be playing a little more passive, playing a little more back, while he can be aggressive, sure, with that operator, knowing he has the blades from in his back pocket, I'm expecting that to kind of just be easily popped in moments' notice to know that, okay, I can find an easy right click and pick up a rifle off the back of it, or even more so I can provide assistance. You got Fuzzy as a backup. This man won't even give the time of day to take the shot.
4 kills in the span of 7 seconds and less, and Fuzzy has teammates still to back them up. Cass, very much so tucked away in a corner, baiting out C's, and the ace is confirmed for Fuzzy and Charlotte. Right a high through now for a 5-0 start, and Niner Esports trying to sandwich the way that they're taking these sites. Once right off the rip towards A, 2 towards B, back on over towards A. nothing matters. It's so easily read, and you can see this approach being made. The shot out, bodied into the leg there for little baby wipes. A hole through with the flick to Jack.
Good
and
God
Jay
almighty, man.
Caught on the spray transfer. Charlotte have themselves a menace through just 5. It's 8-2 in the back pocket for Fuzzy.
I mean, like I said, I didn't want to say his name too much last night because I didn't want to put a curse on the man. And, I mean, by all means, I can say his name now. He's performed. It is okay. He's met his quota. Anything past this point is purely interest. So, I mean, seeing this going forward, you have to just go ahead and hope the Niners can find themselves something. We have seen this 5-0 start from Charlotte before. We have seen them go ahead and make a tear through these people. And, well, that's a big catalyst going ahead and being shut down that can really facilitate this advantage. So with him being out of it, it really just comes down to Ruda, and, well, he's still alive and standing. He may be a problem to go ahead and solo-handedly shut this thing down.
You're out and out, Blades.
Oh,
yeah, the
my
operator in
God.
hand, and down with Jay. One more chance, and it's just cast remaining, and they attempt to deal with one. Success is there, but it's short-lived, and it's a defuse out for Charlotte. My goodness, Niner Esports, they're getting on the site, they're getting plants. They planted in over half of their rounds now. I mean, 3 out of 5 on the rushes into site. The commitment problems, yeah, maybe you could argue it's hit or miss, but man, these post plants just aren't cohesive enough. And I feel like Charlotte's doing a good job of making sure that when they know the site has been taken and the spike is going down, they don't let Niner Esports stabilize. And that's really the biggest problem for them. Kaz has no assistance in the post plant. They're already prepped and ready because they didn't have to step on the site, whereas the rest of the team already dead because Charlotte rushed them.
Well, it feels like they just have a little bit of a disconnect when it comes around to that post plant. I mean, some of them are wanting to push up and find that aggression, which, I mean, is completely warranted. And some of them sit further back and they just want to go ahead and say, hey, I want to work off the back of the util. But they just don't get the time of day to do that. But that is a great initial pick coming through from Jay. Give it a little bit of breathing room for the rest of the team, able to go ahead and facilitate this push. And even better yet, we see the Thresh pushing up and creating that space because this is really the only thing you can rely on. Finally going ahead and making all these really big investments. And sure, while it's big investments, it's going to hopefully be around because you have not found very many of those. Better yet, any at all. So you just need to have a presence inside this game. But here it is, going ahead. Find a way to get back on there. The retake being facilitated by the lockdown and by a Thresh. And that lockdown, while being in play, isn't really going to find much. But it is Pichu off the back of it. So regardless of whether or not this round is won or lost, there should be another kill maybe, but just too shy for it. I mean, as a controller, as an initiator, we can see this man do nearly anything. But as a Sentinel, you only have so much util to really fight off the back of.
That is now, 3 attempts onto the A site coming out from Niner Esports, and just now have found their first round win for a map that is typically dominated by attacking teams. This is maybe the start of things, a sign of things to come, but look at what it cost them to do that.
Right.
Ultimates out the wazoo. And for Niner Esports, that's fine. You can tally them up. You can charge them. It's not like they're the most expensive things in the world. But Charlotte Esports also has them, which they could have countered just the same. Didn't necessarily have to use the kill command. It did save your player up on outer tube on conveyor, so a good job to hold in for that end. The lockdown detaining 2, your player in jail, the only one still standing. These are close calls for Niner Esports, and they can't allow those to continue to add up, even when they get the round win at the end of it. Root, though, good shot with the operator. Does get dealt with by a Blade Storm that sees off the board. Root still standing up in rafters. Your direct approach to site is completely falling apart because you pushed towards screens on the offense and ignored the rafters player.
I mean, even then, you know the Raptors player is going to be there at least in some form or fashion. I mean, even whether it's back towards that staircase, closer to that spawn side, or even then actually pushed out, more so aggressive. But even then more so when you look at Ruda, that's the biggest concern over towards that side of the map. So once he kind of just gets removed, that's something that you can say, maybe we have some breathing room. Maybe we can just go ahead and you think the entire side is opened up when that's just not the case. And this man is still alive. So is Pichu. So that's going to be another problem going ahead and trying to find this retake, knowing that, I mean, this guy, while alive, needs to be facilitated, needs to have some kind of a backup. And having your initiator in play, that is all the backup you need, especially with an ultimate in hand. I mean, this guy's going to go ahead, throw out a Thresh, see what kind of space you can find. And, well, with Ruda going ahead and getting at least one, it makes that so much easier.
I really like the Gecko actually on this map right now. It feels super strong for both Niner Esports and for Charlotte. Ruda, though, hunting for a chance at their ace themselves. Trying to join in alongside their teammate, Classic in hand, and it's so close, but the Classic, it's free, by the way. Not free enough in terms of kills. It will go for a second now for Niner Esports, and yes, maybe a sign of things to come, getting themselves 2 in a row, but it's costing them literally every player bar 1, and the credits aren't really ever adding up, and that could be a problem in these last 4, especially if they lose yet another one.
I mean, it's going to be enough at least to go ahead and facilitate a purchase right here, but even more so the crazy thing is knowing the Ruda. I mean, the only reason he kind of went for that aggression during that last round to go ahead and find that last pick was because considering that the loss on which side, that's what you're weighing right there. Ruda knows that no matter what, win or loss, he can still buy another operator. He's got interest on interest for days to survive plenty of rounds. Knowing that Tour de Force is going to be come to play right here, and he didn't expect it to shut him down, but there it is. 2 rounds back to back where he's losing that gun, which honestly I think he needs to go ahead and start getting warmed up on that Vandal for their attacking side because, I mean, he's going to have to swap roles drastically.
Yeah, your job's done essentially here for defense, Ruda. You don't have to stay enslaved off towards that operator. Fuzzy, though, back aside, dropping now away from Rafters. Inns tries to squeak their way into a position to possibly plant. But the team has decided, well, base side's not as clean as we wanted it to be, and our Viper of Cass has prowled themselves through to safety on B and can now confirm the majority of the site is ours for the taking. We just need to get players off in this direction. 1 through 2, that being Little Baby Wipe, still with the Tour de Force in hand. And this will be the second time we've seen Niner Esports start over on one site and rotate back over to try to get this plant down with Wingman being removed. This should be a free frag
so
for Cass.
awkward.
Pichu does finally die, but that should have been so much easier for Niner Esports. And a third, yes, still available, but look at who you're facing off against. Or I would not want to be against Fuzzy in a 1v2, let alone a 1v1 now, as you're trapped against this as Little Baby Wipes has 10 HP, Dallas, against the full HP Fuzzy.
And I think that's the only thing that's really stopping him from going ahead and investing in Viper's Pit. He knows that he can just cut off that sight line, knows the Tour de Force will be completely useless in that kind of 1v1, but he only has 10 HP. Surely Fuzzy can find that snap, find that one shot to close it out, and hearing that rope should be everything you need to know. 8 seconds on the clock, waiting for a bit slow on that swing and waiting to see whether or not he's going to make a roundabout or give any kind of audio cue. And, well, there it is. Clear as day. Another round to be working with here for Charlotte as they guarantee themselves the advantage at the end of the half.
And this is the second split. I do like to see Niner Esports being forced to, hit one site once, say we've made a couple of big mistakes, we've given key players, key agents with the utility we like to have, make that rotate over. And a lot of times we talk about it on maps like Lotus, which obviously was banned here and something that Niner didn't really want to have to face off against, what that Viper is meant for, what that Vice is meant for. It's meant to poke off on both directions. Even if you're starting to take space into A main, if you cleared out lobby, you're taking direct approaches to site. I mean, in that sense, you even had ins on site on A, right? Before they got taken down lurking, and you still are working Kaz over on B, taking opportunity, trying to shut into no man's land, take defender control, and usurp what Charlotte are bringing to the table as they were making the early rotate off towards the A site. I love to see that from Niner Esports. The problem was they didn't have full clearance, and they trusted that they did, and I think that's what ultimately did them down.
Well, even then, I mean, consider what we've seen so far. I mean, the team is also trusting Ruda with that operator still in hand, able to go ahead and find at least one pick after that initial missed shot, but still there. Having the Blade Storm in hand, they know that there's somewhat of a backup plan. There is a plan B, and, well, the B stands for Blade. It's there, it's operational, and it is very much successful once you get in that close quarters, but you've got to make sure that there's a follow-up. So with the Punter's Fury, there's a follow-up to go ahead and shut down the plant. Well, what else better to go ahead and create that chaos, be that facilitator, be that agent of insanity. And, well, even Ruda with the classic in hand adds that little cherry on top of insanity, saying 2,900 versus free. I'll take that fight every single day of the week.
My goodness, and you're looking at how effective they were in that round as well. Nobody falling, the Hunter's Fury shutting down the plant instantaneously. The Mosh Pit also got damaged just before that, which made it a free one-shot afterwards. It was a lot of pieces in this pie, right? And you eventually need all 6 to come to the ultimate conclusion. And sometimes it takes a little bit of father luck to kind of join your side and be that 6th man to fill that 6th piece. But they read into that perfectly. And Niner Esports, you're stepping into their palm and you're waiting to be squeezed, and you have to be willing to kind of fight back against those fingers like clinching on you. And I'm not seeing enough resistance right now from them. Root, it's the first frag once again. The operator against Little Baby Wipes, and Ruta can just fall back all the way up into upper kitchen, wrap through tube, and watch this doorway connecting through orange, because you still have one player likely to tease that, your opposing doppelganger Jet. The rest, though, here are going to go ahead and take themselves to green.
While there's been a couple of misfires, we're still in Hunger Games territory. Every time you hear that cannon go off in the background, you know another player's dead. Another one's down for the count. And, well, even then, whether or not it's loud or whether it's quiet with that suppressor on Fuzzy's Phantom, you know that still the job is going to get done. One by one, we see these 2 players alone going ahead and shutting down the entirety of the team, as Ruda, well, got 4 and doesn't even need those points at the end of the day. Just looking to go ahead and pad the stats a little more at 20 and 4, 5.0. coming into the conclusion of this first half. And, I mean, I could only assume that he's not done. He's either going to die here, setting it down to 4, or he's going to go ahead and find a couple more and just make that percentage that much better. But still, regardless, everybody else on the back end of that has been just stellar in getting things done, helping out in that process. I mean, looking at the assists better yet. When you look at Fuzzy having 3, when you look at C's having 3, when you look at Pichu having 2, you have 4 collectively on the entire side of the Niners, but it feels like they're not really coming together to make sure these picks are secure.
Now, they are missing Lucky, right? So there is something there for Niner Esports in terms of loss, but it's not as much as what they've been trying to harp it up to be, the glue that they're losing and lacking. I don't think that's necessarily the case. They just have to make up for that with proper positioning, which this round at least feels a little bit better. Using the kill contract to isolate one. Even if you lose the fight, everyone's already deep into space. That's a free frag afterwards. Now you've got a 1v3. Pichu's given away their position with no success in terms for the frag. One player upper tube, trying to spray through that wall, and you're getting tapped back the other direction. 77 HP, one player up above, and it's a conveyor frag for Jay. And it will, in fact, be a 9-3 split, though not on the 9 side we expected to be on, but this is the map of 9-3, so if there's any chance I'd see it for Niner Esports, this would be it.
And, I mean, he's got to start this pistol round, right? I mean, but the issue is we've seen Charlotte win every single pistol round for the day, so that's kind of a big factor in its own right, making sure that you can shut that thing down, knowing that you can go ahead and slow these guys, and knowing that you can make sure that these pistol rounds aren't just kind of given over necessarily for free. So, I mean, when you look at the setups, when you see how they're going to be working with it, I mean, Ruda still had a 3K during that last one, and that was on the side where he's just holding an angle, where he's not really pushing out too much. He's not the aggressor. He's not setting the tone. This half, it's not a surprise. It's not there. It's an expectation. It is a standard. It is a necessity. It is what you were asking of him to do. And, well, seeing how he's been performing today, I don't think he's going to have a problem with that.
Well, it'll be a slow start in for Charlotte's offense. Defaulting, something we didn't really see too often, actually, from Niner Esports on their attack. They were fairly strict about sending most players in, 4 players in towards A main, leaving just Kaz off towards B. Majority-wise, keeping little baby wipes. When the Tour de Force was available, they would keep them off in attacker spawn and watch the eventual approach that Rudy was constantly attempting to do, out through orange and up above through tube and everything else. You'll have a flash being perused here by the offense of Charlotte to try to flush little baby wipes a little bit further back, and that may be the straw that breaks that proverbial camel's back here. Dallas, as the majority now of this Charlotte offense is now in towards site, and look at them already positioned in the post plant. Only 2 players on site. It's totally different than the way Niner took it.
And even then, they're already going ahead. They're not overextending. I mean, when you look at Ruda, I mean, I talked about taking that space. That duel is going ahead and facilitating that chaos. He doesn't overextend. He knows he still needs to be at the front, but he's not putting that line of scrimmage any further back than he needs to. Able to go ahead and create all that chaos, create that problems on site where you can have that assistance, where you can have that utility to back you up, and you can have those trades if things really start to go south. But they never did. It was a clean execution after that, a very clean hold, and a nice 10th round for them to go ahead and win that pistol and make sure to really just put that final nail in the coffin, which clearly they have to still close out, but the pistol round is what Niner needed and what every single team gets when that 9-3 really starts to come back.
And you can really tell that Charlotte kind of think things through into the future, right? It's a pistol round. You don't really have much utility. Post plants are post plants, smoke plants, right? It's whatever, but they still are already in the position because it's not practice makes perfect. Practice makes permanent. They're practicing this constantly. They're setting things up. These are set pieces that they will use no matter what they have in front of them, and it's going to be a consistent thing for them. So even if there's no utility to work with and you don't have a Hunter's Fury in the back line, your Sova's going to be sitting off towards green, right? If you don't have the breach or anything else, you have utility and you're going to wait back and put that player in the right spot for success. And that round is another one where just Niner didn't have an answer back for it. Little Baby Rights will get a frag, but any success is short-lived. It's Charlotte immediately finding 2 afterwards, and it's a 4 versus 2 in dire straits where you're looking at a possible 11th round for them.
And you're also looking at, I mean, considering how much of a line's being drawn here, when you have that agency, when you have that kind of leniency, when you look at the kind of weaponry and the arsenal that's being dealt with, knowing that your guys on site still having that advantage can take care of themselves even more so because they have more things at their disposal. They have more ways to back themselves up. That's where Ruda can go ahead and go a little bit further. Go ahead and be let off that leash. Go discover a little bit. Go explore. And, well, especially go ahead and knock down that back line and say, well, while their spawn is completely clear, now you just have to watch ours. It makes it a clear as day read to say, well, 50% of the equation is now out of here. Not have to worry about it anymore. Turn around, and even then, when we see Jay slip through, he doesn't even encounter a player because they know they want to preserve what they have for this next round. Because, I mean, when you look at that purchase, when you look at that arsenal, when you look at the weaponry in hand, it looks nearly like a full buy form. Sure, 3 Guardians, but those things are Vandals at the end of the day. You want to hit that first shot to the head just like you do with a $2,900 gun.
Especially with the lines of sight that Icebox has. Do you have conveyor or belt off on target's A site? You're worried about a player on tube and upper rafters. It's a very solid weapon. If you send players down through mid and upper tube, you have direct lines of sight towards top mid as well as deep down in towards B. And then, of course, you have green, where you actually have to take the direct line of sight for the player off behind crates, and you're worried about the snowman player, and your toxic screen can only really do so much. And we've seen an actually interesting setup here defensively for Niner Esports out of their Viper. The toxic screen's not laid over in the diagonal towards A site. It's laid in counterance to the one used by Charlotte's offense now on B. And this is one that's not been popular for quite a while for default setups, but can still work, especially in mirror matchups with Viper.
Yeah, I mean, the parallels do send out kind of a bit of a message, letting you know that you do want to respect, knowing that you do want to answer that smoke that's coming through from Charlotte. But I mean, even more so when you look at the Viper's screen, that's not even kind of the biggest thing for him. That's a big wall that, honestly, you have to use to facilitate your own pushes or your own holes and set up your own lines over towards that A side. Because, well, if they see B, they've been hitting B the entire half. They're eventually going to go somewhere else. And, well, no better time than right now when you need to go ahead and find a bit of chaos, find a bit of a curveball to give yourself that advantage. And, well, it's enough an advantage to get themselves the man advantage, being 4-3 and having that spike down. Meanwhile, Niners are just trying to scrap things together to even get on site. So, Baby Wipes, it's only him trying to get the job done, having a lot of players push him in the process. But at the end of the day, I mean, 13 HP in a dream, not going to happen. That's Matt Point coming up from Charlotte here, looking to close things out on a pick that, well, while theirs, the next one feels like it even is more so again.
Love to see how map 2 pans out. Anything can happen. These two teams are very familiar with each other. But I'll point out the funny little incident right there. It started out as classic in hand for C's encountering against the rifle on the other side for Little Baby Wipes, and then once you run out of ammo on the rifle, Little Baby Wipes, and C's runs out of classic shots, they swap, and then it's rifle on pistol, and it turns into a battle the other direction. Little things that can make Valorant a little bit more entertaining. But I'll tell you what, Icebox is pretty much always entertaining. We don't get to see it too often, so no matter the score line, we like to have that pizzazz. You see those big highlight moments, like we saw earlier with the huge ace coming out from Fuzzy, and then the other one back from Ruda trying their hardest. But it just gets worse. Jay, who's been playing a pretty darn good game, all things considered, for Niner Esports, still holding strong, looking for more, does take off another head, and while that's traded back, that solidifies Niner Esports and these 2 players that are remaining to be able to rotate off towards B and now have a substantial chance to stabilize B site before it gets taken, and then they can rotate over towards A, because it's pretty fast to get from B to A. It's a lot harder to retake B site when you don't have the utility really worthwhile to do so.
And even then, I love the fact that we see already Fuzzy kind of towards that back, able to go ahead and kind of give that information, saying, look, I'm watching the middle of the map. I'm not going to be able to help you over on that B push, but even better yet, when you think about it, the rotation's already coming through. They're probably going over towards B, so we don't want to give them that info. We don't want to give them those fights. While you do want to take those fights, as a Viper and a controller, you want to go ahead and set up somewhere else. You want to put it on your home territory. And funny enough, this is kind of Niners. When you see that toxic screen, this is playing over towards their half of the map. And, well, when you see it...
Oh, Baby Wipes.
Baby. Okay, thank goodness. It's nothing but Fuzzy left. This isn't much of a situation where he has one, but I think still, considering the aim, considering the ego, and considering what this guy has done, well, he can close every single day, but doesn't do it. That's Cass keeping this game in play. A mid-air shot with the Guardian to go ahead and just keep this thing alive. That's RNG that, well, you should probably go be hitting the lottery with.
So, Little Baby Wipes, we won't harp too much on that moment there from you. That's the second one we've seen from you in terms of not being able to hit that shot at that moment. I was worried about this call out here as well. Player just outside of Cubby on the inside attacker lane for it. You clear the player on ropes. The tracer should be obvious. The call out should have been there, and we don't see the line of sight being held. Just concise enough from Cass, and it had me concerned, and then it's a double take flick back for the headshot. Gnarly business, but it keeps Niner Esports alive for yet another round and secures them now their 4th win in total and the first to start off this second half.
Yeah, just got to get yourself 8 more, but even then, I mean, you can't be relying on miracles for all these rounds. You can't rely on these instances of awkward scenarios where these shots aren't lining up, because that is definitely a minority when you look at the big scheme of things. When you look at the percentages, it's in the smalls. It's in that part where it's in the under. So here it is, able to go ahead and find some good exchanges. That fuzzy player is now knocked out, but everyone else is still alive and well. And when you look at the lockdown, when you look at the thresh, these guys are just playing for post plant. They're looking to go ahead and just be a nuisance, to go ahead and draw things out, and they got plenty of resources to do that. But Pichu doesn't even need to put him in a situation for that. He's just pushing up, trying to take these fights, trying to bring the fight to him. And with a tour de force versus a thrash, one is a lot better for a post plant than the other.
Oh, timing not there for Kaz, and you now have the detain for Little Baby Wipes, crouching for the loss here for the round, for the conclusion of map 1, and the final score will be a 13-4. And a pretty good showcase for Charlotte once again to show just how dominant they can be. This one again on their map pick, not being allowed to play Lotus. So they play something they're just as comfortable on, it looks like, at least in that icebox out the gate, dominant as we expected.
And even then, I mean, to me, it doesn't even really feel like the map's too much. I mean, the knowledge and the way they're setting things up, it's just more so the way they're playing the game. They're feeling a lot more comfortable. They've gotten kind of accustomed to their own skin when it comes around to just playing in the maps and knowing that they are hitting their shots on all fronts. I mean, this is kind of one of those games where it felt a little more standardized. We didn't see Fuzzy just have a masterclass and go absolutely crazy. We didn't see C's kind of do his own thing. We didn't see Pichu completely carrying the team on his back like we did during that first series. That was at least Ruda going ahead and facilitating, giving that breathing room for those first couple rounds, saying, look, guys, this is the thing where I'm supposed to kind of be on the server. I'm supposed to be waking up. And, well, with the conclusion of that last series, we were all on the same page. That's not a good look for me as a duelist. So I got to eventually kind of take the spotlight back and give you guys a chance to go ahead and recuperate.
Now, last time we saw Niner Esports facing off against Charlotte on Haven, it was actually a pretty darn close game. So I'm hoping to see something very similar along those lines. This could be what's kind of in the back of the mind for Niner Esports, saying, okay, we've kind of looked back on what we do. And both these teams are usually pretty good about VOD reviewing where they've faced their losses and even their victories. And they were pretty happy when we were putting it out in that VOD when I was with Gray, the breakdown of the errors of their ways along the store. But this is a different lineup now from Charlotte, right? They brought out the ISO and the Yoru. This is not something they had done before. So this is something new that you're going to have to keep in the back of your mind even further now. What are you going to do? Did you bring the Teo previously? How is your offense going to pan out? These are questions Niner Esports are going to have to break down heading into this next map.
I mean, it's not really new, though, keep in mind, for Niners. They got to watch that series. They got to see how things went. They were able to take those notes because even if they don't scrim against each other, they now have that relevant information in the context of this LAN. They're not looking at previous games. They're not looking at previous matchups. They're looking at how they're performing today. And, well, when you're already in the server with them, when you've already seen that first map, know that it seems like everybody's kind of a beast. So there's a lot of notes to be taken between this little break here.
And as well, Gray for UAH was mentioning that the UAH team wanted to kind of like step out for a little bit and do something else. He goes, no, I need to watch. I need to match prep. I'm going to forget what happens after every single round, but I need to match prep. I don't think that was the thing for Niner Esports. They were watching that game. They're rooting on their teammates, right? But at the same time, they're also going, this is what my future looks like. This is who I'm going to have to face. We should keep an eye on this. And it's going to turn into a very entertaining map 2. But that map 2 has to come after a break. Let's give time for both teams to kind of talk things through, break things down, maybe have, Bepic say something. Probably not. But either way, we'll see after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Well, Icebox came true in the literal sense here, icing out the competition, Charlotte taking it 13-4, right? That's a scoreline that is nothing to scoff at, and not really much could be said for Niner Esports. Even in the rounds that they won, bar one, it came down to like 1v1s or 2v1s. There's very close calls, and there were a lot of close calls the other way, sure, for Charlotte. But it never really felt like it was out of control for them, even in those scenarios.
Right.
A 2v1 still felt possible when they were the one, and very much so was. I mean, they were clutching up 5v5s and having one person get the ace, right? Like, this is just something that they're consistently capable of. But heading over to a different map like Haven, one that everybody knows, and we've seen these two teams face off on before, and you got an inkling of what they're bringing if you're Niner Esports. You saw it earlier today. I wonder how this one will fare.
I mean, the thing is, you can know and you can prep for it, but realistically, you don't know if you're actually ready for it until, well, you get there. And knowing that, just seeing the oppression, knowing really what's going on there, just knowing that, I mean, seeing what is being just put on the table, and you're being forced to eat better yet, sometimes it's not all that pretty. And honestly, I think the Niners, they're ready to have to just kind of suck it up and dig in, because there's something there. There's got to be a chance to get through it, but they have to go through a lot of excruciating pain if we see a replication of what we saw during that last series against UAH.
Yeah, it's growing pains, but at the same time, sometimes it's a little painful learning from your experiences and needing to act on that in the moment. We talk a lot about it. Valorant is a game of adaptability. The team that can adapt the fastest can find themselves at the gateway of victory the fastest. And that's why we see a lot of teams struggling once kind of double digits hits, right? It's that checkpoint or chokehold. A lot of the times they struggle. It turns into this big uphill battle because teams go, okay, we've kind of keyed into how you got here in the first place. We really see that, hey, you've got an extra digit in the scorecard in comparison to us. We got to kick ourselves in the rear and get going. And then they start to read into those scenarios more. Timeouts get called. They start to break things down a lot more effectively. And I'm hoping that there's this kind of eureka moment across Haven.
Yeah. And even then, I mean, looking at it so far, I mean, I'm expecting to some degree we're going to see that same replication, knowing that, I mean, once again, Charlotte is starting on the attacking side. Niners is the one who ended up getting the pick, and then Charlotte said, hey, if we get attacked to start with, I mean, what stops us from going 10-2 for a half once again? I mean, absolutely nothing. Why not just go ahead and replicate what we did, find ourselves that strong start, but let's just see who exactly is maybe shooting a little bit harder. And, well, while we see the replication come through, we see a bit of a different shift in terms of responsibilities of players, which, I mean, by all means, I can definitely agree with. But Ruda being on Omen is one thing that I did not see being a part of that.
I joked a lot, Ruda, about you being let off the leash and playing things other than Raze. That did not mean a controller.
Omen, it definitely counts, though. I mean, we have seen duelists go ahead and step into those Omen shoes, have that flash against themselves, and even then, I mean, it's basically a Yoru in some regard, where instead of just drifting and going ahead and gate crashing somewhere else, you were shadow stepping somewhere, and you're going across. It's a little bit quieter, and there's not a bit, there's no kind of influence, there's no cue letting them know ahead of time of where you're going to be stepping, except for when it's actually occurring. So, I mean, there's a shot. And, I mean, keep in mind, this guy, you want him in every single fight. So from the shadows, he can be anywhere you need him at almost any point.
Yeah, we have to see it pans out, so to say, for them. I do like that they're changing things up and having a little bit of fun with it and testing the waters. As for the side of Niner Esports, we've mentioned before, they're down and out without Lucky, right? So they have a sub player in, and they're also testing the waters with another player on top. So there's more also in the docket for them in terms of growth and how that's going to pan out. And I do think the Vice pick is going to be a very entertaining one for both sides of the field, because we saw a really good one from Charlotte, and we're also seeing it kind of highlight already with the Rose Flash out through the gate through Garden, now giving yourself 2 chances for a kill. You capitalize on both, but you did lose out on your Neon shortly afterwards. But you were getting the drop there on Siege, just you weren't able to capitalize again. That ends, unfortunately.
And even then, I do like the aggression coming out from Niners specifically with that Vice. I mean, we didn't see too much aggression being facilitated from UAH. I mean, they were going ahead and giving a lot of respect to Charlotte, when sometimes you have to spit in the face of whoever's already beating you. Because, I mean, if you're going to be beat that bad, you might as well just see is there any worse? Is there any way this could get worse? And if it's that bad, sometimes the answer literally is no. So might as well just go ahead and throw something out there and see what sticks. And, well, Niners found out relatively early that disrespecting Charlotte and running it down towards them and bringing the fight to them also doesn't work, because we had an entire defensive half in that last map to go ahead and look at it.
So my idea for that for Niner Esports there is you get 2 kills for 1. You don't necessarily have to continue to move forward on the pivot. You have the player advantage. Fall back towards site and then play like you would in a default. A site, most retakeable objective. Yes, it's typically done with utility, but they don't have utility either to counter. So you're able to take advantage of the high ground up towards tower. You play in Heaven's side, 2 players direct through walkway. You can even late stage rotate in through garage door and window and be able to get back around that way. But nothing in that nothing there really for Niner Esports. And we're seeing the aggressiveness come out from Charlotte, as you'd expect for a round 2, but they are losing a couple players here and there. Little Baby Wipes getting a good flash, dealing with C's, trying to now stall out when it comes to that C-long approach. They don't have the great escape ability you'd like to see, but look at this shrouded step from Ruda. That's a kit they're probably not that used to, and a shorty to the face, well, that's not a good one to eat either.
Yeah, it most definitely is. I mean, still done nonetheless, even more so when you're expected by your counterpart. I mean, that's that whole thing where you see, hey, this is how you play Omen. You just wait, and you know that eventually you'll come around to it. And sometimes you'll find situations where you're the aggressor. Sometimes you will find a situation where you're the victim. So the way of the game goes, but even more so, a retake still has to be in order here because you got to go touch that A side. You got to go get there. You got to wait for something. And who better than TG to already have a setup of an arc rose to find that swing, get the first kill, and for Sep to go ahead and find the trade for the next one to guarantee that second there for Charlotte. A very good round for Niners, all things considered. I mean, knocking down every single player except for one. I mean, so long as you can do that during these full buy rounds, so long as you get yourself a little bit more of an arsenal to be playing with, I mean, you have a very, very good shot in this in the long term of things.
Here's that shrouded step back for Ruda. Right into Jay's loving arms with the shorty. You're not far behind it. And like you said, a very good round for Niner Esports, dropping 4 to the 5 weapons. And truly at the end, Charlotte also had to expunge a lot of their utility in the round to even make headway, right? So it's more expensive than just the typical credit count that would be for having weapons and armor be purchased. Decoy in front of Jay, they will opt not to shoot this. We saw UAH running into problems in terms of decoys and firing against those. Cass sends out a relay bolt, now looking to maybe take a shot against Pichu. What a flick though, clean. And though this fast lane is a little stubby, it's a little short, you moved away and C's just running it down and prays that they're around the corner, but they already escaped from dodge, and now that's 2 kills with no refrag, and Niner Esports wise it up, and they fall all the way back to site.
Yeah, Sage is trying to take that boy out back and just put him down, and that was not going to happen. But I mean, when you see a bit of a placement, a bit of a kind of shift in terms of the objective, and even better yet, just where everybody's going to be standing, well, Fuzzy can manage to get one in the process, but that's the first of, well, 5. There's 4 more players remaining that have much better placements, have a little bit more range on you, and they're looking to go ahead and just kind of play out this default, see where things go. They don't have control over the spike, so they're just saying, let's go back to our respective areas of the map, wait for this to kind of unravel and see what's given to us.
Dark cover laid off towards C-Long, maybe hoping to have one more in the pocket here. Have a chance there for Fuzzy, isolating Little Baby Wipe inside of Rabbit. Not the best spot to go into. Vice Wall will go up to make sure both players are beyond it, so there is no wait for the stall and separation for the 2 back line. Good execution there, off for Fuzzy towards Jack and Cass. Easy on the quick take, and that's the speed we need to see for Niner on these retakes. If you're giving up an inch, at least take the dang mile alongside it. First round win in round 3.
I mean, seeing how close that was, I mean, you're taking an inch and you're getting an inch. I mean, that was not much. That was not something or kind of something being taken advantage of. That was just a standard that you want. That is the way you want the game to unravel. That is how you want these interactions to go. And that's a standard you're going to have to play by and really enforce long-term inside of this game. I mean, keep in mind, let's talk about our actual champs during the season. Let's talk about the trades that were being made from Cumberland, from JMU, seeing how they were doing things. When they had those numbers, they were swinging perfectly in tandem. Not like dominoes, not side by side, not neck to neck. They were making sure to go ahead and have one player put their life on the line for the greater good to get the kill and find the round. So a good execution, 2 different angles there, pincering, finding that simultaneous shot. So going next, finding yourself a bit of a placement somewhere in the map. I do like the spray that we got. Making sure to have that execution, have that priority, but yet still having backups if need be.
Funny you mentioned that swing coming out from JMU, from Cumberland, from GMU, right? These top teams in our programs here for the end of this split. So you also look at them and go, well, they're double swinging like that, and they're not even giving up that first player that's the sacrificial lamb, right? They're good enough to execute the opponent before there's even a chance for it. It's better to be in a 2v1, but at least guarantee you get the refrag. So it's the double-edged sword that for the really good teams is just a straight clean swipe. And there's a great shot here from Jay with the bucket inside garage. They'll be stolen, and they were able to collect the Vandal just before. Jay, come most to deal with Fuzzy, but you swing directly afterwards of your Little Baby Wipes alongside ends, and you're able to get a crossfire towards Rudel, which now secures once again a player advantage for Niner Esports.
That would be so funny if they added a bit of an animation that has to be kind of
30
to take
seconds
place to pick up the gun before you actually get it, if it's just at your feet. Because in that case, we would see absolutely no gun in Baby Wife's hands during that situation, which would be just horrendous. But, well, there's a bit of a leniency there, and, well, we also have a bit of a spike down. Fuzzy can't really push out too much, doesn't want to extend to be taking these fights too aggressively, and you see C's trying to go ahead and make the most of the scenario at hand in a 1v3. Able to find at least one. Knows there's another couple back towards that main, but that's all you need is a couple players swinging simultaneously, making sure that they're at different angles so they don't line up, and you find another round to play with. So 2-2 on the board. This is the closest that Charlotte's seen teams up against them all day.
You would typically want your far player to swing wide and your close player to swing close, right? So that they're not having to cross the initial shots and tracers being dished out. But that's exactly what we're asking for still in that scenario. When you know you have that player advantage, take the cost and credits. The round win is worth infinitely more. We talked about, we've seen how difficult it is to get round wins against the Charlotte team, both the UAH matchup against them earlier, the first BO3 to start the day, as well as that first map on Icebox.
Right.
Get the win as consistently as possible. We'll start up now for round 5. An even scoreline, 2-2, and the Recon Bolt sent high and wide. Not the best or cleanest position. C's is trying to get a body block and Z-ping as best as possible to try to highlight exactly where they're saying, I am the beacon that will highlight this, where this player is, and they'll try to send out a flash of their own. And just with the dimensional drift, guaranteed that they have control over the A site.
Yeah, I mean, just completely give it up. I mean, even then, there's a lot to work with here for a retake, but even then, when you look at the kind of numbers that you're playing with, it's not very much. I mean, you have a Rolling Thunder. That's an easy way to go ahead and facilitate something. Same thing with a Steel Garden, but the fact they even go for it's crazy because, I mean, sure, the guns really aren't going to be there, but look at that. You're going ahead, pushing it out back towards main, where they're going to be backing up, and you got to think about what they're up against. You got to look at these guns, these close quarter combat. Literally clean up players if you're pushing close enough to them, and A site and B site are the perfect place to let that thing rain.
What is going on? What has Pichu been drinking? Like, this is like the go-go juice. They're absolutely tearing apart everyone off the most just ridiculous angles. Root trapped below down in hell. Doesn't really have anything to work with. No weapon to contend against. Ins worried about the team playing the crossfire on site. They got 2. Then there was Jack, who was still holding the Odin, couldn't spray. No more shots of the Stinger connect, and that right click was the ultimate nail in the coffin. Every single shot in that classic hits the head. That is Riot saying, here's your ticket to the victory. Niner Esports just had to eat that on the chin.
Well, they look to kind of want to follow it up as well, but Charlotte isn't really going to have too much of it. Able to go ahead and find a little bit of a skirmish to the middle of the map. You do see at least a 1-for-1 trade going down, but Niners not really going away too hot with off the back of that because, well, Jay wasn't all that healthy, but he still manages to find one more in the process. And I got to go ahead and give credit to this guy and what he's been doing inside this game so far.
Jay's good.
He has been a thorn in the side for Charlotte. I mean, this guy is always in a different placement, either sitting towards garage, sitting towards B, able to find at least a trade of some kind, some relative nuisance, whether it be a Bucky, whether it be a Sheriff. He is showing that, I mean, no matter what he gets, he is able to whip you with it and make sure it hurts.
3 versus 1. Pichu, we've seen Pichu pull off impossible things. We just saw this the round prior, right? But this is still a team that has collected essentially the straggling weapons of your roster, and they're thriftying you into the wrong end of the barrel, and not much really you can ask from Pichu at this stance. Spike is in their hand, 38 seconds. There's time to rotate if he were to choose to do so. But it starts to get quiet, and the question's going to be in the back of the mind here for Niner Esports. Will they take that next step to the opposing side, or will we see Pichu hold back, rotate through Hay, take off towards B, go down C long, and try to find a line of sight, worry about the endangerment of a Sova in the opposing end? Pichu has to make that choice, and the choice will be made, and Little Baby Wipes has already come out the victor in 2 fights. Might as well make it 3. It's now a tied game once again for Niner Esports.
I mean, yeah, keeping it back and forth. I mean, historically, we have seen this map go the distance between these two. I mean, it feels like kind of a bit of a standstill for them every single time, knowing that we've seen these 11-13s, we've seen these 13-10s. I mean, we've seen these scenarios really just be drawn out, and it's kind of crazy to see that we're seeing it once again kind of today, where I feel like Charlotte's giving too much credit over to Niners to let that happen. It feels like it happens every single time because they know the story. They know how these maps typically go, and they let it kind of get into their heads to some degree, because keep in mind, Charlotte has been disrespecting teams more so, and just not even giving them the time of day to even think and consider what they could be doing. They've just been shooting, they've just been playing better in that regard, and even then, if you look at the scoreboard, they're still doing that. They are shooting more consistently, finding more kills, but It's just the objective isn't really getting there.
Double tap off the board, recharged, refresh. Fuzzy trying to get past the util. It will still break. They don't take any damage, thankfully, for the use of the double tap. Spraying into the dark cover, nothing you can do if your little baby wipes. And that's why you have ins close by. Forced to fall back initially. No HP, not a matter of contention. Pichu, right-clicking the classic! Ins! Where the hell did that come from? Niner Esports find another round win now back-to-back. 4 to their name, and they're leading against their father team or their sister team here in Charlotte.
It's just one of those things, man. I mean, that classic, I mean, there's got to be some kind of synergy. We need to do some research on agent selections and classic spreads whenever you do the right click. Because it seems like apparently, at least today, Vice has the favor, has the tighter spread. Because, I mean, both times it has been these Vices holding things down, finding these stances, having fought to that secondary, and it just proves to be a perfect substitution in hand.
Oh, my God. 3 shots of the classic, all go straight to the head. Ends, I was going to kind of harp against a lot of what we were seeing from Cass early on in the round. They're wasting so much utility through short panicking. Ends has not had that panic factor for Niner Esports. When the going gets tough, we're seeing them try to focus up, stay in their element, and lock in, which is exactly what you need. You need these LAN demons. And Ruda has promised they're the LAN demon, and we're starting to see Niner Esports find a bit of that lap of luxury. Cass gets themselves a good frag, falls back, now uses the overdrive. Unfortunately, this is just being used as a stall ultimate at this point. No one from Charlotte's going to contest this. There's 70 seconds on the clock. Let that thing burn out and just say, okay, we'll eat that first loss on the chin. Now they're going to have to stay a little bit more honest on site.
I mean, has a weapon, doesn't really need much of a backup. It's not one of those things where you're running an operator and you need it in that back pocket to kind of be working with, and even then uses that sprint to go ahead and find that faster region to get across the map to be there ready for that C push whenever it starts coming underway. But is it going to matter? Well, you got to make sure to find at least one more kill, find something to do at the back of it, and with that shield going ahead and finding that coverage, I mean, it comes down to more so can Cass make more out of this, and eventually gets traded off, but the site has been taken in some regard, but the post plant is ready immediately. So this should be something where Niners are pressing that W key, not giving them the time of day to be getting these setups going their way. And
double
well, there you go. A nice little setup there, some nice picks to be made, but still Fuzzy is looking for these fights and knows that this is the angle to be taking.
Oh, fall back the other way, little baby wipes. Maybe not stack the other end. Fuzzy couldn't hold the trigger. Let's go, trying to focus in for the next line of fire, and it's a freebie for Niner Esports. It cost them a lot, but look at the spree they've gotten for themselves. 2, gave up 1 back for Charlotte, but defensively are proving to be a force to be reckoned with. 1 round away from guaranteeing an even half now, Dallas. 2 rounds away from guaranteeing a positive straight, and they've already reached and beaten the tally for rounds that they had gained on Icebox in map 1.
Yeah, I mean, just insanity. I mean, the highest score line that we've seen today, or at least matching it better yet, but knowing that, I mean, they had the chance to kind of keep this thing rolling, that this is 3 in a row. This is an entire win streak to where it doesn't cap out past this point. This is the max. So, I mean, just keep that thing rolling, knowing that even then we haven't been seeing a huge investment in Charlotte in the ultimates, which is kind of awkward to me. But, I mean, knowing that Niners has been spacing those out, they have made sure to use every bit of resources they have to make sure they get to this point. And that's something they're going to have to be consistent about, knowing that there will be eventually a time where you see that energy reciprocated. You're going to see it returned. You're going to see, once again, that kill contract come through. You're going to see these 100 Furies being thrown out where you're saying, you know, fair enough, we don't have an answer. We invested ours to get our own lead.
Fuzzy has been perfect so far in these kill contracts and securing these kills. That's not a player I'd want to fight in a kill contract, and they know that. Just a free frag. A lot of teams use the kill contract mostly to take the C site, but they're using Shock Dart to clear any Vice utility that's in the archway, typically used for a Sentinel, like a Cypher util that's there, like a Trap Wire. You're still doing that to clear out any Razor Thorns that are there, and also it makes it so it forces the player to fight and shoot against the decoy, which then gives the intel to use that kill contract. Very well thought out line of thought for Charlotte. But it doesn't mean that Niner Esports aren't too privy to it. Cass up above in heaven on this A site. Does secure 1. Wall bangs and gets the headshot, but not able to find the frag, going through 2 different stacks of objects. The Odin at distance, not enough for Jack, but that's why you have Jay close by, but sees a single clip here from the Stinger, and it's enough to get 2 in the same fell swoop to secure a very big round here for Charlotte.
Yeah, clean execution there, going ahead and just making sure everything's done and dusted on the back of that one. But, I mean, that was just players swinging into a Stinger, and, well, that's the range that a Stinger's supposed to work. This is not a Stinger meta, it's just a Stinger range, and, well, that's what it's supposed to do. But knowing even then that the last shot went out towards the head, that's luck that you're kind of wanting in every single gunfight. But knowing
that's kind of the luck for all the fights we've been seeing all this entire map. It's been headshots, headshots, headshots.
I mean, There's one, though, that's completely skill-based and doesn't really have much of an RNG element to it, and it's inside little Baby Wipe's hands right now. Something I wasn't expecting out of a breach of all things, but, I mean, hey, here we are. Get the cue that Jay is inside that smoke. That is the player that has been a nuisance, has been a problem, has been just absolutely annoying to go up against. So you just got to make sure to shut that guy down, and maybe your day should be a little bit easier.
Well, there's the first one for Charlotte. Pichu off into the back of sight. Pichu's also going to go and use the garden to try and
down the retake.
shut down all of this. Is this counter back the other way? Judge in hand, not really much you can do. Sorry, handle in hand, not too much you can really do. Counter with utility. Stinger up for Jack. They will fall. No, it's ins afterwards, and a second for Jack. As you'll have all three players essentially working from the same exact angle, but C's has the right timing and can pivot all the way back there to C long and re-stabilize this post plan for Charlotte. The Teo may not be in play, but it's still debilitating to face off against the wrong agents, and Cass will make sure that C's does pay the price and also deal with Ruda, a player who's uncharacteristically missing out on these 1v1 Sep. Tries to hold strong. At this distance, not a problem. Sep, a player we've seen rotate around on that duelist role depending on the map. You're not going to see them miss opportunities like that when given to them.
I mean, especially when you're Sova, and that's supposed to be your lineup. You're supposed to see that kind of angle every single day of the week whenever you're looking at Haven because, I mean, you're just sitting back. You're waiting for that. I mean, usually whenever you look at over-unders for Sova, you're taking them because you're saying this guy's just waiting for post plants when it comes around to the attacking side, and he's in a 1vx situation. And you're hoping that, well, he's used to it. He can at least deny it, can delay that time, has utility in hand, but he definitely facilitated a lot on that push-up towards that C long and had to back up. Didn't really have much at the end of it to really be working with. But still, it's enough. And, well, it's a 5th round here on the board for Charlotte. So they have answered back Niner. They have made sure to get themselves a streak of their own. They want to obviously clearly keep that thing going. And, well, being down Peaches can make things a little bit more difficult to do so.
You kind of sacrifice ins there, but it gives just enough for Jack to swing through once again for a second stinger kill. Charlotte are kind of hemorrhaging right now, but Sap, clean as can be. God. First swing to lower short, second one back towards Kaz on back of sight, and C's now will join you, Sep, on this A site and this post plant for Niner Esports. Keep in mind, they don't really have rifles. They maybe could have grabbed something from mid from the 2 players in mid window, but I don't think that will necessarily be the case. Jay does have themselves a Phantom. Will isolate Sep. Now has the util out in hand. Flash in for C's. Not a problem. Second rotate up, and there's your frag again. And Niner Esports levying the control that Jay has had. Now 12 kills to their name. They were a standout player, though not the top fragger for Niner Esports on the map of Icebox. They stayed consistently positive for the most part in terms of the kill department. None of those kills felt like they were missing shots to go the other way, right? They were winning fights that felt like they should. It was just Charlotte were in control for the map. I love seeing what feels like Niner Esports finally come alive on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, they were warranted executions. They were warranted push. They were warranted initiations. Being brought to that attacking side, which you're really looking for. We saw Niners want to be doing this during the earlier stages of this half, but I mean, it was at the point where the momentum was still already in Charlotte's hand from that last map. So I mean, they know to kind of go ahead and be like, this disrespect will not be taken. We do not accept this. But going forward, and whenever you see things kind of really start to unravel more, you're expecting eventually them to be waking up and say, you know what, that's fair game in a situation like this. But whenever you're 6'5" and things are closer, it's more of a curveball that you're not really expecting, but a nice little trade gives yourself that leniency to push that A site once more. But Sep does not have the health pool to get this thing keep going. And Jay, as I mentioned, has been an absolute pain in the rear for Charlotte again and again.
Keep in mind, Jay's now over on the Omen, which we talk about a lot. Omen on the map of Haven still feels like an absolute killer, and in this case it proves to be true. They were players over on Duelist prior, and you're looking at them and saying, hey, they're doing pretty good, but it just feels like it's not flushing perfectly, so we got to make up for something. And Cass is, I say they panic a lot. You can kind of see that in their gameplay style, but they don't panic fully to retreat every single time. They panic just so they can run it back down again, right? Because they want to run it down in a perfect manner. Sometimes that controlled, unbridled chaos is just what you need for teams, and we're seeing Niner Esports use that as a way to elevate 7-5, positive at halftime. They guarantee it right there at the end, and now they can move in on offense where Kaz can play so strong down through C long with the quick use of the sprint, the dash off over towards Plat. You could have your secondary player of Jay, who's a prior duelist, saying, okay, I can straddle step to Plat as well, or deep in towards site. So many options I feel like are in front of Niners here that isn't there for Charlotte, and all of it was really off the back of the ISO, and I didn't see enough of that in that first half.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to really here on the second half of the night, we can actually see Charlotte go ahead and facilitate that aggression once again and kind of warrant it because, I mean, keep in mind, we don't have Jay kind of sitting in these secret spots, having that, secrecy anymore. They're going to work into his plan. It's going to be more so just pushing the agenda. Well, I mean, Niners, they have done exactly that. Cash just presses W, finds 3 out of the 5, and then the rest of it's just a free cleanup from that point on. So, I mean, pistol round forfeited here from Charlotte. And I mean, for Niners to keep rolling and get themselves number 8 and make that difference once again 3, it is probably the best look they have all day and genuinely probably the brightest gleam of a light they can get to show that, well, this map should be yours.
Kaz was blessed so many times in that round, and they keep getting away with it. Perfect timing to extend out through Hall from Garage, making sure that your players extending out just behind the Radiant Knight stack don't get caught off by the player that rotated across for C's. You turn out, they miss a couple Sheriff shots, you get the perfect click with the Ghost to deal with their second player, and then you clap back with a third as you flick back over towards Platt. Perfection incarnate, but Charlotte are tearing apart now in this next round. 2 kills already to their name, weapons to be collected, and while you did try to step back if your C is collecting that Vandal, Jay punishes you, but does not go unpunished immediately afterwards, having to get refragged, and no one's there to do so as Inns has to peek down long instead to get 1.
Well, 3 players still alive, and a nice piece of utility just kind of scattered about, especially towards that spawn on Niner side. They know they have some leniency to breathe back in their own spawn, but beyond that, I mean, it's just the unknown once more. Knowing that they're in a number deficit here, they want to see if they can at least get that spike down, get themselves a station once more, knowing a Sentinel's in their hands, and knowing that they have an initiator to at least go ahead and kind of clear these corners. But how far can you really spread between each other? Absolutely nothing. It is a buddy system at this point. You are working in tandem. You're hoping that you run into some of these fights. You're hoping that your initiator can, well, facilitate that. Put yourself into a situation where things are possible. But, I mean, keep in mind, Vice now being on that defense is also an initiator in their own right. Has the Art Rose to play with. It's not exactly placed. So, I mean, that's one thing, and that's a bit problematic, but you still manage to find the one. But that's enough information to let the rest of Charlotte know where this guy could be hiding. And even then, better yet, possibly can teach you a gun if he just doesn't overextend picking it up.
One enemy
exactly what we see. Now Ruda alone, able to deal with Little Baby Wipes isolated, having to peek towards back.
Wow.
And Inns just pre-fires through the Radiant Knight stack and clears away the final enemy. And it's 9 now for Niner against the measly 5 there of Charlotte. But a lot like we saw at the second round of our first half. Dallas, it still ultimately is kind of the victory for Charlotte in the way that they were able to completely throw the eco out the window for Niner Esports and the purchases that they made. Honestly, it very well could have just been a round win. Niner Esports were slow to retake back towards mid after losing those players, the final one being Jay. Charlotte take major advantage of that, swinging as fast as possible to get into that space to collect those weapons before falling back through Garage and into B site to stay insecure. But it still yet wasn't enough because you have clutch kings that Niner Esports are trying to work with that can get a little bit extra. And this is a push now for for Niner Esports that is known as it's off towards the A site, and you'll likely see Charlotte vacate this.
I mean, 2 of the Niner players still have the money to go ahead and buy during that next round, win or lose, knowing that that streak is going to be shut down. So, I mean, looking at it, Charlotte need to at least kind of keep 2 players alive in the process at the rear end of this. But the problem is when you already see Rudy going ahead and shut things down, you may have a little bit more. I mean, that's the biggest thing there. 4v1, you're looking for 2, and I said it, they may find double that. Keeping so many players alive, but C's ends up falling to his death at the end of it. So somehow Caster Curse prevails after the round ends. I've never seen that one before.
Yeah, that one's a little odd. C's, we won't harp on you too much. And we talked and joked a little bit after UAH in Charlotte that, hey, the scoreboard was really even. You know, by round 10, everyone had 10 kills, entering it around 11, right? It was the only time we've really ever seen that. It was kind of crazy. It's still consistently even, right? 13 for your top player, 2 players with 12, 1 with 11, 1 with 10. Turn that over to the opposing side for Niner. 7 for Jack. Little Baby Wipes with 9, but you have 17 for your top frag. It's less even, but that doesn't have to be a big problem as long as Niner Esports aren't putting all the reliance on one man the entire time, because eventually the backpack seams will tatter and tear, and it'll become a bigger problem than it is later. And this is a spiral for Niner Esports, hoping to get their 10th. It's nowhere near. Charlotte will have no one fall to the death now, and with 4 players still standing.
I mean, Ruda using a Phantom almost like a node there, just firing down line, and just, I mean, players are just walking into it. But the crazy thing there is knowing that not just 1, but 2 players walked into it, almost 3. It's one of those things where surely you got to look at your teammates and understand that this is not a good idea. And then change the form, change the function, break the pattern, but just not really end up what's happening. So Seeing, though, even in Charlotte and what they're doing, I mean, good looks from them so far, able to go ahead and win 2 back-to-back fairly swiftly. I mean, keep in mind, that last round, both of those, they technically kind of had 4 players alive by the end of it. It was just something unfortunate, making it either a third or just shutting that thing down where they just don't acquiesce with what they want and to carry over. So it's going to be an interesting situation with the ultimates at hand, whether or not, and knowing that Jack is only going to be getting closer with that pip in hand, 3 off, looking for a bit of maybe a plant to go down to facilitate one more to kind of get that Hunter's Fury online. But do they find the space? Do they even get on site to get this done? Because they're pushing out, they're trying to find something, but well, you're just in nothing but home territory of Charlotte.
Yeah, this is about what to be expected. You use the Jack shock dart on the Sova to try to clear out any possible Vice utility that's there. Now you're trying to even the odds for this. I'm not sure why. It doesn't go far enough in towards the back of sight, so this will just be gun up for everybody. But somehow In still comes away with something big, but even though it's a 1v1 in the final few moments, Sepp, just the right timing through Hall, peeks in to try to step up towards the precipice of sight and for a plant. Niner Esports will be forced once again to look down the chance for double digits in front of them and not yet be able to get there. It's 8 for Charlotte.
I mean, the beauty of it is we talk about that checkpoint chokehold situation. I mean, so long as you invest the choke ahead of time, maybe
it's a checkpoint when you get there.
That's the whole thing. You got to get there. And, well, you haven't done that just yet because Charlotte is obviously going ahead and biting back and making sure that we saw 4 in a row, 2 of those being at the end of a round and 2 of those being at the start of a new half. I still don't really count those in a row because they're 2 completely separate instances where you're not seeing that mid-round kind of economy start to come into play where you see that just consistency really revel. So I think whenever you look at Charlotte and what they've done here, the 3 rounds, they've answered what we saw from Niners during that first half, but they have to make sure to capitalize it so that they can do one better.
I like seeing the patience from Charlotte in terms of not overextending, knowing that they have the better weapons. That brawl up towards Garage confirmed that when they hear Stinger fighting back in the swing through afterwards, if the flash was successful. And Esports eventually give up a line of sight that they don't want to have to deal with, and it will go for Sepp now getting 2 in quick succession, 3 in total, maybe hoping for 1 last or even more. As a fallback plan will be made, Inns will go even lower. Hunter's Fury out.
This is wild.
This is a bit crazy, but that's your 4th kill. Now the question is, where's Little Baby Wipes? Do you want the ace? Do you want to try to match up what was done at the map prior? No, Fuzzy will rip your heart apart and secure the round win, which is probably the priority here for Charlotte, as it is for any team at this level in this upper echelon of play.
Hunter's Fury is insane.
Yeah, that's a bit. I mean, they're going to get it back. I don't think they're too concerned.
I mean, yeah, by the end of the game, but I mean, you're at this point of equilibrium now where you kind of want every single bit of util and every single bit of small leverage you can. And knowing that you just toss that away is, I mean, no other way to put it, just crazy. But speaking of crazy, Fuzzy has been crazy on these kill contracts. So you're saying, at least on a round like this, when things start to really matter, who better than the man who's, you know, completely flawless in his kill contract so far? I mean, he is the assassin, and he's been living up to the name thus far. But he's got the ultimate to work with once more to get that job done, but you've got to know where the players are. So I think they're going to be waiting for a post plant, hoping that PG can maybe go ahead and set up over towards site, kind of hold that thing down, mow through everything that's going on there, and Sepp does indeed know.
I think it's just Jack was just expecting it to be deeper. Sepp could have peeked a little bit earlier, or sorry, Jack could have peeked a little bit earlier and getting that kill. They were peeking the wrong way, but you know, this is one of those things. Valorant is a game of guessing, and here's that kill contract. Fuzzy able to isolate Kaz in there and get the vision first, but it's been gambled. Caster Curse comes true. Jay now trapped alone in a 1v3. Gets the 2nd now to their name, as it's a 1-on-1. Just a player inside walkway, trying to stay quiet here. Set up by Spike. It's not them fighting. They're both missing. Why are you jumping? Why are you jumping? Double digits now for Niner Esports.
Speechless is the easiest way to put it, quite frankly. Well, I mean, I talked about going and hitting the lottery earlier, but I mean, we're not going to do that every single round. We can't be doing that every single round. There was an instance where it worked on Icebox, but that was one in who knows how much. And we're thinking that every single gunfight just warrants doing that. I can't.
I can't. Standing ahead. I can't even begin to fathom. I'm just at a total loss. Now you're on an eco still on the offense, even with the round victory. For the most part, Jay's used it from the shadows. They've gone deep into the back line of Heaven for the A site. They're trying to use 2 players very quick down through short.
Jack just gave up.
Jack has nothing they can do.
here.
Just hold strong and pray, and maybe a teammate can help afterwards. Not
If
the
I'm
case,
very
though.
still, he will not see me.
It's a T-Rex strategy here, but it's not panning out. It's Fuzzy and Root. C's did get a frag because you tried to jump down if you were Jay, and you had no HP to do so. Get the damage out in the process. Little Baby wipes now with the Sheriff in hand. Can isolate one just on the other side of the card cover, but they are shaking their head, and the competition takes no problem with it. Pull the knife out of your Fuzzy and jam it into the ribs here of your cohort. It's a round win for Charlotte.
Keep in mind, this could be a 9-11. This could be much closer to being over with, but we're not going to gripe on the past too much. It's just still knowing that's really that the possibility could have been there. Charlotte could be in this situation where they're looking at match point for the next round. But I mean, it is what it is. They have ultimates. They have plenty of leverage here. They have lots of economy going to their favor. I mean, look at that. Just genuinely, Niners is once again in a hole, and one of the most kind of crucial parts of this entire series.
Yeah, to be totally frank, that's not my name. It doesn't feel like Charlotte have too many problems dealing with the crazy, wacky strategies that Esports are bringing in. There's only so many crazy, wacky strategies you can brew up on the offense.
And there's not much of that today. Like, they haven't been playing crazy. They've been playing the standard game. They've just been kind of flexing where people go. So, because everybody's capable of doing it, but there's your personality comes out in the way you play.
Yeah.
So they could see the same exact game, same exact role, same exact comp, but it's always going to have like a different flavor to it.
You have a million flavors of ice cream, and sometimes vanilla can taste different at each
just like how different
creamery
waters
you head
too.
to. Exactly, yeah, different kinds of waters. Sometimes it tastes very different, but we see a taste of maybe things to come here for Niner Esports. It's a good frag by Kaz to do with Sep, a fight that was not won prior for the Sep versus Jack battle off inside of a lobby. That will give them control now over towards a site and a spike plant for the Niner Esports side. Can they take advantage of this? It has been 6 rounds since we have seen a plant for them. And the Garden coming out now for Charlotte, and the retake could spell their demise because it's C's at range with a classic to deal with Cass. Not able to really step forward, trying to stall out. Phantom in hand, slow swing, flash around the bend. That's a crazy shot from Ruda, but it doesn't matter. C's goes in heavy-handed, and it's a shock dart from down at range. Finally dealt with. Jack is no more. 1v2. Can get some damage off, but Fuzzy is eating good tonight. They're ready for dinner. They're trying to get through this series, and they'll go up ahead. Already leading in the series as a whole. They're now back ahead of the competition.
I mean, yeah, C's was going sicko mode there. I mean, he was using every single piece of utility. I mean, you really can't blame the guy. You're in a situation for a retake. You know that time is ticking. You're at that point where you're saying, I'm throwing every single piece I can. I mean, we saw 3 pieces of util being invested in the course of like 5 seconds there, just over and over and over again, just making sure that I am getting every single thing I can out because there's not much time to use what's left. And, well, considering you got a win streak on your hands, you want to make sure that you already have the money to buy it back. So just don't worry about it. Get downfield what you can, and you never have to regret what you didn't do. So speaking of, well, once again, Ruda saying, I mean, I'm going to regret not buying an operator because, well, a duelist at heart can't put the darn thing down.
Yeah, but I mean, you can try to step up and blow on boxes and just hold on for the time being. It's pretty darn good with it, and it's clean for the second. Ruda has determined
to get out of
they
mid.
are in
Just
Omen.
go somewhere else. Get out of mid. He's in garage. He's on B. He's going to be there. Let's not just double down or triple down or quadruple down.
Oh, but they're about to there. They picked themselves up a weapon, and now they maybe feel like Ruda's gone the other way. Jump peek there for the Neon. Kaz is trying to bait out a shot if possible. Get some damage off to Ruda. Look at that. 5 HP now. Forced to flush back, but the crossfire in the flank from C's. Too much time stalled, too much time bought for Charlotte, and it will be match and series point in front of them. Though they did have Kaz pull out something crazy because Ruda was hunting for a knife fight there. It's not going to matter. They didn't even have a chance to even tease a sight. I can't even mark anything from my notes for Niner Esports there. They didn't even make it halfway across the map.
I mean, they wanted to go either B or C, clearly, with how stubborn they were about hitting that garage and about hitting the middle of the map and making sure they just ran into Ruda as many times as humanly possible.
They wanted to go to where Ruda was, not a site.
Maybe Ruda was the site in that instance.
He was the goal the whole time.
I mean, the guy clearly doing well, but I mean, Fuzzy's still in the lobby, not very far behind. Same thing with C's, also in the lobby, not very far behind. I'm not sure why Ruda. Maybe they see big gun, very loud noise. Like moths to a flame, must gravitate and try to kill. But just like moths to a flame, they can't kill it, ever. They usually just end up getting burned.
Vice Wall will stall out so much of the offense forward. You also used a kill contract here for Fuzzy, and you'll make sure this one goes your way. And this will be 3 players very quickly dusted against Niner Esports. Jack now the only one really getting anything to fight back against. That's 2 to their name. Season Pichu off the board. Jay catching the flanking Sep. And it's a 2v2. Things look dire there for Niner Esports because it's match and series point. And Ruda uncharacteristically misses an up shot, and that very well may be the chance for Niner Esports to stay alive. Fuzzy, slow crawl, not sure where to head from. Was on plat, now rotating in towards back of sight. 2 players down through long. Spikes under their control. They could rotate if they feel it's necessary, but there's too many gambles. It's a guessing game. And once that dark cover dissipates and they can confirm no one's lapping back through attack respawn just yet, they'll likely stall here before they re-engage back towards C.
And I do like the way that we see at least Fuzzy making this rotation call, not really going ahead and pushing through the middle of the map, not creating these options of rotating around, whether it comes through
30
back
seconds
on their
left.
spawn side and then kind of giving yourself that intersection where you have, like, say, 4 ways to look at constantly or 3 ways to look constantly. Go ahead and suffocate yourself towards the back of the map, wait for that plant sound to go off and say, no matter what, I only have 2 options. And whenever that plant goes off, I know I have some freedom to get onto that site because at such a critical moment, there's no way they're going to play away from each other, right? Well, when in your ranked games, that's never the case. But in competitive play in a 5v5 stack, that is 9 times out of 10 the case in the status quo, and you know you can rely on those calls.
Question's going to be, with so little time already remaining, how much do you really intend for this? You just going to try to decimate a little bit more of the credit economy for the side of Niner Esports. Weapon drop, that being Jack. Reclaim, Fuzzy hoping for something else. You're inside the 89 corner, Cubby, and down you go. Jay confirming the round win. And we very well could see overtime on map 2 of this best of 3, the final best of 3 of the day, and the one that can confirm which team goes on into the winner's bracket, guaranteed for grand final.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best of 3, and we got one more round to let us know whether or not we actually see all 3, or at least a chance of it, because, I mean, this is the last chance that Charlotte has to go ahead and put that nail in the coffin to make sure they win this thing out. But, I mean, with the full utility, obviously accessible to everyone, the guns aren't really, which is kind of awkward to see considering that, I mean, Cass only has that Spectre in hand, knowing that even then, Ruda was making that investment for the operator. I was expecting that got to be knocked down at least a notch and not have nearly as much of a gun to be playing with. But, hey, I mean, if there's anybody to kind of really get the job done, let's be real. I mean, we have seen some great attempts from Jay. This guy's been playing in smokes with every single weapon under the sun and still getting the job done. But speaking of the job, it's a little less clean on the side of the Niners, but they're the ones fighting for that control. They're the ones looking for things to get done. And, well, there it is, Jay, once again. You cut the guy's name, he'll get it done.
Ensnared, lying below on boxes. You bait out with the overdrive. They're not going to look skyward with it. They want to look more towards Hall to zone and Corden. So Jay sits on box, completely unknown. They drop. It's a free frag. Now you have man advantage. The overdrive's gone, sure, but Cass only had like 12 HP anyways. They weren't concerned. The problem was that Jay stayed still. The Huntress Fury held in the pocket. First one tapped. You don't know where they are, but these shots are now coming from short. You can confirm just that. 36 HP. It's a sprinting game. Hopping off an area moment, and Fuzzy! Dices up Jack, and it is confirmed. Charlotte make their way through to the grand finale.
I mean, expected in some regard after their performance starting today and even then looking at map number 1. But, I mean, this is once again one of those affairs where you're expecting, hey, even seeing what they saw. I mean, I was expecting at least maybe a 13-7, 13-8, seeing that momentum, seeing how they've been playing the game. But it's that whole point where I genuinely feel like we see Niners in the head of Charlotte saying, I mean, when it comes around to Haven again and again and again, like there is some respect there that Charlotte gives to them every single time, which lets this thing drag out when I feel like necessarily it shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, we've questioned it a lot of times. Sometimes you feel there's too much respect. Sometimes there's this distance that shouldn't be there because it's a guessing game. You got to have confidence at this level that you're better than competition. But it is a sister team. They hold a lot of respect for them. They're like, okay, well, we know what they're capable of. We know what these individuals can do in these moments. And you never truly know what can happen, especially after the Icebox score line. But it goes in Charlotte's favor. They can close things out in the 2-0 fashion they wanted. And if you're UAH, now you're looking at this and you're going, I'm banning Haven. Absolutely not. There's no way I'm going to go test this Niner Esports side on Haven when we lost that, what, 13-5 was the scoreline in Haven? 13-2, even worse. and you just saw them take it almost into overtime. You're banning this map. There's no way you let that one through. I can't imagine a future.
And I think even then still, I mean, the difference between map number 1 and map number 2, I do think that Jay had a much, much bigger hand in that matchup. As I said, that guy, I mean, there is certain people and there's certain times and certain maps and instances and circumstances that line up where somebody would just be a thorn in the side, where it's almost like it's like a pebble in the shoe. It's just there. It's so annoying. You just got to stop to shake it out, and you put it back on thinking you got rid of it. And there it is again.
Oh.
It's just always there. And
It's like sand at the beach, right? It never goes away.
Mean, it's just something where you cannot get rid of the guy. And I think with that presence, I mean, it's only something you could do with that character. And sometimes, depending on how comfortable you are with the map selection, you can only do on that map, which was their selection. So it's one of those things that it can't be emulated. It can't really be replicated better yet. It has to be something they really just know that going forward, it's something UAH has to look out for. It's something that Charlotte has to look out for. But it's something that's possibly behind Charlotte, considering that it's now UAH's problem.
Yeah, so if the score lines tomorrow fall for Niner Esports over UAH, which we don't know how that one's going to go. I think that's going to be the most competitive series by far throughout this weekend. But if it does fall to Niner Esports, Haven is almost a guaranteed map to be played because you can't ban everything in a best of 5, right? You can only get 2, and then everything else just follows just the order, really, right? And it's an instant ban for Pearl. They're not letting Pearl through. So Haven will be in the docket.
But Haven will be probably the first ban, I want to say, from UAH now if they make it through.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
So
for
something
UAH.
else has to come through.
For
and
UAH,
now,
that's
the
the
where we
case.
talked about the possibility of Sunset, possibility of Icebox, but you just saw Icebox from them too, and you're saying, well, good God, what can we choose?
Yeah, and knowing that
I think Sunset
knowing that Sunset's not
We haven't
good,
seen Ascent either. We haven't seen Sunset or Ascent, and that's your standardized kind of map where it's just very, very defaulty, very standard Valorant that you're used to. Nothing crazy can really come out of it, and it feels like no matter what. I mean, Icebox was a closer score, but it seems like Charlotte doesn't excel as much on sites that don't have, or maps that don't have 3 sites. So I think that's something that could be a takeaway and definitely something that can be used during a draft whenever we see grands come their way.
So for Niner Esports, they can't play Sunset. They don't know it. They haven't scrimmed at all. They haven't played it whatsoever. So they are going to want to ban that map. But they also had other maps they wanted to ban. They were able to get Sunset in the later stages in this, right, and kind of get away with that because there's the second ban phase, and they're going to pick with their primary choices. You're not worried about them opting for it. In a grand finale, that's not an option. So if UAH can somehow get Sunset online tomorrow in that BO3, that could be a pretty keen look for them. The second question is going to be, if you do make it through against Charlotte, how can you cope in a BO5? What maps do you have to go to first? Because you need to at least, I would love to see at least 4 maps, if not getting to all 5. So what can you squeak out? Because Lotus is not your proving ground. You can't play your typical 3 Sentinel map. They were even questioning, is it UAH that does the 3 Sentinels? I'm like, yes, it is. They have subs, so they can't actually do that strategy right now. They don't have their normal player, their normal pieces, set pieces for that to orchestrate it correctly. And that's why we see them really struggle the way they did, where offense was typically where they go 11-1 and then they lose terribly on defense with 3 Sentinels, which is super funny. But
even then, you had the Deadlock and you had the Vice, which I understand, but you're missing the
Sage. The Sage was what they
I
usually
mean, even
have.
then, I think Cypher at that point is like another one of those kind of crucial foundation ones where he can kind of compensate for enough. That's why he's such a main stage Sentinel, because of what he provides. And we just didn't see that one really end of the way either.
Yeah, we haven't really seen that all day. It feels like it's been interesting. We saw it in the show match that UAH did with the SEL Esports players, which is interesting. We saw Cypher there, but that's about it for it. But it's been a pretty darn good day, and I'm sure they're looking forward to the dinner that's coming up after this. The entirety of Charlotte, UAH, all the Valorant people are going in, and SEL's crew are going out for dinner after this to have a merry time here in Huntsville, Alabama. But speaking of that, they got the Rocket League players in booth currently playing for LCS, so make sure to give them a big congratulations for their performances. Root for them in the process. That is it for us for the SEL on stream tonight. So make sure you tune back in tomorrow. We'll start up tomorrow actually with Rocket League of all things. Before we cut on over to, we're going to go back on stage after this, but I'm going to still give the purview what's going on. Just start with Rocket League tomorrow, so maybe we can sleep in a little bit here. And then it cuts over to Valorant. Well, I can't because I got to stage it. Never mind. Maybe you can. I can't. It cuts over to Valorant for the best of 3 for the UAH now against Niner Esports. Then the grand finale for Rocket League, followed by the grand finale for Valorant. And it's going to be a pretty darn fun one. No matter what, we love to see Valorant. We'll see what it is. Let's cut it over to the desk, though. Bepic, please take it away.
Day one has come to a close here at the Southeastern Esports League Season 5 LAN. While we haven't eliminated anybody just yet, that doesn't mean the competition wasn't fierce. Fighting over these trophies right here. The winner in their respective games at the end of tomorrow's action takes home this big SEL trophy engraved with their names and stature in the Southeastern Esports League. But all of that action is happening tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. with Rocket League on the main stage in elimination matches all day long. That leads to the grand finals, and Valorant as well sees a lower bracket into grand finals run tomorrow. Championship Sunday here at the CTC, here at the University of Alabama Huntsville's campus. And as we do close out day one, I want to give one last thank you to our sponsor, MSI, for supporting the SEL this season. Thank you all so much for watching day one of the SEL Season 5 LAN, and we'll see you tomorrow bright and early.